Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Really? Everyone says you're the strongest in New World now. So let me see if you're the strongest. Charlotte. Linlin knew that she could not speak to Chen Fan, so she was too lazy to continue. In an instant, a burst of Conqueror's domineering energy burst out from his body, accompanied by the flash of dark red thunder, and headed towards Chun Fan and everyone. Comparing yourself to me is a joke. Chun Fan's expression was also full of indifference, and the boundless Conqueror's domineering energy from his body exuded. Dark red thunder roared, and purple lightning shone. Boom! In an instant, the sky split, two waves of Conqueror's domineering energy collided, and the whole world fell into a gray aura, with violent winds rising everywhere. As for the troops on both sides, there are no weaklings here. At least the Conqueror's haki of the two of them, no matter how powerful, is impossible to stun them with just the momentum, unless the Conqueror's haki wraps up and attacks them head-on. After a few seconds of stalemate, Charlotte, Linlin took a few steps back, and then her expression was full of fear. She didn't expect that Chun Fan's Conqueror's domineering force was stronger than hers and could actually make a retreat. Kill them. Charlotte. Linlin's eyes became fierce. She only had one idea now, to destroy the Thor pirates and kill Thor Chen Fan. After finishing speaking, Charlotte, Linlin held the Napoleon hat with Conqueror's domineering wrapped around it and disappeared immediately. Every step she takes makes the earth shake. Seeing this situation, Chun Fan's eyes showed no fear. His whole body was covered with thunder. His whole body was entangled with the thunder of destruction, and a blue spear appeared on his right hand. The Dark Conqueror's haki covers it. Bang! The body disappeared in an instant like a ghost. Boom! In an instant, the thunder spear and Napoleon collided like giant dragons. The sound of explosion immediately sounded. The mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Gravel flew everywhere, and the whole world seemed to be torn apart. When the two collided, wisps of dark red thunder flashed around them. At the same time, the men and horses on both sides also rushed forward respectively. Bah! With a shocking cry, a huge kunpeng covering the sky, and the earth appeared from the sky, seeming to destroy everything. He attacked directly towards Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Cracker. Looking at the sharp claws covered by the cyan hurricane, Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Cracker did not hesitate, and they attacked together. One is holding a trident, and the other is holding a sword. Boom! At the moment of the collision, an explosion occurred. Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Cracker felt a huge force, and their bodies fell back. For a moment, Charlotte Katakuri's eyes showed fear. He did not expect that the captain of the battle division of the Thor pirates was so strong. However, Bard would not give him time to think, and then attack the two of them. Naturally, Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Cracker would not sit back and wait for death, and would face them directly. Boom! For a time, Bard faced the two generals of the Big Mom pirates alone, but he was not at a disadvantage. On the other side, Monet, who was covered in ice and snow, was also fighting with Charlotte Snag and the Baguette Baker. Even if they were 1 against 2, Monet still had the upper hand, which showed that after years of hard training, Monet was finally able to help. Most importantly, Charlotte Snag is the weakest of the 4 generals. It can be said that if Bradley hadn't been besieged by everyone in order to snatch the Piao Piao fruit, Snag took advantage of him and was seriously injured in the end. Otherwise, with his strength, he would never be able to beat Bradley, let alone catch him. As for Nico, Robin, and Violet, they deal with other weaker cadres. For a time, a full-scale royal war broke out, and the personnel on both sides seemed to be about the same. Charlotte. Linlin also saw this scene. What she least expected was that Chun Fan, the captain of the combat team, actually had the strength of an ordinary general. You must know that even the strongest Charlotte Katakuri under her is still one step away from reaching the general level. Thunder God Chen Fan. You seem to have a plan, come here. However, it's useless. If you dare to come to my territory, you are destined to die here. Charlotte. Linlin shows extreme confidence. It's just you? It's really ridiculous. Chun Fan showed a contemptuous smile. Seeing Chun Fan like this, Charlotte. Linlin instantly felt a little angry. You are looking for death, thunder, God, Chun Fan. After finishing speaking, Charlotte. Linlin waved Napoleon directly, which contained extremely terrifying power, and chopped it directly towards Chun Fan's head. Just you, what a joke. Chun Fan also waved the thunder spear in his hand, and blue thunder burst out, like giant blue dragons. Boom! In an instant, the thunder spear and Napoleon collided continuously. The ground slowly cracked, strong winds rose, and circles of air waves spread out. Every collision between the two people can cause a roar in the atmosphere. Seeing that her territory was constantly collapsing, Charlotte. Linlin didn't want to have a fight and lose her family. Zeus! Instantly, she shouted Zeus. Mom, here we come. All of a sudden, Zeus floated upwards, and Charlotte. Linlin jumped directly up, soaring into the sky. When Chun Fan saw this, he did not hesitate. As the thunder flashed, his whole body was covered with thunder, and his whole body turned into a blue stream of light, and he chased after him. In an instant, the two people were facing each other in the sky. On one side is the violent aura. On the other side is the purple thunder. The two powerful auras divide the entire world into two. In prison. At this moment, Bradley was unable to lie in the bucket. After eating the piao fruit, he naturally had side effects. Just when he was thinking about how to run out, a portal appeared out of thin air, and Bradley's eyes instantly brightened when he saw the portal. Because this portal that appeared out of thin air, he couldn't understand more than Lafitte's ability. Sure enough, as the door opened, a man wearing a white suit, a hat, and holding a scepter came out. Bradley, why are you so embarrassed? Lafitte couldn't help but mocked. Okay, get me out quickly. Are the captain and others here too? Bradley asked his biggest question. Well, that's right. If there are no accidents, the Imperial War has already begun. Thinking of this, Lafitte's face was filled with excitement. He liked to do such exciting things, and he liked to have such exciting fights. The other people in the prison were surprised at first when they saw Lafitte's sudden appearance, and then asked Lafitte to take them out together. However, Lafitte is too lazy to care about the life and death of these guys. You're also the captain of the Thor Pirates, right? Please save us. We can join the Thor Pirates. Yes, save us. We can work hard for you. Those who were imprisoned kept begging. However, Lafitte still looked like he didn't hear anything and waved his scepter. Boom! With the sound of explosion, the iron fence made of hard steel was cut directly. Then, Lafitte walked in easily, and he was going to cut the iron chain first. But just when Lafitte was about to take action, a red sword energy, containing powerful power, struck at Lafitte at an extremely fast speed. Without hesitation, the portal appeared in the air, and the next second, Lafitte disappeared into the portal. Boom! There was an explosion in the prison, and the sword energy directly destroyed the walls, sending countless rubbles flying everywhere. After the explosion, Lafitte appeared again, looking forward. The person who took action was Smoothie, who arrived, followed by a large number of pirates, who seemed to be the jailer of this prison. Lafitte, captain of the Thor Pirates, I didn't expect you to find this place so quickly, but don't even think about saving people in front of me. Smoothie was pointing his sword at Lafitte. How interesting. Lafitte smiled evilly. Hey, did you forget something? Let me out quickly. Bradley yelled weakly from behind. As a person with abilities, he is now soaked in sea water and restrained by sea tower stone handcuffs, which can be said to be very uncomfortable. Almost forgot. Lafitte continued to cut off the chains with a smile on his face. Lafitte, do you think too little of me? As soon as he finished speaking, Smoothie's body immediately disappeared from where he was. The big sword in his hand was covered with extremely powerful armed domineering energy. It was as black as ink and contained terrifying power, aiming to chop at Lafitte's head. When Lafitte saw this, his pupils shrank. This time, he did not choose to dodge, but instead waved the scepter in his hand, which was also pitch black, toward the front. Clang! In an instant, the sound of weapons clashing sounded, and circles of air waves spread out, causing strong winds. With this blow, Smoothie fell back several meters. On the other hand, Lafitte stayed still, with a relaxed look on his face, and then cut off the chains with a direct blow. Bang! All of a sudden, Bradley broke through the restraints and rushed out of the bucket. The bucket exploded, leaving water all over the ground. However, at this moment, Bradley's condition was not very good because he still had a sea-stone handcuff on his hand. Looking at his slightly numb right hand, Smoogie felt a little incredible. He looked at the person in front of him. As the captain of the Thor pirates, Lafitte has always been famous for his special fruits. Who would have thought that the leader of the Thor pirates would be so powerful? But I saw Bradley, who had broken through most of the constraints. Smoothie knew very well that she could not hesitate any longer. Otherwise, she would be completely passive when Bradley untied the seafloor stone handcuffs. Come again. Smoothie's aura surged forward and he rushed forward. The aura of a great swordsman burst out. Seeing this scene, Lafitte also felt a little troubled. Binding gate. I saw Lafitte stretching his hands forward, and in an instant, huge portals fell from the sky, seeming to cover Smoothie. He looked a little surprised, but without hesitation, Smoothie held the big sword and waved it upward. In an instant, streaks of red sword energy slashed out. Bang, bang. As the portals were destroyed one after another, dust flew everywhere and explosions continued to sound. After Smoothie solved the dozens of portals, she looked forward again and found that Lafitte had left with Bradley. Chase them all for me. Seeing this scene, Smoothie was extremely angry. She didn't expect that she would personally lead the team and have people run away. Just when she was so angry that she was about to lead a group of pirates to catch up. She suddenly thought that if Bradley unlocked the sea floor stone handcuffs and joined Lafitte, he is no match at all. As for these guys behind him, they are complete waste and cannot help him. Thinking of this, Smoogie knew that if he caught up now, he would most likely be seeking death. The best way now would be to go back and report to his mother. Everyone, stop chasing and come back with me. Smoothie immediately called off the pursuers. At this moment, these little pirates looked confused, wondering what happened to their boss. One moment they said they would pursue her, and the next they said they would not pursue her. However, they did not dare to ask more questions and could only obey me. On the other side, Lafitte had already brought Bradley to the open space. He didn't want to waste time with that Smoothie. He knew he wanted to take Bradley to the main battlefield and win this royal battle. The best way is to rescue Bradley first and increase our own strength. What did you do? Why were you still taken away? Lafitte looked at Bradley with a smile on his face. Okay, stop talking nonsense and help me untie it quickly. Bradley looked a little gloomy. Seeing Bradley like this, Lafitte was too lazy to continue having fun. Then, Lafitte held the scepter and slashed directly at the seafloor stone handcuffs. Bang! With a sound, the seafloor stone handcuffs turned out to be intact. It seems that these seafloor stone handcuffs are indeed as hard as the rumors. Lafitte was a little surprised when he saw that his attack did not break the seafloor stone handcuffs. Are you okay? Bradley said, flicking his bangs. Sure. Lafitte was serious this time. The black and ink-colored armed domineering energy covered the scepter. It exuded a powerful aura, and everyone knew that he would use all his strength in this attack. The sharp scepter slashed straight at the seafloor stone handcuffs. Crack! Along with the scepter being chopped off, this time, the seafloor stone handcuffs were finally cut off. After Bradley broke free from the seafloor stone handcuffs, he slowly began to regain his energy. Hylu stone can be cut off, but it requires a lot of strength. I checked the information. How long will it take you to recover? Lafitte took out 2 rice balls and threw them to Bradley. 5 minutes is enough. Bradley took the 2 rice balls and ate them. Fortunately, he was not tortured. He was just exhausted due to the seawater and sea rock. Good. When Lafitte heard 5 minutes, he was not in a hurry. A battle of this level would take at least several hours to end. Cake Island, the main battlefield. On the ground, Violet and Nico Robin led Luo, as well as some pirates recruited to deal with Big Mom in the middle and lower levels of the pirate ship. Although they did not gain an advantage, they still did not fall behind. On the other side, Monet, who was covered in ice and snow, was having a fierce battle with Snard and the Long Baker. I saw Monet floating in midair, covered with ice and snow, like an ice queen. He waved his hands forward, and ice tornadoes appeared on the ground, heading toward Snag and the Long Baker a tack away. Facing this terrifying ice tornado, the two of them could only temporarily avoid the sharp edge and avoid it. It could be said that Monet is now 1 against 2 and has a slight upper hand. Most central on the ground, Bard, who had transformed into a huge Kunpung at this moment, faced the siege of Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Cracker without any panic. I saw him waving his wings, and green hurricanes attacked the two of them. Glutinous rice balls. Charlotte Katakuri looked indifferent, and the trident in her hand was as black as ink. She waved it forward, and balls of glutinous rice appeared out of thin air. Boom! The huge glutinous rice and the cyan hurricane collided together. The two attacks disappeared between the sky and the earth at the same time, and a violent explosion occurred. At the same time, Cracker appeared out of thin air above the giant Kunpung, holding a big sword. The sword contained powerful sword energy and arm domineering energy, and it slashed straight towards Bard. His expression was still so indifferent. Bard's sky-covering wings directly wrapped himself, and they were also covered with a cyan hurricane. In an instant, clang! Cracker's powerful sword struck Kunpung's wings, but it had no effect. It could be said that it basically caused no damage. At this time, Bard spread his wings, which contained extremely terrifying power, and swept towards Cracker. Faced with this rapid attack, Cracker had no time to dodge, so he summoned a Biscuit General out of thin air. Boom! As the biscuit was damaged, the Biscuit General was directly destroyed in half in order to block the attack. However, with this gap of time, Cracker also disappeared on the spot and successfully avoided the blow. Just when Bard was about to attack again, Charlotte Katakuri was already attacking with a trident. Feeling this powerful force, Bard did not hesitate, and the sharp claws, containing a cyan hurricane, grabbed straight down. Clang! The green claws and the trident collided together like meteorites. The earth shattered, and countless gravel flew across, causing waves of air. It can be said that Bard will not fall behind, even if he faces the siege of the two men. Above the sky, the thunder was raging and full of domineering power. At this moment, two figures, one big and one small, were constantly colliding. Charlotte, Lin was holding Napoleon, and Chun Fan was holding the Thunder Spear. Both of them had no choice. At first, they tried their best to test each other. The sky was torn apart, and the roar of the atmosphere continued to sound. A bloody fight, drops of blood spilled on the ground. The sound of fighting and iron horses sounded, and the two figures kept colliding like two streams of light. The longer the fight continued, the more frightened Charlotte, Lin felt. She originally thought that Chun Fan could kill the Golden Lion, but it was all because the Golden Lion was seriously injured and his strength declined. Now it seems that I have underestimated this thunder god Chun Fan. I have reached this point, and there is no way to suppress him. Although Charlotte, Lin knew that she did not use all her strength. She knew even more clearly that Chun Fan definitely did not use all his strength either. What's wrong? Fat woman, are you thinking about how to escape from my hands? Chun Fan looked at Charlotte Lin with a smile on his face. What did you say? No one has ever dared to call Charlotte Lin a fat woman in front of her. What did I say? Of course I meant fat pig. When Chun Fan said this, his expression was full of indifference. He came here today to let the world know who is the king of this new world. I have no intention of holding back, so naturally I can't be merciful. You are looking for death, thunder god Chun Fan. Fireball from the sky. I saw Charlotte, Lin controlling Prometheus to spit fireballs at the enemy. In an instant, a huge wave of flames multiplied in midair, covering Chun Fan. You really can't do it, fat pig. You want to kill me with just such a move. Thunder Dragon. I saw Chun Fan raise his right hand upwards, and suddenly, wisps of blue thunder appear behind him, covering the sky and the earth, and turned into a ferocious blue dragon, rushing forward. Boom! In an instant, the blue dragon rushed towards the sea of fire, directly devouring and destroying the blazing fire, and the two attacks disappeared between heaven and earth. An explosion sounded, and ripples spread out. Elbaf's spear, powerful country. Charlotte. Linlin was not surprised when she saw Chun Fan blocking her blow. It would be strange if Chun Fan didn't block the blow. This was just the front hand that Charlotte, Linlin, deliberately released. She concentrated all her strength in her hand, and above Napoleon, thunder raged and flames sprayed. In an instant, Charlotte, Linlin waved Napoleon, and a purple sword energy of several kilometers burst out, seeming to destroy everything in the world, and the atmosphere roared. Endless thunder punishment. Seeing this situation, Chun Fan finally looked serious, and part of the thunder surrounding him turned purple. The blue thunder spear in his hand was thrown forward, and it turned into a purple sky in midair, and a purple light beam shot out. Bang, bang. The collision between the purple sword energy and the purple beam of light was like a meteorite. Suddenly, the sky collapsed, everything was destroyed, and everything around was annihilated. The scene 10,000 meters around is like an annihilation of the world. This is the horror of the battle between the top powerhouses on the sea. The two attacks lasted for several seconds before dissipating between heaven and earth. The next second, thunder flashed, and Chun Fan's fist contained the power of destructive thunder, flying straight towards Charlotte Linlin's chest. The speed was so fast that even if Charlotte Linlin had noticed it, she would not have had time to counterattack. Bang! With a loud noise, Charlotte Linlin was directly punched back dozens of meters by Chun Fan. After stabilizing her body, Charlotte Linlin was not injured due to her rough skin and thick flesh, but she was still repelled from the front. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin looked at Chun Fan with extremely angry eyes. I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you. Red thunder roared. Charlotte Linlin's whole body exploded with terrifying aura. The cloud of flames burned, and the cloud of thunder was also raging. One can imagine how angry Charlotte Linlin was at this moment. If it were anyone else, she might be too frightened by the terrifying power of the four emperors to move. Unfortunately, the person in front of her now is Chun Fan, who is also one of the four emperors. To prevent Chun Fan from moving, Charlotte Linlin is not qualified enough. Tian Man, the great god of freedom. Charlotte Linlin held Thundercloud Zeus, and in an instant, terrifying thunderbolts fell from the sky, turning into thunder pythons, as if to support a thunder net, and attacked Chun Fan. It's ridiculous to play thunder in front of me. Chun Fan's expression was indifferent, and his whole body was surrounded by wisps of purple thunder. He saw that his thunder spear did not materialize, but only punched out. In an instant, that thunder fist, boom, directly destroyed this giant thunder net that covers the sky and the earth. Thunder God Chun Fan, I want to kill you. The next second, Charlotte Linlin, who was at full strength, was already holding Napoleon and attacking directly. It's up to you. You should think about how to survive today. Facing Charlotte Linlin, who is also one of the four emperors, Chun Fan still showed boundless domineering. In an instant, a purple thunder spear appeared in his hand, and the spear came out like a dragon, rushing out like a giant thunder dragon. Bang, bang. The purple thunder spear collided with Napoleon. The sky and the earth were torn apart. Everything turned pale, hurricanes scattered in all directions, and the scene above the entire sky looked particularly scary. The speed of thunder. As the thunder flashed, Chun Fan spread out his magical wings of thunder from behind, and the purple dragon wrapped around him. In an instant, Chun Fan turned into a stream of purple light, holding a spear, and attacked Charlotte Linlin directly. Faced with this extreme speed, Charlotte Linlin didn't even react for a moment. Bang! The thunder spear directly pierced Charlotte Linlin's arm. As blood flowed, A scar of nearly half a meter appeared on Charlotte. Lin's arm. It was particularly scary to see the deep bones. I'm going to kill you, kill you. Charlotte. Lin already had a crazy look on her face, holding Napoleon in her hand, which contained incomparable terrifying power, with armed domineering wrapped around it. If it were this huge power, other people would have been knocked away a long time ago. But Chun Fan's physique and physical fitness have exceeded the limit. Chun Fan was seen charging forward with the thunder spear in his hand without any thought of evading. Boom! In an instant, two figures, one large and one small, collided again, and Charlotte, Lin, who exploded with all her strength, was vaguely suppressed. She was at a disadvantage in the head-on competition in terms of strength. Feeling the destructive power coming from the opposite side, Charlotte, Lin's face showed shock. You know that the giants are famous for their strength. It is incredible that this guy in front of him can suppress himself in strength. Charlotte Katakuri below was also surprised when she saw this scene. You must know that even Kaido of the Beast may not be able to suppress his mother in terms of strength. But now, Thunder God Chun Fan has actually done it. Is the Thunder Fruit so terrifying? In fact, what they didn't know was that in addition to the destructive power of the Thunder Fruit, there was also Chun Fan's limit-breaking physique. The battle below is getting more and more intense. Bard, who has always been strong, now has some changes in the situation because the cost of maintaining the full beast form is high physical strength. Charlotte Katakuri is only one step away from being a general, plus a cracker at the level of a quasi-general. With 1 against 2, Bard could not easily defeat the two of them and could only maintain the battle situation. Monet and the others are also similar. It can be said that this battle between the Imperial group seems to have restored a situation of equal strength. But at this time, a portal appeared in the air. Everyone looked over. I saw two people slowly walking out of the portal. It was Lafitte and the recovered Bradley. Seeing these two people appear, Monet and others were overjoyed. You must know that Lafitte has the strength of a quasi-general, and Bradley also has the strength of an elite lieutenant general. The appearance of these two people will completely change the pattern of the battlefield below. Bradley, I'll help Bud, and you can deal with the battlefield below. Lafitte showed an evil smile. This kind of scene was what he was looking forward to. Good. Bradley did not hesitate. He was in such a hurry to recover that he came here to change the battlefield. He wanted revenge. Then, Bradley looked at Snag. He was always calm, but there was rarely anger in his eyes. You must know that this guy got himself here through a sneak attack. If the appearance of these two people makes everyone in the Thor Pirates happy, then the faces of everyone in the Big Mom Pirates are gloomy. Originally, the battle situation was evenly matched, but now two enemies suddenly appeared on the enemy's side, and they were not weak in combat power. It became difficult to deal with it. Cracker, who had just been repelled by the Cyan Hurricane, was preparing to attack again when a portal appeared above him out of thin air. Lafitte held the scepter, which contained armed domineering energy, and stabbed directly towards his head. With a serious look on his face, Cracker did not dare to hesitate and immediately held a big sword in his hand, covered with armed domineering. Clang! With the sound of collision, Cracker took a few steps back, and Lafitte stopped in front of him. Your opponent is me. Lafitte looked at Cracker with a smile. Really? It's up to you. Cracker, who had a bad temper, instantly disappeared from the spot and slashed forward with a big sword, which contained terrifying power. Just when he was about to rush to Lafitte, a portal appeared in the air, and Lafitte disappeared into the portal. With his domineering power unfolding, Cracker looked around vigilantly. He wanted to detect Lafitte's aura, but found that he couldn't detect it at all. The next second, Cracker noticed the presence of aura from behind. He quickly turned back, and Lafitte was already stabbing his back with the scepter. Boom! The sound of the collision of weapons sounded again. Cracker blocked the blow dangerously, and his whole body kept retreating. His face was very ugly, because he found that Lafitte could not detect his breath when he disappeared, and could only detect it when he reappeared, which did not leave him much time to react. But now he could no longer control so much. Cracker's face was full of anger and he attacked Lafitte again. Unfortunately, Lafitte had no intention of a head-on confrontation, so the portal appeared and disappeared again. At this moment, Cracker could only look around as vigilantly as before. On the other side, because Cracker was stopped, Charlotte Katakuri could only face the furious Kuenping alone. The green hurricane was constantly raging on the glutinous rice. Charlotte Katakuri had awakened her fruit at this moment, and the entire place was turned into glutinous rice with a radius of thousands of miles. The pieces of glutinous rice were completely for his use, but in front of the huge Kuenping, those pieces of glutinous rice were cut off easily like tofu. And Charlotte Katakuri also continued to retreat under Bard's fierce attack. It can be said that in a one-on-one match, Charlotte Katakuri is no match for Bard and is completely at a disadvantage. At the same time, Bradley had also arrived in front of Snag. Seeing the person standing in front of him, Snag said with arrogance, "Isn't this the guy I captured alive? Why did you run out? Why don't you leave quickly? Do you want to be captured by me again? You just used a sneak attack, and now I'll let you see the gap in strength between us." Bradley was actually very unwilling to be caught by Snag, because he was attacked by surprise. If he hadn't been seriously injured in the face of the siege of several people, it would have been impossible to catch him with Snag. Devil wind legs. Bradley flicked his bangs, spun quickly, raised his right foot high, covered with armed domineering energy, and kicked directly toward Snag. Facing this attack, Snag didn't panic at all. He held a long knife and rushed straight away with an armed, domineering look on it. Clang! At the moment of the collision, Snag felt a huge force, and his whole body continued to retreat until he could stop after more than 10 meters. Looking at his slightly numb right hand, Snag's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect that the person in front of him was so strong. "How can you be so strong?" Snag wondered. "You are too weak." Bradley flicked his bangs, wanting to avenge his shame. Then, his body disappeared from the spot again, standing upside down, and his feet spun rapidly like a tornado, kicking towards Snag. Facing this rapid attack, Snag could only hold up his shield to block forward. He kept retreating and was completely suppressed at the beginning of the battle. Such a powerful strength made Snag a little doubtful about life. He wondered how he had caught this person before. At this time, a golden sword light slashed at Bradley at an extremely fast speed. Feeling this powerful attack, Bradley dodged the blow in advance with the help of his domineering power. A long-legged woman holding a big sword appeared in front of her. It was Smoothie who was coming over. At this moment, she was already standing beside Snag. "Need help?" Lafitte asked when he saw Smoothie appearing, playing with Cracker. Cracker had all his strength, but he couldn't hit Lafitte at all. Unnecessary. Bradley refused. His eyes showed confidence. He wanted to test the ability of Pia Piao fruit. Earth Spout. In an instant, Bradley raised his hands forward, and two huge peaks appeared in the sky, falling straight down like two giant dragons at extremely fast speeds. When Snag and Smoogie saw this scene, their expressions changed because they knew that this was the power of the Piao Piao fruit. They almost forgot that this guy ate the Pia Piao fruit before he was caught. Not daring to hesitate, Smoogie and the two immediately ran away. Boom! The earth cracked open, and the huge mountain peak smashed into the earth. Then, Bradley took the initiative to attack. Even if he was 1 against 2, relying on the ability of Piao Piao fruit, he was not at a disadvantage. This is because he just had it not long ago. Otherwise, it would not be impossible to defeat the two of them. The assassins Smoothie and Snag looked a little ugly. They didn't expect that even if they joined forces, they couldn't kill Bradley. Above the sky, thunder continues to rage. Domineering fills the entire sky. At this time, Charlotte. Lin's whole body was scorched black. Facing Chun Fan, who was attacking with all his strength, like a god or a demon, she was suppressed. At this moment, Charlotte. Lin looked at the scars on her body and the violent Chun Fan opposite her, her expression full of anger. Since she left the Rocks Pirates, she has rarely been suppressed like this. The guy in front of me is indeed a bit scary. Whether it is strength, domineering, or the development of fruit abilities, It has reached a very terrifying point. However, Charlotte, Linlin didn't want to admit defeat like this. As a four emperors, she had her own pride, so she didn't think she would say this. Thunder God Chen Fan, no matter what others say, I am not afraid of you. Elbaf's spear, powerful country. Charlotte, Linlin holds Napoleon, Prometheus, and Zeus to the extreme. The two forces of nature converge on Napoleon. The next second, Charlotte, Linlin's huge body disappeared directly on the spot, holding Napoleon and slashing directly at Chun Fan, entwined with two dragon-like powers. Ridiculous. Purple lightning dragon. The purple spear in Chun Fan's hand was covered with armed domineering energy and was as black as ink. He rushed forward and instantly transformed into a ferocious purple dragon, intent on destroying everything in the world. Boom! In an instant, Napoleon and the purple spear collided together like meteorites again. The heaven and earth tore apart. Everything roared, and circles of air waves spread out. Under this blow, Chun Fan stood proudly on the spot, while the huge Charlotte Linlin took several steps back. This kind of suppression of power made Charlotte Linlin look extremely ugly. She had never encountered such an opponent, but there was nothing she could do about it. Her own strength is already considered her strongest, but it is still no match for the person in front of her. Although this battle has not yet come to an end, the outcome seems to be predictable. If you only have this strength, you can die here today. Thunder God Chun Fan's whole body thundered violently. His hair danced wildly, and his pupils turned purple like a god or a demon. Little brat, stop being so arrogant. You don't know where I am when I go to sea. Charlotte, Linlin had never been so insulted before. She was so angry that she held Napoleon in hand and attacked directly again. At this moment, Chun Fan didn't hesitate at all, waving his thunder wings and charging straight away with a thunder spear in hand. Bang, bang. In an instant, two figures, one large and one small, were constantly colliding in the sky. The thunder of destruction raged, suppressing Charlotte Linlin's powerful power. Wisps of thunder wrapped around Charlotte Linlin's body, although this little damage could not do anything to Charlotte Linlin. However, under a long-term close collision, the paralysis of the thunder will also make Charlotte Linlin fall even more at a disadvantage. Charlotte Linlin, who has always used brute force, looked a little ugly at this time, because when she faced Kaido, she was not at such a disadvantage in the strength competition. Charlotte Linlin was thinking, how did the guy in front of him train his strength and physique to such an extent? What? Fat man, what are you thinking about? Chun Fan's tone was full of ridicule, and only a strong man of his level would dare to ridicule Annie like this. If the rest of them dared to do this, they would have been killed with one move. Thunder God, Chun Fan, you will definitely die today. Charlotte Linlin was extremely angry. She held Napoleon in her hand, and the power of the thunder and fire clouds was contained in it. The whole world was roaring, and she slashed towards Chun Fan's head. With an expression full of indifference, Chun Fan just waved the purple spear in his hand, and in an instant, purple thunder raged. Clang! The sky and the earth were torn apart, violent winds arose, and the thunder spear collided with Napoleon again. Under this blow, both of them fell back several meters. Endless thunder punishment. After stabilizing his body, Chun Fan swung the thunder spear upwards. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and streaks of purple thunder, like giant thunder dragons, fell from the sky and drowned Charlotte Linlin. Genule, I saw Charlotte Linlin controlling Zeus, firing a column of horizontal lightning upwards, which seemed to destroy everything. Boom! The lightning of the dragon-like pillar of light collided with the purple thunder, and the sound of explosion sounded instantly. The sky collapsed, everything was destroyed, and circles of air waves spread out. In the endless dust, a figure waving thunder wings appeared. Chun Fan held a thunder spear and stabbed Charlotte Linlin's body from top to bottom. Not daring to hesitate, Charlotte Linlin quickly held the Napoleon in her hand, which contained the aura of armed domineering, and blocked it in front of her. Clang! In an instant, the powerful force caused Charlotte, Linlin, to fall back several meters, and her face looked a little ugly. However, Chun Fan didn't care what he was thinking, and then chased after him. Purple thunder raged. Boom! In an instant, two figures, one large and one small, collided fiercely together again, and Chun Fan still suppressed Charlotte Linlin. This is the horror of a tyrannical monarch. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin felt as if she was facing Roger Whitebeard at his peak, feeling suppressed everywhere. However, Charlotte Linlin, as an emperor, has her own pride. There is no way he could just admit defeat so easily. The power of the soul was exerted to the extreme. Charlotte Linlin's strength increased greatly, and it seemed that she wanted to block Chun Fan's attack. But how could that extremely destructive thunder and his extreme physique be so easy to withstand? As the world continued to explode, Charlotte Linlin was forced to retreat while being beaten by Chun Fan. A clear distinction between superior and inferior. Time flies by, day and night pass by, and soon half a day passes. The Cake Island below was in a mess. If it weren't for this large island, and neither the Thor pirates nor the Big Mom pirates had the intention to destroy this island. Otherwise, the island would have to be torn apart. In the battle below, Nico Robin and the others completely withstood the pressure and continued to deal with the soldiers. Bradley faced the siege of Smoothie and the two men. Until now, his whole body is full of scars from the battle. Panting heavily, the whole body's physical strength was greatly exhausted. However, Smoothie and Snag on the other side were not much better. They were covered in blood, with hideous wounds on their bodies, which looked particularly scary, and their physical strength was almost reaching its limit. The two of them had expressions of unwillingness, having fought until now. It can be said that even if they are 1 against 2, they do not have any advantage. This made them blame themselves a little. As generals, they were dragged down by the captain of the Thor pirates. However, they had nothing to do about it, because they knew that if any one of them challenged him, he would definitely lose. Earthspout. Bradley didn't bother to give them time to think. He waved his hands upward, and in an instant, huge rocks floated up, forming mountains in midair, and attacked Smoothie and the two. Seeing this situation, both Smoothie waved their big swords and slashed out with sharp sword energy. Boom! Suddenly, rubble flew everywhere. Countless dust flew up, and the two mountains, which were tens of meters tall, were directly destroyed. The next second, Bradley appeared in the dust, standing on the ground with his hands. His whole body rotated rapidly, and his legs kicked directly towards the two of them. Without enough time to dodge, Snag held a shield in front of the two of them. Bang, bang. The sound of collision continued, and Snag was retreating steadily. Seeing this scene, Smoothie immediately jumped into the air, brandishing the sword in his hand, and wanted to chop directly at Bradley. The powerful domineering power of knowledge allowed Bradley to quickly detect the attack. He didn't hesitate, used his hands hard, and moved his body to the right. Boom! The ground cracked, and instantly the sword struck the ground, and a long sword mark appeared on the ground. After dodging the attack, Bradley attacked the two men again the next second. After swallowing the piao fruit, his strength officially reached the level of a quasi-general. Facing Bradley's rapid attack, Smoothie and the two could only struggle to deal with it. On the other side, Cracker's body was full of scars, his face was full of anger, and his physical strength had been greatly exhausted after fighting until now. The scars made it even more painful. On the other hand, Lafitte stood there with an evil smile on his face. He only had minor injuries on his body, and his physical strength was less than half exhausted. This smile looked like a mockery in Cracker's eyes, but he couldn't do anything against the other party. The method of escaping into the portal and disappearing was too buggy. Cracker had no way of detecting where Lafitte would appear in advance. At this moment, Lafitte disappeared into the portal again. Cracker's expression was full of solemnity, and he surrounded himself. Later, Cracker muttered to himself and slashed back with the big sword in his hand, but this sword strike only hit the air. At the same time, a portal appeared above him, and Lafitte walked out of the portal, stabbing towards Cracker with the scepter in his hand. Without hesitation, Cracker quickly summoned a Biscuit General. In an instant, bang! With a loud noise, the Biscuit General was split into two. But the next second, two Biscuit Generals appeared directly on the ground. Cracker saw this scene, but he was not happy at all because he knew that his move was of no use to Lafitte. Looking at the two Biscuit Generals, Lafitte just waved his scepter. In an instant, two portals appeared and locked the two Biscuit Generals directly inside. Afterwards, the two Biscuit Generals never appeared again, and there was no way to split them. When Cracker saw this scene, his expression was extremely solemn, and his strongest trump card had no effect on the person in front of him. Moreover, when he escaped into the portal, there was no way he could catch him with the hockey he saw. If this continues, with my current physical strength and injuries, I won't be able to hold out for less than an hour. No, I can't lose. If I lose, it will probably cause others to lose too. After thinking for a long time, Cracker came up with a solution that was not a solution. You stinky sissy, you can only hide. If you have the guts, fight lousy head-on. Cracker yelled at Lafitte. However, Lafitte still had a wicked smile on his face, and then he slowly said, "Then let's fight head-on and give it a try." After finishing speaking, Lafitte's body immediately disappeared from the spot, and he waved his hands forward. "Cover the door." In an instant, portals dropped from the sky, like a mountain falling down, and pressed directly towards Cracker. Without hesitation, Cracker quickly swung the sword in his hand, and sword energy burst out. Crack! The portals shattered and disappeared between heaven and earth. However, before Cracker could catch his breath, Lafitte appeared in front of him. The scepter in his hand contained the armed, colored, domineering aura, and stabbed forward. With a solemn expression, Cracker quickly blocked in front of him with a big sword in hand. Bang! After the collision, Cracker's body kept moving backwards, and Lafitte followed closely. In an instant, Cracker was suppressed. Cracker was surprised to see that he was suppressed in a head-on fight. At this moment, he felt a little desperate. He didn't expect Lafitte to be so strong. Even if he didn't hide, he couldn't beat him in a head-on battle. At this point, Cracker had given up hope of winning. He just wanted to delay a little longer in his current state. Otherwise, if we lose, the pressure on the others will increase. The other side, Charlotte Karakuri was completely suppressed by the huge Kuenpung at this moment. Although he had awakened his fruit, he was still one step away from the Admiral level. At this moment, his body was covered with scars. Blood was flowing from his forehead. The whole person was breathing heavily. On the other hand, Bard's whole body was burning with a green hurricane, and his aura was extremely high. In contrast, the difference was obvious. Not bad. You were able to hold out against me for so long. Bard gave Charlotte Karakuri an approving look. Come on, it's still unclear who will win or lose this battle. Charlotte Karakuri looked solemn, but he knew that he could not fall down. If he fell down, his family would have to face this terrifying user of the mythical beast fruit. You have guts. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. After Bard finished speaking, he waved his huge wings and attacked Charlotte Karakuri again. Those sharp claws seemed to destroy everything in the world. When Charlotte Karakuri saw this scene, she did not dare to hesitate. She covered the trident with glutinous rice, and her whole body disappeared from the spot and rushed forward. Clang! At the moment of collision, Charlotte Karakuri's body kept moving backwards. The next second, Bard flapped his wings, and a blue tornado appeared out of thin air, sweeping up everything on the ground and sweeping towards Charlotte Karakuri. Not daring to hesitate, Charlotte Karakuri quickly put her hands on the ground, and a huge glutinous rice wall appeared, trying to resist the cyan hurricane. It's a pity that after only resisting for a few seconds, the huge glutinous rice wall was completely destroyed. But in just a few seconds, Charlotte Karakuri had disappeared. Breathing heavily again, Charlotte Karakuri's physical strength was greatly exhausted, and she was already a little unable to fight. It's a pity that Bard will not give him time to rest and then attacks him. Faced with this situation, Charlotte Karakuri could only deal with it desperately. above the sky. At this time, Charlotte, Linling's whole body was full of injuries. Cold sweat was dripping from her forehead, and her abdomen was a large area of burnt black. On the other hand, Chun Fan on the other side, although he also had scars and a lot of physical exertion, was much better than Charlotte Linlin. Up to this point in the battle, Chun Fan has completely expanded his advantage. With an extremely solemn expression, Charlotte Linlin looked at the battlefield below, and she found that her children seemed to be at a disadvantage, and he couldn't deal with Thunder God Chun Fan. Looking at this scene, Charlotte Linlin was thinking, how did this Thunder God Chun Fan develop his power to such an extent in just a few years? Are you really going to lose this time? Charlotte Linlin, surrender to me, and you can still save your life. Chun Fan knew that Charlotte Linlin, as the owner of Conqueror's domineering spirit and one of the four emperors, was basically impossible to surrender to him. However, Chun Fan did not recommend trying to recruit her. Wahaha, it's impossible for you to think that I would surrender to you, Thunder God Chun Fan. The battle between us has not yet been decided. It is not certain who will win in this battle. After Charlotte Linlin laughed, she held the Napoleon in her hand tightly and stepped on the thunder clouds. The terrifying thunder and endless flames gathered on Napoleon and chopped directly towards Chun Fan. You should know that I will only win in this battle. Chun Fan showed boundless domineering and confidence. The purple thunder became more violent, and the thunder wings flapped. He rushed out holding the purple lightning spear. Boom! The world collapsed. Everything was destroyed. Napoleon and the purple lightning spear collided together again, and ripples spread out in circles. Under this blow, Charlotte Linlin fell back several hundred meters. On the other hand, Chun Fan stood proudly on the spot. The next second, Chun Fan turned into thunder and disappeared, and then attacked Charlotte Linlin. Seeing this scene, Charlotte Linlin quickly stabilized her body and rushed away. The battle can now be said to have come to an end, and it is time for the two of them to truly decide the outcome. They have been having high-intensity outbursts, just like this battle, which can determine the outcome between the two of them. In midair, two figures, one large and one small, were engaged in a fierce and bloody fight, with drops of blood spilling on the ground. Violent thunder raged across the sky, and Chun Fan fully displayed his status as the god of thunder. Charlotte Linlin had a huge body, but was completely suppressed by Chun Fan. In the constant fighting, scars kept appearing on Charlotte Linlin's huge body. This is the terrifying point of Chun Fan's current strength, which is stronger than Charlotte. From the battle to now, Linlin has been completely suppressed for nearly half a day, and he has not had the upper hand for a while. Boom! Thunder flashed, and the thunder spear in Chun Fan's hand pierced Charlotte Linlin's chest directly. There was no time to dodge, and her expression changed drastically. Charlotte Linlin could only retreat a few meters to the right. With a swipe, blood spurted out, and a wound of several meters appeared on Charlotte Linlin's body, which looked particularly scary. Thunder God Chun Fan, I want to kill you. The pain made Charlotte Linlin extremely angry, and she grabbed Zeus with her right hand. In an instant, terrifying thunderbolts turned into giant nets and covered Chun Fan. With an indifferent expression, Chun Fan had no idea of evasion. Purple thunder covered him, and thunder dragons roared. At this moment, Chun Fan seemed to have turned into a real thunder god. When the giant lightning net that destroyed everything covered Chun Fan's body, it couldn't cause any harm to him at all. At this moment, Chun Fan was completely bathed in thunder. Why don't you have a long memory? You still use thunder to deal with me. A sneer appeared on Chun Fan's lips, and the next second, his thunder wings waved and disappeared again. Flame! Charlotte Linlin saw this situation and quickly raised Prometheus. In an instant, a sea of fire appeared in the sky and flooded towards Chun Fan. Facing the sea of fire that burned everything, Chun Fan still had no intention of stopping, waving the purple spear in his hand, and in an instant, the sea of fire was directly divided into two. Chun Fan rushed straight out of the opening, and the thunder of destruction raged. Looking at the menacing Chun Fan, Charlotte, Linlin did not dare to hesitate at all. Napoleon was full of armed domineering and waved it out directly. Clang! The purple lightning spear and Napoleon collided together in an instant. Everything around them was destroyed, and wisps of thunder scattered in all directions. Under the powerful collision, Charlotte Linlin's huge body flew backwards again. Chun Fan naturally couldn't give up this opportunity and chased after him. Thunder speed. In an instant, Chun Fan waved the thunder wings behind his back, as if at this moment he completely turned into thunder, so fast. Even Charlotte, Linlin didn't notice Chun Fan's presence for a moment. I'll kill you as a fat pig. Chun Fan had a sneer on his lips and stabbed down with the thunder spear in his hand. Before she had time to escape, Charlotte, Linlin looked a little panicked. As blood spurted out, Charlotte, Linlin's whole body was directly pierced by the thunder spear, and her huge body fell straight down like a hill. Boom! A few seconds later, the earth roared, a deep pit appeared on the ground, and countless dust and gravel flew everywhere. The members of the Big Mom Pirates who were fighting were filled with disbelief when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that Chun Fan would force their mother head on. Only the people in the Thor Pirates thought it was normal. After all, their captain was able to fight Garp, Red Earl, and others 3 years ago, and now 3 years have passed. How far has the captain reached? Only he may know. As the smoke dissipated, Charlotte, Linlin stood up slowly. She was in an extremely embarrassed state at the moment, with injuries all over her body, especially the several-meter-long scar on her abdomen, which showed deep bones and looked particularly scary. It can be said that if an ordinary person was injured so seriously, he might bleed to death directly. On the other hand, Chun Fan above, although he was also injured, was full of energy. The purple thunder wrapping around him, the thunder wings of the divine wings, represented the thunder spear of destruction. All of them explained to the world the horror of Chun Fan. Charlotte, Linlin, if this is all you do, you can die here today. Chun Fan looked at Charlotte Linlin proudly, his eyes filled with disdain. Charlotte, Linlin hasn't seen this look in more than 10 years. She doesn't allow it. She doesn't allow others to look at her with this look. As the only female 4 emperors on this sea, Charlotte, Linlin has her own pride. Today I'm going to kill you here to wash away my shame. Charlotte, Linlin's whole body erupted with terrifying momentum, and the power of her soul continued to gather on the 3 Homets. Emperor's sword, broken blade. For a moment, the power of thunder and fire were wrapped around Napoleon. Conqueror's domineering energy emitted, and dark red thunder flashed. Charlotte, Linlin held Napoleon and slashed directly at the god of thunder Chun Fan. If you don't want to surrender, then you will die here. Chun Fan's eyes became fierce, and he showed no fear in the face of this powerful attack. 3 billion volts, extremely powerful, thundering unicorn. As the thunder spear that transformed from Chun Fan's hand climbed up, the sky and the earth roared for a moment. Dark clouds covered the sky, and among the dark clouds, a mysterious purple unicorn tens of thousands of meters tall appeared in the sky. That terrifying aura seemed to destroy everything in the world. In an instant, the thunder unicorn representing the power of destruction rushed down. Boom! Holding Napoleon in hand, Charlotte, Linlin exploded with the most powerful attack and collided with the ultimate thunder unicorn. In an instant, the heaven and earth collapsed. Everything turned pale, and circles of air waves spread out. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield below stopped fighting and looked into the air. They all know that the victory of their captain is likely to be decided in this blow. After a few seconds of stalemate, Charlotte Linlin felt the power of the world-destroying thunder, and her huge face was twitching. Charlotte, Linlin's pupils enlarged, and with her unwilling expression, her whole body was overwhelmed by the thunder unicorn. Then, the thunder unicorn took her straight down to the ground. Mom! Charlotte Katakuri quickly shouted that they wanted to help, but how could Bard and others let them pass? For a time, they, who were already at a disadvantage, were unable to spare their hands to help. Boom! The surface of the earth cracked, Deep pits appeared on the earth. Countless boulders flew up, and smoke rose everywhere. As the smoke dissipated, among the rubble, Charlotte Lean's huge body lay there. Her whole body scorched black, and the scars on her body were shocking. The whole person seemed to be in a coma. If it weren't for the faint gasp, everyone would have thought Charlotte Lin was dead. Heavy breathing sounded above the sky. At this moment, Chun Fan's third mode of Thunder God form receded. His physical strength was greatly consumed, and it was not easy for him to explode with all his strength for a long time. It can be said that although he completely suppressed and successfully defeated Charlotte Lin, it was not as easy as it looked. "Mom, Thunder God Chun Fan, I'm going to kill you." When Charlotte Katakuri saw his mother like this, he was extremely angry and wanted to rush over and kill the god of Thunder Chun Fan. But how could that huge Kuanping let him pass? "You are not qualified to fight our captain. You must pass me first." Bard waved his huge wings, and there was a cyan hurricane on the sharp claws, and he grabbed directly towards Charlotte Katakuri. Charlotte Katakuri was so angry that he directly held the trident and swung it back violently, try to block the blow. But how could he be blocked so easily when he was seriously injured? Bang! A huge force struck, and Charlotte Katakuri flew backwards in an instant, only to stop dozens of meters away. Looking at his slightly numb right hand, Charlotte Katakuri immediately calmed down. He knew clearly that they had lost this battle. If the fight continues, their entire pirate group will be wiped out. Everyone escaped from Cake Island. Charlotte Katakuri roared loudly. Smoogie and the others were extremely angry at this moment, but they all knew that they had indeed lost this battle. If they did not run away, they would face the annihilation of their entire army. "Don't let anyone go. Deal with them all." Chun Fan looked cold and condescending, the blue thunder shining like a high king. Subsequently, Bud and others began to encircle and suppress the members of the Big Mom Pirates on Cake Island. For a time, except for the cadres of the Big Mom Pirates, everyone else was completely tortured and killed. Charlotte Lean's defeat left them with no morale, and the cadres of the Big Mom Pirates were also desperately trying to escape. Charlotte Katakuri's body was full of scars at this time, and he was not as fast as Bard at all. The wings containing the cyan hurricane were like machetes, slashing directly at Charlotte Katakuri. With no time to dodge, Charlotte Katakuri could only block in front of her with her trident in hand. Clang! The sound of collision sounded instantly, and with this blow, the trident in Charlotte Katakuri's hand was knocked out. The conditions of several other people are similar. Smoothie and others were completely seriously injured at this time. It can be said that if this situation continues, the Big Mom Pirates will be completely wiped out here. But Chun Fan was just watching all this quietly from above. In this battle, he wanted to let the world know what would be the consequences of offending their Thor pirates. Even if they are both four emperors, there is still a huge gap between the emperors. In this battle, the world will know which pirate group is the strongest in this sea, this new world. The cyan hurricane completely covered the ground, and Charlotte Katakuri fell heavily to the ground. He was covered in blood at this time, and his physical strength had reached its limit. He wanted to stand up and fight back, but Bard would not let go of this opportunity. He waved his wings, and the sharp claws contained a cyan hurricane and grabbed Charlotte Katakuri's head directly. There was no escape, and Charlotte Katakuri seemed to have a premonition of her own death. At this time, boom! There was a loud noise. A huge thing fell from the sky. The mountains collapsed, and the ground cracked, and countless dust flew everywhere. Everyone looked over, and as the smoke dissipated, a figure holding a mace, like an ancient demon, blocked the sharp claws. Seeing the person coming, Bud quickly backed away. "Hyundai Kaido." Chun Fan looked directly at Kaido of the Beasts. "What are you doing here?" Chun Fan asked Kaido of the Beasts, and the destructive thunder raged. "Lousy O Charlotte, Lin a favor. Today's matter ends here. Charlotte, Lin, and the others lost. But please give me some face. I will save Charlotte, Lean's life." Kaido, the king of beasts, hold a mace in his hand, and a powerful aura bursts out of his body. Give you face? Why should I give you face? Today, Charlotte. Linlin must die here. No one can save me. Chun Fan did not hesitate at all, looking down at Kaido, the king of beasts. The thunder surrounding his body turned purple again, as if telling Kaido, the king of beasts, that he still had the strength to fight. Thunder God Chun Fan, do you mean to have another fight? Kaido the beast had a fierce look in his eyes. He came here to repay Charlotte Linlin's favor. He originally thought that Thunder God Chun Fan would consider it and give him face, but he didn't expect Thunder God Chun Fan to be so decisive. You can't protect him, I said. Chun Fan had no intention of backing down, and the aura of a king emanated from him. Then let's have a fight. Kaido, the king of beasts, looked extremely angry, and Conqueror's domineering aura burst out. In an instant, wisps of dark red thunder roared, and the whole world was filled with strong winds, and huge rocks were rolled up under the collision of the two Conqueror's domineering powers. Get rid of them. Chun Fan issued orders to the members of the Thunder God Pirates. Then, with the waving of thunder wings, Chun Fan, holding the thunder spear, attacked straight down. At this moment, Kaido, the king of beasts, did not hesitate. Conqueror's domineering aura was wrapped around his mace, and he rushed straight up. Clang! In an instant, the mace and the purple lightning spear collided, and the heaven and earth roared. At the same time, Bard and others also began to hunt down Charlotte Katakuri. They have no reservations at this moment. They want to complete Chun Fan's order and kill the cadres of the Big Mom Pirates. Charlotte Katakuri, who was about to reach her limit, was constantly pushed back, with more and more scars on her body. It can be said that the battle situation is completely one-sided. If it continues like this, it won't be long before the Big Mom Pirates are completely wiped out. At this moment, above the sky, two figures, one big and one small, collided violently. Destructive thunder raged, and the huge blue dragon destroyed everything. At this moment, Kaido the Beast is still in half-beast form, and his face is full of surprise. He didn't expect that Chun Fan still had a little strength left after a fierce battle with Charlotte Linlin. Kaido was a little distressed that he couldn't defeat him in a short time. He knew that the cadres of Big Mom's pirate group couldn't hold on for long. Purple thunder continued to rage, and Chun Fan could be said to be pushing his body to its limits. The thunder spear in his hand kept suppressing Kaido, the king of beasts. Roar! With a terrifying dragon roar, Kaido, the beast, immediately transformed into a beast, turning into a giant blue dragon. In front of its ferocious dragon mouth, a ray of energy appeared, and then continued to grow. A pillar of flame, tens of meters wide, sprayed directly towards Chun Fan. With a calm expression, Chun Fan brandished the purple lightning spear, and the destructive power of thunder collided with the pillar of fire. In an instant, the thunder spear directly cut a hole in the pillar of fire. The next second, Chun Fan appeared above Kaido, the 100 beasts, and the thunder spear in his hand stabbed directly at the huge body of Kaido, the 100 beasts. Bathed in blood, Kaido had no time to dodge, and his huge dragon body was cut open directly. Roar! The severe pain made Kaido of the beasts couldn't help but wailed. At the same time, Kaido of the beasts waved his huge claws and grabbed Chun Fan. The distance was too close, and there was no time to dodge. Chun Fan could only use his thunder wings to cover himself. Bang bang! In an instant, Chun Fan was caught by this attack and flew backwards like a cannonball until he stopped 1,000 meters away. Puff! Blood spurted out, and it was obvious that Chun Fan was seriously injured by this blow. This is normal. After just finishing Charlotte Linlin, it would be strange if Chun Fan could still gain the upper hand against Kaido of the Beast again. Although he was repulsed, Chun Fan's momentum was still high, and the violent thunder showed no signs of fading. Seeing this scene, Kaido of the 100 Beasts looked extremely ugly. He knew very well that if he could not quickly deal with the Thunder God Chun Fan, the Big Mom Pirates will annihilate their entire army here. Just when Kaido of the 100 Beasts was about to attack again, a voice sounded, "Wait a minute! Charlotte, Linlin barely regained consciousness. She trembled and slowly stood up from the gravel. Although she woke up, the injuries on her body left her with little fighting power. For a moment, everyone in the audience looked over. Kaido, thank you for coming to help me this time. But life and death in the sea are normal. Charlotte. Linlin admitted her failure. At this moment, Kaido of the 100 Beasts still doesn't know what Charlotte Linlin is going to do. The same goes for Thunder God Chunfan. Then Charlotte Linlin looked at Thunder God Chunfan. Your strength is indeed terrifying. I lost. This is the way this ocean is. There are losses and wins. Since you lose, you have to pay the price. I would like to exchange my life for the lives of my children. Is that okay? Charlotte Linlin even had a pleading tone when she said this. Mother. Charlotte Katakuri and others heard that their mother actually wanted to use her life in exchange for their lives. For a moment, Charlotte Katakuri and the others felt extremely uncomfortable. In fact, most of them were afraid of Charlotte Linlin. But at this time of life and death, Charlotte Linlin will sacrifice her own life in exchange for their survival. I heard that Charlotte Linlin wanted to exchange her life for the names of her children. Linlin, you don't have to do this. Although Thunder God Chunfan is powerful, he can't deal with me in his current state. Kaido of the 100 Beasts said to Charlotte Linlin. They have known each other for so many years. Kaido doesn't really want Charlotte Linlin to die. Kaido, maybe dying today is my fate. You can't kill him in a short time. When you defeat him, all my children will be dead. Charlotte Linlin is not stupid and can see the situation clearly, but most things do not require her to use her brain because she has absolute power to solve them. Thunder God Chunfan, I wonder if this is okay? I will use my life in exchange for the lives of my children. Charlotte Linlin asked Chunfan again. Hearing this request, Chunfan showed an interesting expression on his face. He thought for a while and found that he didn't seem to have any reason not to agree. Kaido of the 100 Beasts is here, and if he continues to fight to the death, it will be of no benefit to him. The most important thing is that Big Mom and his cadres may have to choose one of the two. The reason why Chunfan was unwilling to retreat before was just because the fight had reached such an extent. If the Big Mom pirates could retreat safely, then the Thor pirates would become the laughingstock of the sea. After thinking for a while, Chunfan felt that Charlotte Katakuri and others could not be a threat, and the best option would be to kill Charlotte Linlin. Yes, as long as you commit suicide here, I can let the cadres under you go. Chunfan looked at Charlotte Linlin and said condescendingly, Good. Charlotte Linlin had an expression of relief on her face. In fact, she didn't even know how she felt about her children. At the beginning, Charlotte Linlin just wanted to use her excellent genes to create some powerful subordinates. But at this point, it seems that my feelings for my children are not that shallow. It may be more out of guilt. After all, it seems that I have never placed a high priority on family ties. Charlotte Linlin thought as she picked up Napoleon. Mom, don't. Napoleon struggled desperately. He didn't want his aunt to commit suicide. Mom, don't do this, don't do this. The same goes for Zeus and Prometheus. Mom, don't commit suicide. Trust us, we can escape. Charlotte Katakuri shouted excitedly. Smoothie and others also cried and shouted. Kaido of the 100 Beasts stood proudly in midair, not knowing what to say. Children, this sea belongs to you in the future. Charlotte Linlin looked at Charlotte Katakuri and others with a smile on her lips. Then, she suddenly grabbed Napoleon and stabbed her chest directly. No, Mom. The heartbreaking shouts of Charlotte Katakuri and others could not stop this in the end. With a stab of the sword, her heart stopped. Charlotte Linlin stood there with a smile on her face. Before she died, she looked at her children. Her smile seemed to be saying, or rejoicing that at this point, she had finally fulfilled her responsibilities as a mother and could exchange her own life for the lives of her children. In midair, Beast Kaido looked at Chunfan angrily. He held the mace tightly. He really wanted to kill Chunfan. Facing the wrath of Kaido the Beast, Chunfan didn't care. This world is cruel. This is a life-and-death struggle, and there is no possibility of mercy. Let's go. This matter is over here. Chun Fan said something, and the thunder dissipated and returned to the ground. Bard and others also retreated from the battle and walked to Chun Fan. Looking at everyone in the Thor pirates, Charlotte, Katakuri, and others looked full of anger. Cracker, who had a bad temper, wanted to rush directly to fight with the god of thunder Chun Fan. Charlotte Katakuri suppressed her anger and wiped the tears from her face and hugged Cracker. Katakuri, let me go. I want to avenge my mother. Cracker shouted angrily. Upon hearing these words, Thunder God Chun Fan stopped leaving and stood there with an indifferent expression, as if waiting for Cracker to do something to him. Calm down. Do you want my mother to die in vain? Charlotte Katakuri yelled angrily, and he also wanted to kill Thunder God Chun Fan at this moment. But he knew that with their current strength, they simply couldn't do it, even if Kaido of the Beasts wanted to help his people. The final result is likely to be a lose-lose situation for both parties, because in their current state, they simply cannot deal with the captains of the Thor pirates. It's boring. Why don't you continue the fight? Lafitte looked at everyone with an evil smile. This sentence ignited everyone's anger, but they could only hold it back with all their strength at the moment. Their fists were clenched, wanting revenge, but there was nothing they could do. Kaido of the 100 Beasts also transformed into a human form again, standing in front of Charlotte Katakuri and others. Whether Annie's soul is herself or a nun, these are two controversial opinions on the internet. I will write it as herself here. If I am wrong later, please don't complain. I'm in trouble. Also, I thought about it and decided to save it. I will update it at least 3 times a day. Whether this book can be written will depend on these days. Please be sure to catch up on the update in the next few days. Please. At this time, Kaido of the 100 Beasts looked at everyone in the Thor pirates like a fierce god. Turning around, Thunder God Chun Fan had a joking expression on his face. If he wanted to continue fighting, so what? The same goes for Bard and others, with a powerful aura erupting from their bodies. For a moment, flames flew between the two sides, and the rising momentum of both sides seemed to indicate that they were preparing for a big battle. After several seconds, Beast Kaido stopped first. His expression was full of anger, but he knew that if the battle continued, he might be able to defeat Chun Fan. However, Charlotte Katakuri and others will probably die here. In this case, Charlotte. Lin's death would have been in vain. Although Kaido of the 100 Beasts is not afraid of death, he does not want to see such a scene happen. Let's go. Chun Fan saw Kaido's momentum stopped, and he was too lazy to waste any more time. Afterwards, everyone in the Thor pirates gradually disappeared in place. Charlotte Katakuri, Cracker, and others looked at this scene with absolute anger in their eyes. They wanted to rush forward and fight to the death with Chun Fan and others, but in the end, the last trace of reason allowed them to calm down. 10 minutes later, on the Golden Spaceship, everyone in the Thor pirates had returned to the Golden Spaceship. At this moment, Chun Fan was sitting in front of a table filled with food. He was not polite at all and started to devour it. Wave after wave of weak heat emanated from the body, and then poured into the internal organs, like nectar after the rain, constantly repairing Chun Fan's injuries. Captain, why don't we capture Cake Island? But on the side asked his doubts. No need. Chun Fan did not explain, but just said that there was no need, and Bard did not ask any more questions. After all, he knew that the captain did not like others to question him. Chun Fan looked in the direction of Cake Island. He had actually thought about occupying Cake Island, but in the situation just now, they did not have the upper hand. If the fight continued, the best result would be that both sides would suffer losses and capture the Cake Island. For Chun Fan, there are not many benefits. The first point is that it is too far from his base camp. The second point is that what Chun Fan has always wanted to do is not to rule the world by occupying countries, but to overthrow the supreme throne and rule the world with absolute power. One day later, at this time, there was an open space on Cake Island with a tombstone on it. Kaido's huge body was sitting there, his wine gourd filled with wine. Charlotte Katakuri and others stood nearby with sad faces. They looked at their mother's tombstone with mixed feelings in their hearts. In the past, They were afraid of Charlotte Linlin, and they even felt that their mother had no family affection at all. But now, their emotions are completely different. Whether the ant is out of guilt or family affection in the eyes of his children, his mother finally sacrificed her life for them. Kaido, the beast on the side, looked at the tombstone and took a sip of wine, reminisced about the past. He was not the strongest creature before. At the beginning, Kaido was just an intern crew member of the Rocks Pirates. And Charlotte Linlin has been joining the Rocks Pirates for a long time. Not only has she become a formal crew member, but she also has some status. The most important thing is that at that time, Charlotte Linlin was tall and sexy, not so fat and bloated. Hey, Kaido, this fruit is for you. At that time on the Rocks Pirates, Kaido of the Beast had just been defeated by the enemy and was seriously injured. He was secretly licking his wounds in the dark. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Turning around, it was Charlotte Linlin. She was holding a devil fruit in her hand. Seeing Kaido turn around, Charlotte Linlin threw the devil fruit directly to him. Looking at this devil fruit, Hayakushi Kaido was very confused, thinking to himself, why would she throw a devil fruit to him? This devil fruit is for me. Kaido the Beast asked with some confusion. Otherwise, brat, your strength is too weak. In our Rocks Pirate group, if you're so weak, you're likely to die. And this is just an ordinary animal-type fruit. Charlotte Linlin said with a nonchalant look. In fact, she knew that this fruit was probably not an ordinary animal fruit. However, there is no record in the illustrated book, so Charlotte Linlin is also curious. What type of fruit is this fruit? As for why you gave Kaido this fruit, or why you helped him, maybe it was because Charlotte Linlin felt that the kid in front of her was a bit similar to her own experience. Charlotte Linlin didn't expect that one day you would also help newcomers. Yes, I remember in the past. Didn't you like to bully newcomers the most? The other members of the Rocks Pirates laughed at Charlotte Linlin. What does it matter to you what I do? Charlotte Linlin, who had a bad temper, fought back at them directly. Right? This is the Charlotte Linlin we know. Yes, he's still so grumpy. When the other members of the Rocks Pirates heard Charlotte Linlin getting angry, they still joked about it. After all, most of the people who can be on the Rocks Pirates are not weak players. Kaido, the beast sitting behind the deck, looked at the devil fruit and hesitated whether to eat it or not. He knew that with his current strength, he was lagging behind the Rocks Pirates, and he had to find a way to quickly improve his strength. After hesitating for a few seconds, Kaido decided to eat this devil fruit, mainly because his original idea was to obtain an animal devil fruit. Without any further hesitation, Hayakushi Kaido took a bite of this animal devil fruit. For a moment, the unpleasant smell like shit spread across the taste buds. All of a sudden, Kaido the Beast almost couldn't help but vomit it out, but he could only hold back and swallow it. How's it going? Kid, what abilities have you awakened? Yes, I remember Charlotte Linlin. The devil fruit obtained is not recorded in the illustrated book. Come on, kid, feel what abilities you have obtained. The other crew members of the Rocks Pirates are curious about what abilities Kaido has gained. At this time, Kaido of the 100 Beasts also felt that his physical fitness had increased significantly, and his physical strength had even doubled and become stronger. The most important thing is a powerful force that seems to be born, no longer suppressed. Kaido's entire body soars into the sky. In an instant, a ferocious dragon appeared in front of everyone. It had blue dragon scales, sharp claws, a mysterious appearance, a ferocious dragon head, and a huge body. Everyone was stunned when they saw it, including Rocks who were discussing in the cabin. They also felt this powerful force and walked out of the cabin. The legendary phantom devil fruit. Whitebeard in his youth looked at this devil fruit and said slowly, "Jah, it seems that you are very lucky, little devil. Remember, don't waste this phantom beast devil fruit. Work harder and become stronger." Rocks watched Kaido of the Beasts encourage him. Charlotte Linlin looked at this scene and was a little bit surprised that the animal-type fruit recorded in the illustrated book turned out to be the legendary devil fruit of the phantom beast type that is very rare in the sea. I'll go, this kid Kaido is so lucky. That's right, this kid actually obtained the ability of the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. Yes, this ability is very rare in the sea. I remember the Marine Lieutenant General Sengoku, who seems to be the user with the ability of the Phantom Beast Fruit. That guy's strength is a bit scary. For a moment, the crew members looked at Kaido with a little envy. At this moment, Kaido, who had regained his human form, did not expect that this devil fruit turned out to be the legendary Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. Thank you. I owe you a favor. Kaido, who has always been indifferent, said to Charlotte Linlin. It's interesting, you brat. You actually said that you owe me a favor. You don't think that eating the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit will make you very strong, do you? If the ability user is average or not developed enough, no matter how powerful the devil fruit is, it will be useless. Charlotte. Linlin didn't speak. She didn't care about the favor mentioned by Kaido in her heart. After coming back to his senses, Kaido the Beast took another big gulp of wine. He didn't expect that in the end, he still hadn't returned the favor. Thunder God Chunfan. Thinking of this name, Kaido's eyes couldn't help but be filled with anger. The same goes for Charlotte Katakuri in the back. Brother, what should we do next? Smoothie wiped the tears from his eyes and asked Charlotte Katakuri. Now that their mother, the Captain Charlotte Linlin, has died, what will they do next? After hesitating for a long time, Charlotte Katakuri looked at Kaido. He knew it very well. With their strength, it is impossible to deal with Thunder God Chunfan and the Thunder God Pirates. If you want revenge, you can have a glimmer of hope with the help of Beast Kaido and the Beast Pirates. Lord Kaito, we want revenge, and we hope to join the Beast Pirates. Charlotte Katakuri looked at Kaido and said seriously. Smoothie and others on the side were a little confused for a moment when they heard Charlotte Katakuri suddenly said that she wanted to join the Beast Pirates. However, they immediately figured it out. They knew that with their strength, there was no way to take revenge. Only with the strength of the Beast Pirates could they hope. So no one of them stood up to raise objections. They all wanted revenge. When Charlotte Katakuri said this, Kaido knew exactly what he was thinking. Beast Kaido turned around, looked at Charlotte Katakuri, and hesitated for only a few seconds. Okay, from today on, you are a member of my Beast Pirates. I promise you that one day, I will lead you to a decisive battle with the Thor Pirates. Hearing Kaido's words, Charlotte Katakuri and others were relieved. One day later, the sun was shining brightly. The news that Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, was killed by Thunder God Chunfan has spread throughout the New World. When everyone saw this newspaper, they were all surprised. Here, I saw it right, Charlotte. Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, was actually killed by the god of thunder, Chunfan. Yes, this Thunder God Chunfan is too terrifying. He is worthy of being called a tyrannical monarch. Who says it's not the case? This Thunder God Chunfan not only kills Marines, he also kills pirates. The Marine Alternate General, the Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armed forces, died in his hands. And now even the 4 emperors have died in his hands. I watched this movie. The title of The Strongest Man in the Sea really needs to be changed. It's so scary. I really don't know what level of strength Thunder God Chunfan has reached. And the most terrifying thing is that the Thunder God Pirates rushed directly to their base camp and defeated them. Is it so scary? In this case, I think the Thor Pirates are the strongest pirate group in the sea now. Not necessarily. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, is still there. So what? How old is Whitebeard? Thunder God Chunfan is now at his peak, and the bounty of 5.9 billion is not even reached by One Piece Roger. I also think that Whitebeard is already old after all, and there's a high probability that he will not be able to defeat Thunder God Chunfan now. The pirates on the sea, apart from being surprised by the death of Charlotte Linlin and Chunfan's violence along the way, they were also discussing whether the strongest man in the world was Whitebeard or the god of thunder, Chunfan. Most people think it is Thunder God Chunfan. After all, Thunder God Chunfan is now at his peak, while Whitebeard is old and his strength has begun to decline. Aboard the Moby Dick, at this moment, Whitebeard is sitting on the deck. Although he is getting older and older, his strength will inevitably begin to decline, but he has not yet reached the stage where he needs to take an intravenous drip every day. He looked at the information on the newspaper with a serious look. Has this kid's strength improved further? Whitebeard said slowly. He knew that Thunder God Chun Fan could defeat Charlotte Linlin in such a head-on manner, which showed that his strength was very likely to reach this point. If any of you encounter Thunder God Chun Fan in the future, do not confront him head-on, especially Marco. Whitebeard reminded his sons, because he knew that Chun Fan had probably reached the peak of general strength. At this time, Marco couldn't help but fell into deep thought while looking at the contents of the newspaper. Every time news about Chun Fan appeared, it would shock the world. A few years ago, Marco regarded Chun Fan as his goal to surpass. Now, he no longer had this idea. Chun Fan was like an insurmountable mountain, blocking them. It made people of his generation feel despair and dare not think of transcendence. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Office. There are 3 people sitting in the office at the moment, namely Marine Fleet Admiral Buddha Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, and Marine General Staff He. They all looked at the contents of the newspaper. Garp, who has always been carefree, also stopped eating donuts at this time. Garp, do you think Thunder God Chun Fan's strength has reached that point? Sengoku asked Garp. The probability has already arrived. When I played against him 3 years ago, I could feel that he was only 1 step away from that step. Now 3 years have passed, and he has defeated Charlotte Linlin head-on, which shows that he has really reached that point. Garp expressed his judgment. After hearing this judgment, Waring states, and he had very complicated expressions, because they know that when they reach that point, they will truly stand at the top of the sea, as strong as Roger Whitebeard at his peak, almost the same at this level. Of course, this is not what they are most worried about. What they are most worried about is Chun Fan's talent. You know, Chun Fan is not yet 30 years old, but he already has such strength. So with his talent, where will he eventually reach? For a moment, the 3 of them felt extremely regretful. If only more than 10 years ago, they could have advised Cyborg and Kong Fleet Admiral to make up their minds and send generals to hunt down Chun Fan. Then Cyborg, Sora Fleet Admiral might not have died, and things wouldn't have developed to this point. However, now that we have reached this point, it is too late to say anything. 1 month later, when morning dawned, the sun shone on the earth. At this time, Chun Fan had just stopped training. He looked at the content in the newspaper, which said that former cadres of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Katakuri, and others joined the Beast Pirates. Kaido of all beasts becomes king. Looking at the news, Chun Fan didn't pay too much attention. He knew that Charlotte Katakuri and others joined the Beast Pirates because they wanted to use the power of Kaido and the Beast Pirates to find a way out. Take revenge yourself. However, Chun Fanka has never regarded the pirate group as his opponent. There's only one person he wants to be his opponent now, and that is I'm sitting on the supreme throne. Captain, as of today, we have 132 affiliated pirate groups. Something went wrong. Violet's situation report brought Chun Fan back to his senses. After listening to Violet's report, Chun Fan heard the most critical point is that there's not enough money now. This is also normal. The vigorous development of forces and the development of technology trees are extremely expensive. The gold on Nakorn Island is not infinite, and it will eventually be used up one day. Understand. By the way, have you found the person you asked you to find last time? Chun Fan asked Violet, although the gold on the empty island is not infinite. However, Chun Fan knew that there was someone who could make gold nearly infinite. Captain, the news about Tezig has been found. He is now the boss behind a large auction house in the Sabaody Islands. He is very likely to be on island number 35 in the Sabaody Islands. Violet reported the information she had just learned. Okay, let Bud come and find me. Chun Fan said slowly and indifferently. Okay, Captain. After receiving the order, Violet went down immediately. After a while, Bud came over. Captain, what do you want from me? Bud asked calmly. Come with me to the Sabaody Islands. Chun Fan thought for a while and decided to take someone with him. Okay. After receiving the order, Bud didn't ask why he was going to the Sabaody Islands. Then, a huge Kuimpung appeared above Wano country. Thunder flashed, and Chun Fan stood on top of the huge Kuimpung, with the huge Kuimpung waving its wings and strong winds blowing. The huge Kuimpung took Chun Fan directly away from the country of Wano and headed towards the Sabaody Islands at an extremely fast speed. The next day, under the scorching sun, at this time, on island number 35, a huge auction house was conducting an auction. The auction house is a large circle with people sitting around it. In the middle is a high platform, and above the surroundings, there are VIP rooms. On the high platform, there was an animal devil fruit placed on the table. Next to the devil fruit, a sexy bunny girl picked up the devil fruit and said to everyone, "Everyone, this is the finale item of our auction, the ancient animal species, the Tyrannosaurus rex fruit." When they heard that it was an ancient species of animal, the faces of those who came to auction were filled with excitement. The bidding starts now, with a starting price of 200 million belly. The bunny girl held the devil fruit and said to everyone, 300 million, 350 million, 400 million. In an instant, the price of this ancient animal devil fruit doubled, reaching 400 million. This is because the VIP seats above have not yet been taken. 400 million the first time. When the bunny girl finished her first shout, someone from the VIP table above took action. 600 million. A slightly older voice sounded. As soon as this voice came out, everyone immediately looked over. After all, this suddenly increased by 200 million. The bunny girl on the high platform was even more excited. The higher the price of the devil fruit, the more money she would get. 600 million, no. 7 billion. This time, before the bunny girl finished her first call, someone else started bidding. This fruit was raised by another 100 million. But this is normal. After all, this is also a precious ancient species of animals. The first time in 700 million. 7 billion times for the second time. This time, the bunny girl had shouted for the second time, but still no one bid. Next, the bunny girl deliberately slowed down and did not shout the third time. 7 billionth. 1 billion. At this time, a voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the person from VIP room number 1 who took action. In the VIP room number 1, a man wearing gold jewelry was sitting on the sofa with an arrogant look. The waiter next to him had a puzzled face because he knew that this was the boss behind the auction house. What he couldn't understand was why the boss bought things from his own auction house. And he also paid a high price. But he didn't know that Tezig was not short of money at all. He just did it for fun. On the high platform, the first time in a billion. When she heard that someone had bid up to 1 billion, the bunny girl looked extremely excited. 1 billion the second time. 1 billion the third time. The bunny girl deliberately lengthened the tempo, but this time it was obvious that no one was raising the price anymore. Congratulations to our VIPs in VIP room number 1 for bidding on the grand finale of this auction, the ancient animal species Tyrannosaurus rex fruit. The bunny girl said with excitement. At this moment, a huge kuinpung covering the sky and the earth appeared above the auction house. Everyone's eyes were attracted to it. Here, what is this? It's such a big animal. Isn't this a F asterisk 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 G animal? It's a monster, such a big one. I think it's some kind of animal type fruit-powered user. Look, there's a figure above this monster. Yes, it seems like a person is standing above it. Who is that person? He can actually stand on top of such a big monster. Everyone was extremely shocked when they looked at this huge monster-like bird and the figure above. Terzig's eyes were also attracted, and he always felt that this huge monster was a bit familiar. When everyone was surprised and shocked, purple thunder flashed, and the destructive thunder bathed the high platform. And among the thunder, a tall man wearing black clothes, with delicate features and a face as sharp as a knife, stepped out, especially his eyes, which were like stars. Is the animal an ancient species? It's interesting. At this moment, Chun Fan was already holding the ancient animal type Tyrannosaurus rex fruit in his hand, and the bunny girl was so frightened that she collapsed on the ground. What? Am I so scary? Chun Fan looked at the bunny girl with a smile on his face, but the extremely powerful aura on his body made him so scared that he did not dare to say a word. Tezig in VIP room number 1 looked at the destructive thunder. His pupils widened immediately, and he suddenly remembered, isn't this the so-called tyrannical monarch, Thunder God Chen Fan? How come this person appears here? At the same time, the huge Kunpeng also transformed into a human form and appeared on the high platform. Let me just say, this giant monster is a fruit user. Can't you find that the man in black looks a little familiar? Familiar? What is familiar? Are you stupid? Isn't this the god of death and thunder in the sea, Chen Fan? Yes. Why does this person appear here? How'd he show up? I don't know. Let's leave quickly. This man has a very vicious reputation and kills without blinking an eye. Yeah, let's run away. For a moment, everyone in the auction house also recognized Chen Fan and immediately ran away. Like a herd of frightened horses, fleeing quickly, no one dared to stay. Watching this scene, Chen Fan stood on the high platform, speechless, thinking to himself, was he that scary? Why did everyone run away when they saw him? Hearing these words, Bud on the side complained at his heart. Captain, you are known as the god of death. O tyrannical monarch, think about it for yourself. Is this title a good or bad name? Can ordinary people not run away when they see you? Tezig in VIP room number 1 also felt that it was a bit troublesome and was about to leave immediately. He knew that he could never offend this person because of his strength. As for the ancient Tyrannosaurus fruit, give it to him. If you want to snatch it back, you won't even dare to give Tezig $10,000. Just when Terzig was about to turn around and leave. What? Are you leaving, Terzig? I'm here specifically to see you this time, and you can't leave. Chen Fan's voice came out, and he looked at Tezig. Hearing these words, Tezig could not help but tremble, turned around, and met Chen Fan's eyes. For a moment, he felt as if he was facing a huge mountain and great pressure was exerted on him. Master Chen Fan, you're really good at joking. What can a legend of the sea like you do with a small character like me? Terzig had an apologetic smile on his face. He didn't think about escaping. He knew that he would definitely not be able to outrun Thunder. You're not a small character. Even if you were a small character, your devil fruit ability is not. I like your devil fruit ability very much. Chen Fan still looked at Tezig with a smile on his face. Hearing these words, Tezig's face was filled with dark lines. He had almost guessed what Chen Fan's purpose was. Okay, don't waste time going down. Surrender to me and join our Thor pirates. When Chen Fan said these words, thunder flashed for just a few seconds. Bang! The sound of breaking glass was heard. The next second, Chen Fan had appeared in front of Tezig. Feeling the destructive aura coming from Chen Fan, Tezig couldn't help but take a step back. But he really doesn't want to surrender to others. He has his own things to do. What? Don't you want to surrender? Then die. As Chen Fan spoke, wisps of purple thunder surrounded him, and the terrifying aura seemed to destroy everything. Cold sweat continued to flow from his forehead. Terzig never thought of resisting. He knew that although he was not weak, in the eyes of this legend on the sea, he was just a slightly stronger ant. I can join, but I hope you can agree to one condition, which is to kill 3 Tianlong people. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't be able to join. Tezig's eyes were firm, and he stated his conditions. He also had his own arrogance and was unwilling to give in just like this. Hearing that Tezig still dared to negotiate conditions with him, Chen Fan raised his eyes slightly and smiled at the corner of his mouth. He was thinking about whether he should agree to this condition. If you don't agree to kill him, it will be a bit troublesome to find this devil fruit. Moreover, Tezig is not weak in strength. If he grows further, he could be a good helper. It's interesting. It's really interesting that you dare to negotiate conditions with me. However, I'm not the kind of unreasonable person. So what if I agree to this condition? Chen Fan smiled and agreed. When Bud heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that his captain was the most unreasonable person. He could only agree to this condition after weighing the pros and cons. Tezig was a little surprised to hear that Chen Fan agreed like this. Bang! At this time, a shocking explosion sounded. Chen Fan looked towards the place where the explosion came from. It was coming from the Holy Land, Marie Joa. Interestingly, it seems that I am quite incompatible with this holy place, Maria Joya. Every time I come to this holy place, Maria Joya will explode. Chen Fan thought about the time. It was now 1506. Indeed, it seemed that a big event would happen this year. Come on, follow me to the Holy Land. It seems that your conditions can be met today. Chen Fan said with a smile. Hearing these words, Tezig instantly thought that he was crazy. He thought that Chen Fan was going to trespass into the Holy Land alone. Even if he is a legend on the sea, is this too dangerous? What? Do you need me to repeat it again? Although I agree to your conditions, it does not mean that you can oppose me. Chen Fan looked serious. Seeing Chen Fan's appearance, Tezig was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. But let's go, Chen Fan said to Bud behind him. After receiving the order, Bud immediately came outside the room without any hesitation and transformed into a huge Kumping. Chen Fan jumped up. Tezig on the side did not dare to waste time and also jumped up. Then, the huge Kumping turned into a stream of light and headed towards the Holy Land Marie Joa. Meanwhile, Holy Land Marie Joya. A fisherman had just carried out a prison break in a big explosion and was escaping with the people trapped by the Tianlong people. The trapped people tried their best to escape. It was strange that the general-level experts in the Holy Land did not appear. As for the others, they could not stop them at all. Above the sky, a huge Kumping appeared above the Holy Land of Maria Joya. At this moment, Chen Fan has brought Bard and the two to the Holy Land Marie Joa. He looked at the people fleeing below with an indifferent expression, without any intention of helping. What does the death of these guys have to do with Chen Fan? Today I will kill a few D Tianlong people for fun. Just wait for me here, Chen Fan said to the two bards. Of course, he is not afraid of Terzig escaping. After all, with Bard's speed and strength, the chance of Terzig escaping is less than 1%. Thunder flashed, and a stream of blue light disappeared in the sky, and after a while, Chen Fan came to the Holy Land and looked at the splendid buildings and the scenery that could be said to be the miraculous workmanship of nature. These offals are quite enjoyable. Chen Fan couldn't help but say something. Afterwards, Chen Fan didn't want to waste time going down. He flashed his thunder and disappeared on spot. After all, this was their base camp, so he should finish killing everyone and leave as soon as possible. If it weren't for the explosion, Chen Fan wouldn't have broken into this place. Moreover, in addition to Tezig's conditions, the most important thing is that Chen Fan has his own purpose, otherwise he would not trespass into the Holy Land. After all, there is still a certain risk in this, but of course it is much smaller than the risk in Red Earl. The Red Earl wanted to kill the celestial dragon lineage and cause a big disturbance in the Holy Land. Wouldn't that force others to come and arrest him? Soon, Chen Fan came to a huge villa. Inside the villa, there was a family of 3 sitting there leisurely. The most important thing is that they all have bubble hoods on their heads. Obviously, these 3 people are all Tianlong people. It seems I'm pretty lucky. There are exactly 3. Chen Fan's whole body flashed with thunder, and he appeared in front of the 3 people. Who are you? How dare you, a lowly guy, break in without permission? Seeing someone appear, the first reaction of these Tianlong people is not fear, but accusations from above. I'm the one who killed you. After Chen Fan finished speaking with a smile, thunder raged. He pointed his finger forward, and 3 rays of thunder appeared in an instant. Looking at the destructive thunder, the 3 heavenly dragons' eyes were filled with horror. They seemed to remember who this guy was, but they were wondering how he dared to trespass into the Holy Land. In an instant, the 3 thunderbolts directly blasted the 3 Tianlong people into pieces. After Chen Fan took out a din mushy camera to record everything, he was ready to leave. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, alarms sounded between the villas. It was obvious that the deaths of these 3 people triggered the alarms. Hearing the alarm, Chen Fan's face looked a little ugly. He didn't make such a big noise just to avoid trouble. Now it seems that this trouble is inevitable, but it's okay because it will make it easier to carry out my plan. However, he couldn't stay in this place. Without hesitation, Chun Fan turned into a ray of lightning and ran towards the outside of the Holy Land. But just when Chun Fan ran a few hundred meters, suddenly, a golden sword energy came straight towards him. Looking at the golden sword energy, Chun Fan immediately blocked it with the thunder spear. Seeing an old man appear in front of him, Chun Fan said with a smile, "Oh, we meet again, Saint Figaland Gallen. Chun Fan, you are so bold that you dare to trespass into the Holy Land." Saint Figaland Gallen had a very unfriendly look in his eyes. The last time he took action, he let this guy run away. This time, he would definitely not allow this to happen. Oh, so what? Chun Fan's face was still full of calmness, as if he didn't take Figaland Gallen Saint seriously at all. Then there was a flash of thunder, and Chun Fan immediately disappeared from the spot. He was not stupid enough to fight with Saint Figaland Gallen here. Besides, there was absolutely no need for him to do so, as Saint Figaland Gallen couldn't catch up with him anyway. Looking at Chun Fan, who turned into thunder, Figaland Gallensheng's face became even uglier, but he still chose to chase him. But the speed is indeed a bit worse. Dozens of seconds later, Chun Fan was about to run out of the Holy Land. At this moment, a right foot like a giant pillar kicked him heavily. Seeing this situation, Chun Fan did not hesitate. A purple thunder spear appeared in his right hand, and he blasted forward. Bang! In an instant, the two powerful attacks collided with each other. Chun Fan stood proudly in place, while the person who attacked him flew backwards several meters. Not bad. You can actually block my attack. When Chun Fan saw this man, he couldn't help but praise him. He also found that the thin, middle-aged man with a scar on his face was wearing the same clothes as Figaland Gallensheng. The most important thing is that he has a pair of wings behind him. Thor, Chun Fan, don't even think about leaving here. Orlan Shunda looked at Chun Fan fiercely. Oh, really? Then give it a try. Chun Fan immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the spot again. At the same time, when Orlan Shunda saw this situation, he immediately chased after him. As a user of the Pegasus fruit, he possessed extremely fast speed, so fast that it seemed like the speed of rainbow light. The main thing is that in order to catch up with Chun Fan, he forced himself to surpass his limit. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and this explosion beyond his limit actually allowed him to catch up with Chun Fan. The fist in his hand seemed to turn into a meteor and hit Chun Fan directly. Seeing this scene, Chun Fan did not hesitate. His left fist was filled with destructive thunder, like a giant dragon. Boom! In an instant, the Pegasus fist and the Thunder fist collided with each other. The atmosphere roared, and everything was torn apart. This blow caused an explosion, strong winds, and circles of air waves spread out. Oranshingda flew backwards for hundreds of meters before stopping. Watching this scene, Chun Fan showed an interested expression. He knew that this guy could barely keep up with his speed, and he could even withstand 2 of his attacks head-on, which meant that this guy had reached the level of a general. It seems that the foundation of the Holy Land should not be underestimated. Do you think you can beat me? Chun Fan looked at Olenshingda with a smile on his face. I don't need to be able to beat you. I just need to be able to hold you back. Olenshingda looked at Chun Fan calmly. As the deputy leader of the God's Guards, he had the responsibility to arrest Chun Fan. After hearing these words, Chun Fan also saw that his domineering power was fully unfolded. He discovered that Figaland Gallen Saint was already less than a kilometer away from him. Interesting, it seems that the Holy Land has already taken measures to deal with me. But so what? Although Chun Fan knew his situation, there was still no panic on his face, because this was what he wanted to see. The wings of thunder waved, and Chun Fan disappeared from the spot again, turning into a purple stream of light. Seeing this situation, Oranshingda turned into a Pegasus, waving its wings behind it, and chased after him. The two started a chase, and Olenshingda further increased his speed through a forced burst. Chun Fan couldn't get rid of him for a while. Of course, the most important thing was that Chun Fan didn't want to get rid of him. Otherwise, even with all his strength, Olenshingda still couldn't catch up with Chun Fan. After a while, Chun Fan appeared next to Bard, thunder flashed, and he stopped. Olenshingda, who was catching up, looked at this scene with an ugly expression on his face. He didn't expect that there were two more people. He knew that that burly man was none other than Kuenpung, Bard, the captain of the battle division of the Thor pirates. As for the other one, Orenshingda seems to have some impression, although he can't remember who he is. But he shouldn't have the strength of a general. There are two general levels. Olenshingda knows that he has the strength of an ordinary general and cannot be the opponent of the two. But so what? It is impossible for the two of them to defeat themselves in a short time. As long as he delays for a few minutes, St. Fegelin Garin will be able to catch up. At this moment, Chun Fan naturally knew what Olenshingda was thinking, but he had his own plan. Then, he threw the camera and phone bug to Tezig. "Open it and take a look." Tezig quickly took the camera and phone bug, opened it, and immediately saw the tragic situation of the three celestial dragons, plus the fact that Orenshingda was now chasing Chun Fan. Tezig naturally believed that Chun Fan really killed three celestial dragons. "Captain, I am willing to join the Thor pirates. I will be a member of the Thor pirates from now on." Turzig, who was extremely resentful of the celestial dragons, immediately expressed his willingness to join the Thunder God pirates. Of course, he also knew that if he disagreed now, he would face death. Seeing that the three people did not pay attention to him, Orenshingda was not angry. He wished for this because he felt that Fegelin Garanshang was approaching. "Come on, follow me to a place." After Chun Fan finished speaking, he turned into a stream of blue light and fled toward the horizon. Bard on the side did not hesitate and drove Tezig in the direction of Chun Fan. Seeing this scene, Orenshingda did not dare to waste time and immediately chased after him. In this way, a new round of chase began, with Orenshingda attacking from behind, trying to slow down Chun Fan and the others. In response, Chun Fan did not choose to fight back, but instead avoided, resisted, and headed in one direction. But on the other side saw that his captain did not fight back, so he also chose not to fight back. However, as a result, their speed inevitably slowed down. A few minutes later, thunder flashed, and Chun Fan appeared on the ground, followed by Bard. They came to a tavern with 5 words written on it: "Rip off the bar." At this moment, in the rip-off bar, there are 3 little girls hiding in the back kitchen, and Shaki and Pluton Rayleigh are also there. Pluton Rayleigh, who originally looked relaxed, felt 3 powerful auras, and the most powerful aura was full of destruction and violence. This breath made Pluton Rayleigh feel extremely familiar, and for a moment, his expression suddenly dropped. If it is really the one he is familiar with, then it is definitely not a good thing. Outside the pub, Bud blocked him. Chun Fan ordered a Bard. "Okay, Captain." Bud responded immediately. At this moment, Orenshingda was very confused. He was curious, why was Chun Fan stopping in front of this tavern? Afterwards, Chun Fan entered the tavern directly in front of him. Seeing this scene, Orenshingda naturally wanted to chase after him. "What? Do you want to go in and ask me?" A huge Kuenping appeared from the sky in an instant. Its sharp claws contained a cyan hurricane, and it grabbed directly at Orenshingda's head. Not daring to hesitate, Olenshingda's fist was covered with flowing light, and he rushed forward. Boom! In an instant, 2 powerful attacks collided. The landslide and the ground cracked, and countless rubbles flew across. Under this blow, Olenshingda flew backwards and did not stop until he was dozens of meters away. Countless houses were destroyed. Obviously, Orenshingda is not as powerful as Bard. This is normal. Bard was originally a physical expert before he broke through the general-level combat power. In addition, after swallowing the Kuenping fruit of the phantom bee species, his strength was further enhanced. Bard's power is also close to the top of the sea. After wiping the ashes on his body, Olenshingda was knocked away but not seriously injured. Afterwards, the two started fighting. The 2 of them came into the air, a green hurricane swept across, and Pegasus meteors descended. Every strike of the 2 people can cause a roar in the atmosphere and produce a fierce explosion. At this time, a golden giant appeared and slammed directly at Orangeshingda. Get away! Seeing this situation, Orangeshingda did not hesitate and punched out directly. The fist was as black as ink and covered with flowing light. Under the entanglement of two powerful forces, in an instant, this seemingly huge golden giant he was blown away by a punch. With this punch, Tezig crashed into several houses, sending rubble and dust flying everywhere. Tezig stood up with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was seriously injured by this blow. After all, his current strength is only that of a lieutenant general, and it is too reluctant to participate in a battle of this level. No need to help, just leave this guy to me. The huge Kuenpung was covered with a green hurricane, and he had gradually suppressed Orangeshingda. On the other side, the tavern's kitchen. Pluton Rayleigh looked at the man in black who appeared, his face a little ugly, and sure enough, as he suspected, this man came over. It seems I'm lucky you're really here now. A smile appeared on Chun Fan's lips. He first looked at Pluton Rayleigh, and finally, he looked at the three sisters. If he remembered correctly, these three little girls were the three Hancock sisters. Thunder God, Chun Fan, do you have anything to do with me? Pluton Rayleigh looked at Chun Fan with some vigilance. After all, their relationship was not pleasant last time. When they heard that the people in front of them were the legendary tyrants, Thor and Hancock, their eyes were full of surprise. They wondered why this person appeared here. It's just a small matter. I hope Mr. Rayleigh can help me kill Saint Fegalan-Garen. Chun Fan looked at Rayleigh with a smile. Hearing these words, Rayleigh, who had always been calm, also had black lines on his face. He never imagined that Chun Fan would say such shameless words. Killing Fegalan-Garen's saint, a strong man with the strength of an elite general, is called a trivial matter? This is not a trivial matter. You know, I won't agree to it, and don't even think about threatening me with that thing again. Pluton Rayleigh looked at Chun Fan seriously. He could compromise once, but that didn't mean he could always compromise. It's so troublesome. Why not just think that I owe you a favor? When Chun Fan said this, his expression had become cold. For a moment, the two people's aura erupted, and the entire kitchen was quiet for several seconds before Pluton Rayleigh slowly said, You help me rescue these three sisters, and I'll help you take action. Of course, we just take action together. You are still needed to kill Fegalan-Garen's saint. Pluton Rayleigh also stated his conditions. He could not always help Chun Fan unconditionally. Chun Fan smiled and agreed, because he knew that the three sisters could run out without his help. At the same time, outside, the huge Kuenpung that was originally suppressing Orangeshingda was knocked to the ground. The cyan hurricane gathered on the ground, and Bard looked at the person who appeared with a serious expression. Standing next to St. Oran was St. Fegalan-Garen, who was coming over. Oh, everyone is here. At this time, a voice sounded, and Chun Fan walked out. He led the two people here, naturally to kill them and weaken the strength of the world government. Seeing Chun Fan, Fegalan-Garen was not surprised. Originally, he was here to hunt down this man, but when he saw the old man wearing glasses and slippers behind him, his face became a little ugly. Pluton Rayleigh, it's you again? You don't seem to want to retire quietly. Fegalan-Garen's tone was very unkind. Last time, it was Pluton Rayleigh who helped the Red Count and allowed Cyborg to die there. At this moment, Pluton Rayleigh didn't speak. He was complaining endlessly in his heart. He really wanted to tell Fegalan-Garen, you think I want to. If this kid hadn't found me all the time and I still had the leverage in his hands, would I have helped him? Okay, let's stop talking nonsense, and let's take a look. Who will die here today? Chun Fan looked at the two people in front of him with a smile. He asked Pluton Rayleigh to take action, just to see if he could quickly kill Fegalan-Garen's saint with 2 against 1. The moment he finished speaking, Chun Fan's whole body shone with thunder of destruction. In an instant, the wings of thunder spread out behind his back, and purple thunder filled the entire sky. The whole scene was like the world was being destroyed. When Hancock and others in the rear saw this scene, their eyes were filled with surprise. They had never seen such a scene before. Can humans use this endless thunder of destruction? In an instant, They understood what the weight of the legend on the sea was. Fegalan Jialansheng also pulled out the famous sword in his hand, and powerful sword intent burst out. His famous sword was as black as ink, entwined with two dragon-like powers. Chen Fan on the other side appeared with the Thunder Spear, representing the power of destroying the world. He instantly transformed into a thunder dragon and rushed away. Seeing this situation, Saint Fegalan Garen did not hesitate. He had no intention of retreating. After all, this place was not far from the Holy Land, and his body quickly disappeared in place. Clang! In an instant, the Thunder Spear and the sharp sword collided together. The landslide and the ground cracked. Countless rubble flew across. Houses collapsed, and circles of air waves spread out. When the two collided, they immediately flew into the air without hesitation. For a time, the thunder of destruction and the ultimate sword energy continued to wreak havoc in the midair. After 2 years of fierce collision, at this time, a sharp white sword energy appeared, containing extremely powerful power, and swept towards Fegalan Garen Saint at an extremely fast speed. Without hesitation, Fegalan Garen Saint immediately dodged to the right. Boom! The sword energy passed directly by him, and then exploded in the sky, and wisps of sword energy scattered in all directions. The moment he dodged, Chun Fan held the Thunder Spear and attacked immediately. At the same time, Rayleigh also attacked. For a time, Fegalan Garen Sheng faced attacks from Chun Fan and Rayleigh. On the other side, Bard did not hesitate and turned into a huge Kunping again and attacked Oranshingda. And Oranshingda also transformed into a Pegasus. In an instant, the sky was above. Two ancient ferocious beasts were engaged in a fierce collision and bloody fight. Drops of blood spilled on the ground, and the peerless ferocious power spread in the sky. Every collision between the two people has the power of shaking gold and rocks, and the atmosphere is constantly roaring. The huge Kunpeng's wings, with cyan hurricanes on them, headed directly toward the Pegasus. The horse didn't hesitate that day, and the power of the streamer carried on its wings was swung straight out. Bang, bang! In an instant, the white wings and the cyan wings collided fiercely. In the sky, strong winds rose, and tornadoes appeared out of thin air. The two ferocious beasts fell back one after another under this blow, and then violently collided with each other again, biting and fighting. The cyan hurricane seemed to destroy everything in the world, and the white stream of light seemed to drown everything. Two huge, ferocious beasts collided in the sky, and they were indifferent for a while. At the same time, not far away from them, facing the siege of the two men, Saint Fegalan Garen suddenly fell into a disadvantage. You must know that Chun Fan is now a real peak general, and he has no hold on anything. He has the power when he strikes. The Purple Thunder has the power to destroy the world. As for Rayleigh, he also took action with all his strength. After all, he didn't have much friendship with Fegalan Garen Saint. It could even be said that he had a bit of hatred. Pluton Rayleigh wouldn't mind at all if he could really keep Fegalan Garen Saint here. Blood began to flow, and within a few minutes of the battle, scars began to appear on Saint Fegalan Garen's body. Saint Fegalan Garen has not encountered such a situation for a long time. Especially the destructive thunder made Fei Jialand and Jialin Sheng feel extremely uncomfortable. He felt that Chun Fan's power was stronger than 3 years ago, and had even reached that point. As for this guy Rayleigh, Fegadegaran is also wondering why this guy's strength hasn't declined at all. For a while, he could only hope that world government support would arrive soon. The two guys started to attack with all their strength, just thinking about whether they could solve him in a short time. Old guy, fight me and you dare to be in trance. With the thunderous wings waving, the Thunder Spear in Chun Fan's hand directly pierced the arm of Fegalan Garen Sheng. With an indifferent look on his face, Saint Fegalan did not hesitate. Two powerful forces covered the famous sword and immediately blocked it in front of him. Clang! In an instant, the tip of the Thunder Spear collided with the blade of the famous sword. The terrifying power directly caused the body of Fegelin Garin to fly backwards. At this time, Pluton Rayleigh appeared above him. He waved his famous sword and slashed it hard in front of Saint Fegelin Garin. There was no time to dodge, and Saint Fegelin Degelin could only block in front of him with his famous sword again. The sound of gold and iron horses sounded instantly, and after hastily resisting, the body of Fegelin Garin Saint fell down again. At the same time, the destructive thunder power attacked again. Faced with the powerful thunder spear, Fegelin Garin Saint did not dare to hesitate. He held his famous sword and continued to block. On the other side, Pluton Rayleigh's attacks also followed one after another. Faced with the siege of the two men, Fegelin Garin Shung had no chance to counterattack and could only resist constantly. After all, he is no longer at his peak and only has the strength of an elite general. The opposite Chun Fan is not only at his peak, but may also become stronger. As for Pluton Rayleigh, although his strength has declined, he still barely maintains the strength of an elite general. Above the sky, 3 streams of light were constantly colliding fiercely. Scars appeared on Saint Fegelangarin's body, and blood flowed on the ground. The sky and the earth cracked, the earth roared, and the battle between the 5 general-level experts tore the entire sky apart. It can be said that the battle between the 5 people was no less than an imperial battle. After all, these are 5 powerful generals. The 3 Hancock sisters below were completely stunned when they saw this scene. Where have they seen such a scene? Sister, are they still human? Why are they so powerful? Yeah, they fought so hard that the sky was torn apart. I don't know. The strength of these 5 people is beyond our imagination. Hancock also looked at the battle above in surprise. Only Shaki on the side behaved a little calmer. After all, she has lived for so long and has seen many big scenes. When the 4 people were shocked, Marine Headquarters, Marine Fleet Admiral Office. Sengoku had just received an order from the 5 elders to ask the Marine government to send support, and he had just learned about it. Captain of the Thor Pirates, Thor Chun Fan, Captain of the Thor Pirates and Battle Division Bard. The 2 appeared in the Holy Land of Mariajoya. Moreover, Thunder God Chun Fan broke into the Holy Land and killed 3 celestial dragons. Now the 5 elders are ordering the Warring States period to send general-level strong men to support them. Warring States thought about it for a moment, and the only one who has not yet gone on a mission is Porcelino. Moreover, his speed is also the most suitable to go to support now. Afterwards, Warring States immediately made a phone call. At this moment, in the general's office, Kazura was leisurely fishing with his legs crossed. Blue, blue. When the phone bug in his arms rang, Kazaru's expression suddenly changed. He knew that if the phone bug rang at this time, he would most likely not be able to fish. I am Sengoku, Kazuru. Now you go to the Sabaody Islands as quickly as possible to support. Thunder God, Chun Fan, and Kuanpung Bader will appear there. Now the leader and deputy leader of the Knights of God are chasing the 2. After hearing this order, Kazaru's face was filled with black lines. He really didn't want to face that guy Chun Fan. This guy was too fierce in fights. However, Marine defaulted to calling him every time Chun Fan appeared. After all, he was the only one who could fully keep up with his speed. It's just terrible. Kazaru had a wretched look on his face, and then he could only reluctantly transform his whole body into elements, turning into a beam of light and disappearing into the sky. At this moment, Warring States didn't know that Pluton Rayleigh was also there. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to send just Kazaru there. Sabaody Islands, sky above. At this time, the battle was still fierce. In the battle between Oranshingda and Bard, it was impossible to determine the outcome for a while. Both of them were ordinary generals. It was basically impossible for them to determine the outcome in a short time. But on the other side, Fegelin Garin Shung, who was besieged by Chun Fan and Rayleigh, was in a bad situation. At this moment, his whole body was full of scars. You must know that the battle was less than half a quarter of an hour. Chun Fan's whole body was covered with destructive thunder. The purple thunder seemed to turn into giant dragons, and a magical thunder spear was going to destroy everything. Rayleigh on the side did the same, bursting out with all his strength, Conqueror's domineering energy wrapped around the famous sword. On the other hand, Fegelin Garanshung also tried his best, but he was not in his peak state. Facing the siege of the two men, he was a little powerless. There was a slight wheezing sound, and St. Fegelin Garen's physical strength was rapidly depleting, and there were some scars on his body, which were also full of scorch. You must know that for a strong man of his level, it is difficult for him to feel tired in such a short period of time. It is conceivable that it is really not easy for him to face the siege of two people. Old guy, you guys from the old era, why don't you quit as soon as possible? Chen Fan said with a smile on his face. As he spoke, the thunder spear in his hand continued to attack like a violent storm. Faced with such dense attacks, Fegelin Garen Saint could only resist constantly. The most annoying thing is that there are white sword auras in the distance, sweeping in continuously, and this sword aura is extremely sharp and contains extremely terrifying power. It is impossible for Fegelin Garen Shung to dare to carry it with his body. Kid, you were not born when I created legends in this sea. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Fegelin Garen Shung said in a fierce tone. So what? You are old now, and you are really not strong enough. Chun Fan said this almost mockingly. Hearing this, St. Fegelin Garen looked very pale. As the leader of the Knights of God, and as an old man from the previous era, you must know that even Roger Whitebeard would not dare to be so disrespectful in front of him. But the kid in front of him actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. The powerful aura in Fegelangulin Shung's whole body exploded, and he could no longer endure it. In an instant, 1,000-meter-long golden sword energy burst out, seemingly destroying everything in the world. Thunder Guardian. Facing this blow, Chun Fan had no idea of evading it. In an instant, the huge thunder wings closed together, as if forming a ball, with the purple thunder of destruction covering the outside. Boom! In an instant, the thousands of meters of golden sword energy collided with the wings of thunder, and a shocking explosion sounded, sending dust flying everywhere. As the smoke dissipated, Chun Fan spread his thunder wings without any damage. He actually blocked the blow. Seeing this scene, Fegelandagrin Shung couldn't believe it. He actually discovered during the battle that Chun Fan's physique seemed to be beyond that of ordinary people. He even wondered if Chun Fan was from a special race. Otherwise, how could he train his body to such a terrifying level? You really are a monster. St. Fegelin Garen sighed while fighting Rayleigh. Indeed, this guy has such terrifying strength at such a young age. How can he train him? Including Pluton Rayleigh at this moment couldn't help but be shocked. Really? I think I'm not strong enough. At least I can't kill you quickly. When Chun Fan said this, a smile appeared on his lips, and the next second, his thunder wings waved. Chun Fan attacked again, and the thunder spear in his hand kept attacking Fegeland Garanshung. The right foot, as black as ink, was like a giant pillar, kicking hard at the head of St. Fegelin Garen. With no time to dodge, Fegelandagrin Shung could only block with his left arm in front of him, and his left arm was still covered with arm-domineering force. Bang! The sound of collision rang out, and with the huge force, the entire body of Fegeland Garen Saint flew backward to the left. At the same time, a white sword energy turned into a ferocious white dragon and swept towards him. Not daring to hesitate, before he had time to stabilize his body, Fegelin Garen Saint immediately waved his famous sword. In an instant, a golden sword energy slashed straight out and turned into a golden dragon in midair. Boom! In an instant, the golden dragon and the white dragon collided together. The two terrifying attacks produced a fierce explosion and disappeared between the sky and the earth together, forming a circle of air waves that spread out. But before Fegelin Garen Saint could take a breath, a series of destructive thunders fell from the sky. The speed was so fast that Fegelin Garen could not avoid it, and even had no time to counterattack. Fegelandagrin's face was a bit ugly, and he could only block it with his arms in front of him. It's easy. The thunder of destruction kept bombarding St. Fegalangaren. In an instant, the body of St. Fegalangaren was scorched black, and scars began to appear. This is because his physical fitness is not weak, otherwise he would not have suffered such a minor injury. Damn asterisk 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 D. I'm going to kill you. The anger in St. Fegalanggaren's heart was like a volcano erupting. Really? Then you can come and try it. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Fan appeared behind him, and the thunder spear in his hand stabbed straight into his back. With his pupils slightly opened, St. Fegalanggaren immediately turned around and blocked the famous sword in his hand. Clang! The thunder spear collided with the sharp, famous sword. The next second, Fegalanggaren Saint waved the famous sword in his hand and attacked continuously. Chun Fan did not hesitate and kept waving the thunder spear. The thunder of destruction raged, and the sharp sword energy splashed everywhere. When the two of them collided fiercely, a white sword energy rushed straight towards Fegalanggaren Saint at an extremely fast speed. With an extremely ugly look on his face, Fegalanggaren Shung was forced to dodge again. When he retreated, Chun Fan followed closely. The attacks of the two people can be said to be like a violent storm. Even if they're stronger than Fegalanggaren Saint, they will not get any chance to breathe. It can be said that if this continues, when the two of them are in full strength at the beginning, Fegalanggaren may not be able to survive for an hour. On the other side, Saint Orin also discovered this scene, and he wanted to help Saint Fegalanggaren. But Bard clung to him. At this moment, Bard naturally understood the captain's plan. How could he let Orinshunda go and help? What? I wanted to go and ask Lousy. Bard just flapped his wings, and in an instant, two blue hurricanes measuring thousands of meters appeared in the sky, seeming to destroy everything, and swept towards Orinshunda at extremely fast speeds. Facing these two powerful attacks, Orinshunda did not dare to hesitate and turned around immediately. Bah! He raised his legs in front of him high, and with a cry, meteors fell from the sky, directly drowning the two cyan hurricanes. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky and the earth, and the white meteor shower continued to attack the cyan hurricane. The sound of explosions continued to sound, and circles of ripples spread out. It can be said that fortunately the battle between the five people was in the sky. If it were on the ground, with the strength of the five people, it is estimated that after this fight, the island will disappear. The three Hancock sisters below were completely stunned. Especially the thunder of destruction made them extremely shocked. In their eyes, can this kind of world-destroying power of divine punishment really be achieved by humans? Sister Shaki, who will win? Hancock asked this question, so naturally they couldn't understand the current situation. We have the advantage, or, in other words, Thunder God Chun Fan has the advantage. Faced with the siege of Rayleigh and Chun Fan, Fegalanggaren Shung is completely at a disadvantage. It can be said that if there are no accidents, Fegalanggaren Shung will not be able to hold on for long. As for Bard, the one with the Kuanpung fruit ability and the deputy leader of the Knights of God, the battle between them could not be decided in a short period of time. Shaki expressed his assessment of the situation. Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately felt relieved, as long as their side had the advantage. Above the sky, the battle is still going on. At this moment, within a kilometer radius of a few people, there is basically no human habitation. Although they fight in the sky, it may also affect ordinary people. These ordinary people don't want to lose their lives just because they watch a battle. After all, there are countless such cases on the sea. The attacks of these powerful men on the sea can cause ordinary people to lose their lives with just one casual blow. This is the tragedy of the weak. They do not even have the right to control their own lives. Half an hour later, heavy breathing sounded, and St. Fegalangdeglin looked at the blood flowing from his right hand, and then looked at the person opposite, who burst out with a powerful momentum. His face was very ugly. Fegalangjalan Shung knew that in this battle, he would fall if he was not careful. As for the support from the Holy Land, Saint Fegelin Garin knew that it would not arrive so soon, because he knew that during this period, part of the high-end combat power of the Holy Land was at the core. Old guy, you seem to be dying. Chen Fan's tone was filled with absolute ridicule. As he spoke, the purple thunder flew violently, waving its thunder wings, and the thunder spear he held directly attacked Fegalan Garin Saint. Kid, when Laozi created the legend on the sea, you weren't even born yet. Fegalan Garin Sheng was extremely angry. He had never been so provoked by a young man, and his body disappeared in an instant. The famous sword in his hand is covered with powerful sword energy and arm domineering energy. Clang! In an instant, the thunder spear and the sharp sword collided together. The atmosphere roared, the sound of explosions sounded, and circles of air waves spread out. At the same time, Pluton Rayleigh also attacked from behind. The powerful sword force on his body burst out, and the long sword in his hand stabbed directly at the back of Saint Fegalan Garin at an extremely fast speed. With a solemn look on his face, Fegalangelin Sheng hurriedly dodged to the right, but Chen Fan's attacks followed one after another. The destructive thunder spear, like a thunder dragon, pierced directly into the chest of Saint Fegalan Garin. Not daring to hesitate, Fegalan Garin Saint quickly blocked in front of him with his famous sword. At this time, Rayleigh's attack followed. For a time, Fegalan Garin Sheng could only deal with the attacks of the two men. Above the sky, the battle between the three people continued to produce atmospheric roars. Faced with the siege of the two men, Fegalan Garin Saint was completely at a disadvantage. Endless thunder punishment. Chen Fan soared into the sky, his wings of lightning several meters wide spread out, and wisps of thunder several meters thick fell from the sky, like a vast ocean, directly drowning Fegalan Garin Saint. With an extremely solemn look on his face, facing this powerful attack, Fegalangelin Sheng hurriedly swung his sword, and for a moment, golden sword energy burst out. It transformed into a giant golden tiger in mid-air and swallowed up the thunderous ocean of destruction. Boom! However, this giant golden tiger also exploded and dissipated between heaven and earth. But before Fegalangelin Saint could take a breath, a white sword energy of hundreds of meters, accompanied by the roar of the atmosphere, and carrying extremely terrifying power, rushed straight towards him. Without enough time to dodge, Fegalan Garin Sheng quickly blocked in front of him with his famous sword. Boom! The white sword energy directly knocked Saint Fegalan Garin several hundred meters away. Old guy, isn't this okay? At this time, Chen Fan had appeared above Fegalan Garin Saint, and the purple thunder seemed to destroy everything. The thunder spear in Chen Fan's hand seemed to turn into a giant thunder dragon, blasting down. Pupils widened. Fegalan Garin Sheng quickly wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The famous sword in his hand was blocked in front of him, and he was directly overwhelmed by the thunder dragon. The next second, the entire body of Fegalan Garin Saint fell straight down like a hill. Boom! In an instant, a deep pit of tens of meters appeared on the ground. Dust and gravel flew everywhere, and the smoke slowly dissipated among the ruins. His whole body was scorched black, and there were wisps of thunder remaining on the wound. The very embarrassed Fegalan Garin Saint stood up slowly. Cough! Fegalangelin Sheng coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that the injuries he had received by now were not serious. Old guy, let me take you on your way today. Chen Fan's eyes were filled with fierceness, and the purple thunder filled the entire sky, with destructive power that seemed to destroy everything. Chen Fan never shows mercy to his enemies. Below, Fegalan Garin Saint did not speak this time, because he knew that if he continued like this, he would be really in danger. Tezig, who was hiding behind, was dumbfounded watching this scene. He had only heard about Chen Fan's strength, and he had no general judgment about the top strong man in the sea. After seeing this scene today, seeing the destructive thunder, and seeing the sword energy that destroyed everything, he understood clearly what kind of combat power is the top strong man on the sea. The battle between them can even easily destroy an island. Above the sky, thunder swallowed. Chun Fan raised his hands upwards, and in an instant, the thunder that was wrapped around him and destroyed continued to condense above him, and a giant purple ball continued to grow in size. Until it was hundreds of meters wide, Chun Fan threw it down without any hesitation. In an instant, the giant thunder ball hundreds of meters wide seemed to be destroying the earth as it hit Fegaland Garin Saint below. His expression was no longer calm, and Saint Fegaland Degalin did not hesitate and immediately wanted to escape. He desperately fled to the rear. Boom! The giant ball of thunder flooded the earth, and the entire earth was torn apart, with a radius of 1 kilometer, and was directly razed to the ground, and everything around it was destroyed. This scene is particularly scary. At this moment, Fegalin Garin Shung barely escaped from the attack range. Constantly panting for more than half an hour, compared to the injuries on his body, Fegaland Garin knew that what was more troublesome was the large consumption of his physical strength. Even he wouldn't be able to hold on for such a long period of full-force outburst. Saint Fegaland Garin, I haven't seen you in such a miserable state for a long time. Rayleigh appeared behind Saint Fegaland Garin with a smile on his face, and the famous sword in his hand was covered with Conqueror's domineering force, and he slashed straight out. Feeling the strong sense of threat, Fegaland Garin Saint did not hesitate, covered the famous sword with Conqueror's domineering force, turned around, and slashed out. Boom! Dark red thunder flashed, the sky and the earth were torn apart, and the entire ground cracked again. The collision between the two directly caused everything around them to turn into black and white. Pluton Rayleigh, I thought you would hide well, but in the end, you chose to help Chun Fan. In this case, the world government will continue to vigorously hunt you down. Fegaland Garin Shung threatened, but such threats obviously had no effect on Pluton Rayleigh. Really? I'm just an old man. Pluton Rayleigh said with a smile, obviously not taking it seriously. After all, it was as if he didn't help Chun Fan, the world government wouldn't pursue him. And with Pluton Rayleigh's strength, even a general might not be able to capture him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to stay under the Holy Land Marie Joa. Old guy, you better think about how you're going to get out alive today. The violent voice sounded again, and Chun Fan appeared behind Fegaland Garin Saint. The purple thunder spear in his hand, which contained extremely terrifying power, pierced toward Fegaland Garin Saint again. Faced with this terrifying attack, Saint Fegaland Garin had no choice but to immediately dodge, narrowly escaping the blow. However, neither Chun Fan nor Rayleigh clearly wanted to let him go so easily. For a moment, 3 figures were like 3 streams of light, constantly colliding fiercely in the sky. The 2 figures were chasing the figure in the front. Thunder raged, sword energy crisscrossed, explosions continued to occur in the sky, and scars continued to appear on the body of Fegaland Garin Saint. Seeing this situation, Oren Shingda on the other side wanted to go over and help, but Bader clung to him. You want to go over and help, right? Have you asked Lousy? Kuanpung's huge claws contained a cyan hurricane and grabbed directly towards Pegasus' chest. The mysterious Pegasus did not hesitate, raised its forelimbs high, and stepped down directly on the horse's hooves containing flowing light. Bang, bang! The flowing horse's hooves and the hurricane's claws collided together in the sky in an instant. The sky was divided, violent winds blew up, and the surrounding clouds were blown away by the explosion. Under this blow, the 2 huge, ferocious beasts fell back one after another. The next second, the blue wings waved, and Bart attacked again. The dozens of meters of wings contained extremely terrifying power and struck down at the Pegasus. At this moment, Pegasus did not hesitate, waving his holy wings and flying out with the strong wind. Boom! The cyan wings and white wings collided together again. The sound of explosion sounded instantly, and everything around was destroyed. The strength of the 2 can be said to be equal to that of the others. For the time being, there is no way to tell the winner. Hancock and others below were shocked when they saw the scene above the sky, especially when they saw that the thousands of meters around the ground were completely reduced to ruins. Fortunately, Shaki reminded him, otherwise they would have been affected just now. Sister Shaki, is this the strength of the strong men on the sea? It's too terrifying. Hancock couldn't help but sigh. What you have seen today are all the top strong men on the sea, especially the god of thunder, Chun Fan. This one is now known as the strongest man on the sea. He can be said to be a legend who has fought all the way. Shaki looked at Chun Fan's figure. It was the first time he saw Chun Fan, although Chun Fan had already begun to show his talents at that time. But it was not as powerful as it is now. Who would have thought that just a few years later, this young man would already be praised as the strongest by everyone in the sea? Some people even felt that even Whitebeard was no match for this young man. Above the sky, the fierce fight is still going on. Fegalan Jalanshing desperately resists the destructive thunder and white sword energy, especially the terrifying thunder. With every collision, Fegalan Garanshung felt wisps of thunder clinging to his body. Although it didn't have much impact, Fei Jialan Jialinsheng knew that if he continued to fight, thunder would definitely paralyze his body and slow down his reaction. Old guy, what are you thinking about? Chun Fan showed an evil smile on his lips, and the thunder spear in his hand contained violent purple thunder, and it pierced out. Saint Fegalandigran's expression was full of solemnity, and he quickly held his famous sword in front of him to block. Clang! A fierce collision sounded, and the body of Fegalan Garin Saint flew backwards and stopped several hundred meters away. At the same time, a white sword energy slashed straight at him at an extremely fast speed, carrying extremely powerful power. This time, Fegalan Jalansheng had no time to dodge. He was just about to resist. A cannonball formed by photons flew straight towards the white sword energy. Boom! In an instant, the photon cannonball and the white sword energy collided together like a giant dragon. The sound of explosion immediately sounded. Smoke like a mushroom cloud was generated, and everything around was destroyed. It seems I'm not late. A very obscene voice sounded. Chun Fan and Rayleigh also looked in the direction where the obscene voice came from. It's so scary, Thunder God Chun Fan, Pluton Rayleigh. To be honest, I really don't want to face you too, Kizaru said with a vulgar expression. Really? Then you can leave now and save us trouble. Chun Fan looked at Kizaru with a smile on his face. That's not possible. The Warring States Fleet Admiral's order requires me to arrest you together, but it seems difficult to do this now. Kizaru frowned. Fegaland and Lin Sheng on the side breathed a sigh of relief. With Kizaru here, although they may not be able to defeat Chun Fan and the other two, they can definitely hold them back. Do you want to continue fighting? Rayleigh asked Chun Fan, who was standing aside, and then he looked at Fegalan Garin Sheng. Although Saint Fegalan Garin is now injured, none of them are serious injuries. This shows that Saint Fegalan Garin is still capable of fighting. Moreover, it is impossible to solve him in a short time. Now that they are not far from the Holy Land, it seems that the best choice is to leave now. After hesitating for a few seconds, Chun Fan said with an indifferent expression, "Of course we have to fight, Rayleigh. Please help Bard and deal with Oranshingda together. I held back Kizaru and Fegadegran Saint." Chun Fan directly revealed his plan, and the purple thunder became violet. Wow, that's really scary. Do I have to deal with Chun Fan again? Kizaru's expression became a little serious this time. Kid, are you too arrogant? You actually want to hold us two back. Although Saint Fegalan Garin is now injured and has consumed a lot of energy, his combat power has not dropped much. At this moment, Pluton Rayleigh was also wondering whether Chun Fan could hold him back. Is Chun Fan too confident? You know, these two people in front of you both have the strength of elite generals. Even if Chun Fan reaches that point, it will not be easy to hold them back. Good. Rayleigh thought for a while and agreed. After all, it was Chun Fan's business whether he could block it or not. If he took action himself, it would be a favor to him. Afterwards, Pluton Rayleigh headed directly towards Oranshingda. Seeing this situation, Saint Fegalan Garin in front naturally couldn't let Rayleigh pass. His body instantly disappeared in place, trying to block Rayleigh. But the next second, the thunder flashed. Have you ever wanted to go over and ask me? A terrifying thunder shadow appeared in front of him, and Chun Fan swung the thunder spear directly at it. Not daring to hesitate, Fegalangelan Saint's face looked a little ugly, and he slashed forward with a domineering sword covered with an armed color. Clang! In an instant, the famous sword and the spear collided together again, and the atmosphere roared. Under this blow, the destructive power of the thunder, coupled with Chun Fan's terrifying physique, caused Fegalan to be forced back several meters from the front. On the other side, Kizaru also wanted to stop Pluton Rayleigh. His whole body shone with light and turned into wisps of photons, trying to rush in front of Rayleigh. Relying on the domineering power of seeing and hearing, Rayleigh immediately felt that Kizaru was about to attack, and then turn around to resist. Thunder speak, but the next second, with the thunderous wings of God wings waving, Chun Fan actually appeared in front of Kizaru. Kizaru, you can't get through. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Fan punched out with his left fist. The fist contained the thunder of destruction and seemed to destroy everything. His expression changed, and Kizaru quickly kicked out his right foot, which contained wisps of photons. Boom! In an instant, fists and feet collided. The sound of explosions sounded instantly, and the two forces of nature, thunder and photons, competed in the sky. Under the collision of force, Kizaru flew backwards for several meters before stopping. At the same time, Pluton Rayleigh also rushed in front of Oranshingda. He waved the famous sword in his hand, and a white sword energy of hundreds of meters burst out, containing extremely powerful power. At this moment, Oranshingda, who was fighting fiercely with Bard, looked a little ugly. He originally thought that Chun Fan would retreat when Kizaru came over, but now it seems that things are not as simple as he thought. Looking at the white sword energy, Oranshingda did not choose to carry it hard. The stream of light flickered, and he immediately waved his holy white wings and disappeared from the place. Boom! The white sword energy blasted toward the sky instantly, causing a roar in the sky. At this time, Saint Fegalan saw this situation and wanted to go to support again. But the destructive thunder was still one step faster, and Chun Fan had already appeared in front of it. Endless thunder punishment. Chun Fan waved his right hand upwards, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. Thick purple thunderbolts like pythons fell from the sky, like a thunderous ocean, directly drowning Saint Fegalan. Feeling this world-destroying power, Saint Fegalan could only stop his body, brandishing the famous sword in his hand, and golden sword energy bursting out tens of meters in an instant. Boom! Dust was everywhere, and explosions continued to occur in the sky. The destructive thunder and golden sword energy kept canceling and colliding, and dissipated between the sky and the earth. At this time, Kizaru, who was behind, opened his hands. His whole body was shining with light, and the light bullets, like a violent storm, continued to hit Chun Fan. Thunder Guardian. Without any thought of evasion, Chun Fan's several meters of thunder wings directly wrapped around himself. Boom! The powerful light bombs continuously hit the thunder wings. Dust flew everywhere, and violent explosions sounded. However, the effect seemed to be minimal. After a few seconds of explosion, Chun Fan spread his thunder wings and could be said to be unscathed. The next second, Chun Fan ignored Kizaru and threw the purple thunder spear in his hand, turning into a thunder dragon and blasting directly towards Fegalan Shung, who was going to support him. Damn you, little devil! Fegalan Shung immediately cursed angrily, stopped again, and blasted out from the left front, wrapped with armed domineering energy, as black as ink. Bang bang! In an instant, the fist containing powerful power destroyed the thunder dragon, and wisps of thunder fell on the ground, turning the houses on the ground into ashes. But the next second, a thunder spear appeared again on Chun Fan's right hand. I told you can't leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Fan had already appeared in front of Fegalan Saint, and the thunder spear in his hand stabbed directly at Fegalan Saint. Feeling the power of destruction, Saint Fegelin face was solemn and ugly. He waved the famous sword in his hand, with two forces entwined on it. Clang! The sound of fighting and fighting suddenly sounded. After this blow, Chun Fan immediately disappeared on the spot because he found that Kizaru wanted to try to support again. Thunder Giant Net. Chun Fan just waved his right hand upwards, and a giant thunder net of several hundred meters was born. It contained extremely terrifying power and moved directly towards the only way to get support at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Kizaru, who had turned into a photon, could only change his direction. He did not want to bear the blow forcefully. The next second the thunder exploded, smoke flew everywhere, and the giant thunder net dissipated in the sky, seemingly posing no threat. However, Kizaru was blocked again. The next moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the purple thunder of destruction seemed to destroy everything, filling the entire sky. It's easy. There was the sound of thunder roaring everywhere. Chun Fan's power further sublimated, and his aura was extremely powerful. He immediately attacked the two of them. Feeling the destruction, the power that seemed to destroy all things, Kizaru and Fegelin Garanshung could only join forces to deal with the enemy. Above the sky, thunder is raging, light is shining, and sword energy is flying. For a moment, three powerful forces collided fiercely. Although Chun Fan was 1 against 2, he was at a disadvantage. However, Fegelin, Garanshung, and Kizaru looked very ugly because they were actually held back by Chun Fan alone. Moreover, they also discovered that Chun Fan's body was so powerful that he was not like an ordinary human being at all, and they caused injuries to his body. But in less than a few seconds, Chun Fan's injuries would recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. It could be said that with such a body and such a recovery ability, injuries caused by ordinary attacks are not painful for Chun Fan. At this moment, Pluton Rayleigh, who was teaming up with Bar to deal with Orange Saint, looked full of surprise, because he discovered that Chun Fan really blocked Fegeland, Garanshung, and Kizaru with his own strength. Both of them are not ordinary generals. They have elite general-level combat capabilities. Chun Fan was able to hold the two of them back, which shows that he is likely to reach the peak of Roger Whitebeard's strength. Of course, Pluton Rayleigh knew that it was just a delay. Even Roger at his peak could not defeat two elite generals by himself. On the other side, the huge Kuanpung was extremely violent, a cyan hurricane completely covering the sky. Bud knew that his captain was now at a disadvantage, and he had to use all his strength to quickly deal with the guy in front of him. At this moment, Oranshingda's face was extremely ugly. He was already about the same strength as Bard, but now he added Pluton Rayleigh for no reason. At the beginning of the battle, he was completely at a disadvantage. Then I'll let you die here. The face of the giant Kuanpung was extremely ferocious, and his sharp claws directly contained the cyan hurricane, grabbing at Pegasus' body. Olanshingda, who was being dragged down by Rayleigh at this moment, had no way to dodge. Tear! As the blood flowed, a piece of flesh and blood on Tianma's body was torn off. Cry! The severe pain made Tianma unable to help but howl, and he immediately burst out with powerful strength. Pegasus Meteor. The Pegasus raised its front legs high, and in an instant, meteors containing extremely terrifying power fell from the sky and flooded towards Bard and Rayleigh. Without hesitation, Rayleigh brandished the famous sword in his hand, and white sword energy burst out. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky, and the sword energy easily shot down the meteor. Kuanpung on the other side opened his mouth wide and swallowed the meteors. Afterwards, the huge Kuanpung attacked Orlan-Shingda. He knew very well that this was a battle of speed, and he had to get rid of Orlan-Shingda quickly. Otherwise, if it takes too long, you will have no choice but to retreat. Faced with the powerful aura bursting out of Kuanpung, Orlan-Shingda knew that he had nowhere to retreat. White light covered his entire body, and Orlan-Shingda also waved his holy wings and rushed out. Boom! In an instant, the huge Kuanpung and the holy Pegasus collided again in midair. There was a fierce fight and blood dripping onto the ground. Just like before, the two were evenly matched. But now, there's also Pluton Rayleigh. At this moment, Pluton Rayleigh has appeared behind Tianma, holding a famous sword wrapped with Conqueror's domineering power and flashing dark red lightning. The sword was so fast that Tianma had no time to dodge, and his expression was a little terrified. As blood spurted out, a scar appeared on Tianma's body, deep enough to see the bone, which looked particularly scary. But now he had no choice but to endure the pain and resist the attacks of the two people with difficulty. All of a sudden, facing the siege of two people, Tianma didn't even have the strength to fight back. He could only keep resisting. Scars began to appear on his body. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Shaki, who was below, was looking at the scene above with a look of shock. What shocked her most about this scene was that Chun Fan actually blocked Fegalan Galansheng and Kizuru by himself. How far will this guy go in the future? This sea will probably become turbulent again because of his existence. Thunder God Chun Fan, what is your purpose? What is your ambition? Shaki thought to himself. What on earth is this man going to do? His power is too terrifying. Even Roger and Whitebeard in their prime were no more than this. But now, these powerful men from the previous era have gradually declined in strength. It can be said that in this era, no one can be his opponent, right? Shaki looked at the battle above with a complicated expression. Meanwhile, above the sky, the destructive thunder seemed to destroy everything. But in the face of the shining light and golden sword energy, it was still suppressed. Drops of blood fell to the ground, and hideous scars began to appear on Chun Fan's body, but his face was still full of ferocity, because he knew that Kizuru and the other two could not deal with him in a short time. It's horrible. Kizuru couldn't help but sigh. He thought that his strength had broken through to the elite general level, and he had barely caught up with Chun Fan. As a result, this guy's strength has improved even further. Kizaru even wondered, what is the upper limit of this guy? Thunder Dragon, Thunder Kirin. Covered in light, Chun Fan's body fell back heavily, and then the thunder that destroyed his entire body erupted, and he blasted forward with both hands. A giant thunder dragon was born from the right fist, and a thunder unicorn burst out from the left fist. The two transformed thunder beasts directly attacked Kizuru and Fegalan Garansheng. Feeling this powerful attack, Kizuru and Fegalan Garansaint did not hesitate. Kizuru's whole body was covered with light, and a sword of light condensed out of his right hand. Facing the thundering unicorn that was charging straight at him, he walked straight towards it and waved the sword of light forward in his hand. Boom! In an instant, the sword of light directly cut the weakened version of the Thunder Kirin in half. An explosion occurred, thunder raged, and the Thunder Kirin disappeared between heaven and earth. On the other side, the famous sword in the hand of Saint Fegalan Garin is even more entangled with Conqueror's domineering energy, flashing with dark red thunder. Clang! The moment the famous sword collided with the Thunder Dragon, the Thunder Dragon was cut in half. Roar! With a shocking roar, the Thunder Dragon also dissipated between the sky and the earth. However, the next second, huge thunder wings waved, and Chun Fan turned into thunder at an extremely fast speed. He came directly to Saint Fegalan Garin and said, "Old guy, you, a remnant of the old era, must die obediently." Chun Fan's expression was full of ruthlessness, and the thunder spear in his hand contained extremely terrifying power. With an atmospheric roar, it stabbed directly towards the head of Saint Fegalan Garin. "Today, I will leave you, the little brat here." Fegalan Garin Saint, whose whole body was full of scars, had a ferocious look on his face, and he waved the famous sword in his hand. Clang! In an instant, the thunder spear and the sharp sword collided together. The surrounding clouds were blown away, strong winds rose, and circles of air waves scattered around the two people. Chun Fan, have you ever been kicked by Guang? At this time, Kizuru's right foot, condensed with light, had appeared beside Chun Fan, and it suddenly kicked towards his head. Without hesitation, Chun Fan covered his body with thunderous wings, trying to bear the blow forcefully. Bang! With a loud sound, Chun Fan's thunderous body flew directly to the right like a cannonball, hundreds of meters away. At the same time, Fegelin Garen Shung kept waving the famous sword in his hand, and the golden sword energy turned into golden giant tigers in midair and went directly towards Chun Fan to devour him. Purple lightning, thunder punishment. With a solemn expression on his face, Chun Fan raised his right hand upwards. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and thick purple thunderbolts like pythons fell from the sky, directly hitting the golden giant tiger. Boom! Explosions continued to occur in the sky, and purple thunder continued to smash the golden giant tiger. What a terrifying power! When Chun Fan had just finished dealing with this blow, Kizuru's obscene voice came from his right side. The sword of light in his hand contained extremely terrifying power, and it slashed towards Chun Fan's body. With his body transformed into elements, Chun Fan wanted to turn into wisps of thunder to dodge the blow. But the speed was too fast, and there was no time to dodge. The next second, Chun Fan's body elements appeared hundreds of meters away, but a sword wound appeared on his body, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, Chun Fan was injured by this blow. Really? Everyone says you're the strongest in New World now. So let me see if you are the strongest. Charlotte. Linlin knew that she could not speak to Chun Fan, so she was too lazy to continue. In an instant, a burst of Conqueror's domineering energy burst out from his body, accompanied by the flash of dark red thunder, and headed towards Chun Fan and everyone. Comparing yourself to me is a joke. Chun Fan's expression was also full of indifference, and the boundless Conqueror's domineering energy from his body exuded. Dark red thunder roared, and purple lightning shone. Boom! In an instant, the sky split, two waves of Conqueror's domineering energy collided, and the whole world fell into a gray aura, with violent winds rising everywhere. As for the troops on both sides, there are no weaklings here. At least the Conqueror's haki of the two of them, no matter how powerful, is impossible to stun them with just the momentum, unless the Conqueror's haki wraps up and attacks them head-on. After a few seconds of stalemate, Charlotte, Linlin took a few steps back, and then her expression was full of fear. She didn't expect that Chun Fan's Conqueror's domineering force was stronger than hers and could actually make a retreat. Kill them. Charlotte. Linlin's eyes became fierce. She only had one idea now, to destroy the Thor pirates and kill Thor Chun Fan. After finishing speaking, Charlotte, Linlin held the Napoleon hat with Conqueror's domineering wrapped around it and disappeared immediately. Every step she takes makes the earth shake. Seeing this situation, Chun Fan's eyes showed no fear. His whole body was covered with thunder. His whole body was entangled with the thunder of destruction, and a blue spear appeared on his right hand. The Dark Conqueror's haki covers it. Bang! The body disappeared in an instant like a ghost. Boom! In an instant, the thunder spear and Napoleon collided like giant dragons. The sound of explosion immediately sounded. The mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Gravel flew everywhere, and the whole world seemed to be torn apart. When the two collided, wisps of dark red thunder flashed around them. At the same time, the men and horses on both sides also rushed forward respectively. Bah! With a shocking cry, a huge Kuanpung covering the sky, and the earth appeared from the sky, seeming to destroy everything. He attacked directly towards Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Cracker. Looking at the sharp claws covered by the cyan hurricane, Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Cracker did not hesitate, and they attacked together. One is holding a trident, and the other is holding a sword. Boom! At the moment of the collision, an explosion occurred. Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Cracker felt a huge force, and their bodies fell back. For a moment, Charlotte Katakuri's eyes showed fear. He did not expect that the captain of the battle division of the Thor pirates was so strong. However, Bard would not give him time to think, and then attack the two of them. Naturally, Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Cracker would not sit back and wait for death, and would face them directly. Boom! For a time, Bard faced the two generals of the Big Mom Pirates alone, but he was not at a disadvantage. On the other side, Monet, who was covered in ice and snow, was also fighting with Charlotte Snag and the Baguette Baker. Even if they were 1 against 2, Monet still had the upper hand, which showed that after years of hard training, Monet was finally able to help. Most importantly, Charlotte Snag is the weakest of the 4 generals. It can be said that if Bradley hadn't been besieged by everyone in order to snatch the Piao Piao fruit, Snag took advantage of him and was seriously injured in the end. Otherwise, with his strength, he would never be able to beat Bradley, let alone catch him. As for Nico, Robin, and Violet, they deal with other weaker cadres. For a time, a full-scale royal war broke out, and the personnel on both sides seemed to be about the same. Charlotte. Linlin also saw this scene. What she least expected was that Chun Fan, the captain of the combat team, actually had the strength of an ordinary general. You must know that even the strongest Charlotte Katakuri under her is still 1 step away from reaching the general level. Thunder God Chun Fan, you seem to have a plan, come here. However, it's useless. If you dare to come to my territory, you are destined to die here. Charlotte. Linlin shows extreme confidence. It's just you? It's really ridiculous. Chun Fan showed a contemptuous smile. Seeing Chun Fan like this, Charlotte, Linlin instantly felt a little angry. You're looking for death, Thunder God Chun Fan. After finishing speaking, Charlotte, Linlin waved Napoleon directly, which contained extremely terrifying power, and chopped it directly towards Chun Fan's head. Just you, what a joke. Chun Fan also waved the thunder spear in his hand, and blue thunder burst out like giant blue dragons. Boom! In an instant, the thunder spear and Napoleon collided continuously. The ground slowly cracked, strong winds rose, and circles of air waves spread out. Every collision between the two people can cause a roar in the atmosphere. Seeing that her territory was constantly collapsing, Charlotte, Linlin didn't want to have a fight and lose her family. Zeus! Instantly, she shouted Zeus. Mom, here we come. All of a sudden, Zeus floated upwards, and Charlotte. Linlin jumped directly up, soaring into the sky. When Chun Fan saw this, he did not hesitate. As the thunder flashed, his whole body was covered with thunder, and his whole body turned into a blue stream of light, and he chased after him. In an instant, the two people were facing each other in the sky. On one side is the violent aura. On the other side is the purple thunder. The two powerful auras divide the entire world into 2. In prison. At this moment, Bradley was unable to lie in the bucket. After eating the Piao Piao fruit, he naturally had side effects. Just when he was thinking about how to run out, a portal appeared out of thin air, and Bradley's eyes instantly brightened when he saw the portal. Because this portal that appeared out of thin air, he couldn't understand more than Lafitte's ability. Sure enough, as the door opened, a man wearing a white suit, a hat, and holding a scepter came out. Bradley, why are you so embarrassed? Lafitte couldn't help but mocked. Okay, get me out quickly. Are the captain and others here too? Bradley asked his biggest question. Well, that's right. If there are no accidents, the Imperial War has already begun. Thinking of this, Lafitte's face was filled with excitement. He liked to do such exciting things, and he liked to have such exciting fights. The other people in the prison were surprised at first when they saw Lafitte's sudden appearance, and then asked Lafitte to take them out together. However, Lafitte is too lazy to care about the life and death of these guys. You're also the captain of the Thor Pirates, right? Please save us. We can join the Thor Pirates. Yes, save us. We can work hard for you. Those who were imprisoned kept begging. However, Lafitte still looked like he didn't hear anything and waved his scepter. Boom! With the sound of explosion, the iron fence made of hard steel was cut directly. Really? Everyone says you're the strongest in New World now. So let me see if you are the strongest. Charlotte. Linlin knew that she could not speak to Chun Fan, so she was too lazy to continue. In an instant, a burst of Conqueror's domineering energy burst out from his body, accompanied by the flash of dark red thunder, and headed towards Chun Fan and everyone. Comparing yourself to me is a joke. Chun Fan's expression was also full of indifference, and the boundless conqueror's domineering energy from his body exuded. Dark red thunder roared, and purple lightning shone. Boom! In an instant, the sky split, two waves of conqueror's domineering energy collided, and the whole world fell into a gray aura, with violent winds rising everywhere. As for the troops on both sides, there are no weaklings here. At least the conqueror's haki of the two of them, no matter how powerful, is impossible to stun them with just the momentum, unless the conqueror's haki wraps up and attacks them head-on. After a few seconds of stalemate, Charlotte, Linlin took a few steps back, and then her expression was full of fear. She didn't expect that Chun Fan's conqueror's domineering force was stronger than hers and could actually make a retreat. Kill them. Charlotte, Linlin's eyes became fierce. She only had one idea now, to destroy the Thor pirates and kill Thor Chun Fan. After finishing speaking, Charlotte, Linlin held the Napoleon hat with Conqueror's domineering wrapped around it and disappeared immediately. Every step she takes makes the earth shake. Seeing this situation, Chun Fan's eyes showed no fear. His whole body was covered with thunder. His whole body was entangled with the thunder of destruction, and a blue spear appeared on his right hand. The Dark Conqueror's haki covers it. Bang! The body disappeared in an instant like a ghost. Boom! In an instant, the thunder spear and Napoleon collided like giant dragons. The sound of explosion immediately sounded. The mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Gravel flew everywhere, and the whole world seemed to be torn apart. When the two collided, wisps of dark red thunder flashed around them. At the same time, the men and horses on both sides also rushed forward respectively. Bah! With a shocking cry, a huge kuanpung covering the sky, and the earth appeared from the sky, seeming to destroy everything. He attacked directly towards Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Cracker. Looking at the sharp claws covered by the cyan hurricane, Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Cracker did not hesitate, and they attacked together. One is holding a trident, and the other is holding a sword. Boom! At the moment of the collision, an explosion occurred. Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Cracker felt a huge force, and their bodies fell back. For a moment, Charlotte Katakuri's eyes showed fear. He did not expect that the captain of the battle division of the Thor pirates was so strong. However, Bard would not give him time to think, and then attack the two of them. Naturally, Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Cracker would not sit back and wait for death, and would face them directly. Boom! For a time, Bard faced the two generals of the Big Mom pirates alone, but he was not at a disadvantage. On the other side, Monet, who was covered in ice and snow, was also fighting with Charlotte Snag and the Baguette Baker. Even if they were 1-against-2, Monet still had the upper hand, which showed that after years of hard training, Monet was finally able to help. Most importantly, Charlotte Snag is the weakest of the four generals. It can be said that if Bradley hadn't been besieged by everyone in order to snatch the Piao Piao fruit, Snag took advantage of him and was seriously injured in the end. Otherwise, with his strength, he would never be able to beat Bradley, let alone catch him. As for Nico, Robin, and Violet, they deal with other weaker cadres. For a time, a full-scale royal war broke out, and the personnel on both sides seemed to be about the same. Charlotte, Linlin also saw this scene. What she least expected was that Chun Fan, the captain of the combat team, actually had the strength of an ordinary general. You must know that even the strongest Charlotte Katakuri under her is still one step away from reaching the general level. Thunder God Chun Fan, you seem to have a plan, come here. However, it's useless. If you dare to come to my territory, you are destined to die here. Charlotte, Linlin shows extreme confidence. It's just you. It's really ridiculous. Chun Fan showed a contemptuous smile. Seeing Chun Fan like this, Charlotte, Linlin instantly felt a little angry. You are looking for death, Thunder God Chun Fan. After finishing speaking, Charlotte, Linlin waved Napoleon directly, which contained extremely terrifying power, and chopped it directly towards Chun Fan's head. Just you, what a joke. Chun Fan also waved the thunder spear in his hand, and blue thunder burst out like giant blue dragons. Boom! In an instant, the Thunder Spear and Napoleon collided continuously. The ground slowly cracked, strong winds rose, and circles of air waves spread out. Every collision between the two people can cause a roar in the atmosphere. Seeing that her territory was constantly collapsing, Charlotte, Linlin didn't want to have a fight and lose her family. Zeus! Instantly, she shouted Zeus. Mom, here we come. All of a sudden, Zeus floated upwards, and Charlotte, Linlin jumped directly up, soaring into the sky. When Chun Fan saw this, he did not hesitate. As the thunder flashed, his whole body was covered with thunder, and his whole body turned into a blue stream of light, and he chased after him. In an instant, the two people were facing each other in the sky. On one side is the violent aura. On the other side is the purple thunder. The two powerful auras divide the entire world into two. In prison, at this moment, Bradley was unable to lie in the bucket. After eating the piao fruit, he naturally had side effects. Just when he was thinking about how to run out, a portal appeared out of thin air, and Bradley's eyes instantly brightened when he saw the portal. Because this portal that appeared out of thin air, he couldn't understand more than Lafitte's ability. Sure enough, as the door opened, a man wearing a white suit, a hat, and holding a scepter came out. Bradley, why are you so embarrassed? Lafitte couldn't help but mocked. Okay, get me out quickly. Are the captain and others here too? Bradley asked his biggest question. Well, that's right. If there are no accidents, the Imperial War has already begun. Thinking of this, Lafitte's face was filled with excitement. He liked to do such exciting things, and he liked to have such exciting fights. The other people in the prison were surprised at first when they saw Lafitte's sudden appearance, and then asked Lafitte to take them out together. However, Lafitte is too lazy to care about the life and death of these guys. You're also the captain of the Thor Pirates, right? Please save us. We can join the Thor Pirates. Yes, save us. We can work hard for you. Those who were imprisoned kept begging. However, Lafitte still looked like he didn't hear anything and waved his scepter. Boom! With the sound of explosion, the iron fence made of hard steel was cut directly. However, this is the fastest way that Bard can think of to deal with Orenshinda. The next step is to compare who can handle it. Rayleigh understood it, and the famous sword in his hand was covered with armed domineering energy. The powerful sword energy gathered on it, and in an instant, white sword energy slashed straight down. Got of my way. Orenshinda below tried desperately to break free, but was tightly held by Bard and couldn't break free at all. Feeling the powerful sword energy, Orenshinda's face was extremely ugly, but he really had no way to break away from this madman. Boom! The sword energy containing extremely terrifying power continued to blast towards the deep pit in the ground, like a violent storm, constantly slashing towards Tianma and Kuanping. For a time, the sound of explosions continued to sound, smoke was everywhere, and the ground was completely cracked. Rayleigh above is still waving the famous sword in his hand, and the white sword energy is slashing straight down. This continuous attack lasted for dozens of seconds before Rayleigh slowly stopped. The cold sweat dripping from his forehead could be seen. It could be said that he attacked with all his strength without mercy. For a moment, everyone's eyes were looking at the smoke, including the three people who were fighting fiercely, and they also covered it with the domineering energy of seeing and hearing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When the smoke dissipated, only Bard and Orenshinda were seen lying in the ruins with injuries all over their bodies. At this time, the two of them had already exited the full animal form, and it could be said that they were seriously injured and could not survive. The hideous wounds looked particularly scary, and blood flowed all over the ground. If it weren't for the fact that both of them were breathing weakly, everyone might have thought that the two of them were dead. Madman, Orenshinda, who was seriously injured and dying, cursed, and then he endured the pain and struggled to stand up. He knew that he might die here, and he wanted to take Bud aside to be buried with him. At this moment, Bard's injuries were even more serious. After all, when he was receiving the sword energy just now, He was also being attacked by Holy Da Oren. If he hadn't had a strong body, he might really have died. Bud looked at Oren Shingda, who stood up slowly and wanted to take action. He also wanted to struggle to stand up, but most of his bones were broken. Just moving would be extremely painful, let alone resisting an attack. I want to drag you to the funeral. Oren Shingda roared angrily and actually stood up forcefully. It's a pity that there is Rayleigh above. How could he let this happen? You know, Chen Fan is on top, if he dares to let go like this. Rayleigh didn't need to think about it to know that Chen Fan would definitely fight for her afterward. On the other side, Fegaland, Garen Saint, Kizaru, and Oren Saint were in danger, and they wanted to help. However, the thunder of destruction flashed in the next second, and Chen Fan stood directly in front of the two of them. At this time, how could Chen Fan let the two of them pass? Get away! Fegalandulin Sheng shouted angrily, and the famous sword in his hand was entangled with two dragon-like powers, and he slashed straight out. Unfortunately, Chen Fan waved the thunder spear in his hand and thrust forward, blocking the blow easily. On the other side, Kizaru turned into a ray of light and tried to sneak past. The next second, the thunder wings waved, and Chen Fan disappeared on the spot. The thunder spear in his hand was thrown straight out, containing extremely terrifying power, and it was locked in the direction of Kizaru. Seeing this situation, Kizaru could only wave the sword of light in his hand. Clang! With the sound of collision, he shot down the thunder spear. But the two of them were held back for a few seconds, and the chance to save Oren Shingda was completely lost. At the same time, on the ruins, Oren Shingda's fist was covered with armed domineering energy, and he was about to blast Bard's head. But the next second, with a flash of sword light, Oren Shingda's pupils widened and his head fell to the ground. Before he died, Oren Shingda looked at Bard with unwillingness in his eyes. He did not expect that he would really confess here today. Oren Shingda. Above, Saint Fegarand Garen roars in anger. You need to know the relationship between the two, but they are both teachers and friends. When Holy Da Oren joined the Knights of God, Holy Fegalin Garen was his instructor. The two had known each other for decades, and now his disciple died here like this. No matter how long Fegaland Garen lived, he also felt extremely sad. Thunder God Chen Fan, I'm going to kill you. Fegaland Garen Sheng's face was ferocious, his eyes were red, and his power exploded all at once. Conqueror's domineering power covered the famous sword, and the dark red thunder flashed directly towards Chen Fan. That powerful power seemed to destroy everything. Without hesitation, Chen Fan also held the thunder spear. The violent thunder gathered on it, and the spear rushed out like a dragon. Clang! The moment the two powerful forces collided, an explosion occurred in the sky, and the surrounding clouds were blown away. Under this blow, Chen Fan, who was seriously injured and exhausted his physical strength, was directly knocked away. Seeing this situation, Kizaru wanted to help, but an old man wearing shorts and glasses appeared in front of him. Kizaru, where are you going? Rayleigh said to him with a smile, and pointed the famous knife directly at him. It's really terrible. It seems we have lost this battle, Kizaru said with a crooked mouth, and the light on his body no longer shined. Kizaru, kill them. At this moment, Fegalin Garen Sheng was so angry that he lost his mind and roared loudly. When Kizaru heard this order, he hesitated for a few seconds and decided to take action. Although he didn't have to obey the leader of the Knights of God, he was too lazy to offend him. Rayleigh, have you ever been kicked by a light? A lewd smile appeared on Kizaru's lips, his whole body shone with light, his right foot condensed with light, and he kicked directly towards Rayleigh. That's really not the case, Rayleigh said with a smile, and then the famous sword in his hand was covered with armed domineering energy, and he slashed out with one sword. Bang bang! The two powerful attacks collided together, the atmosphere exploded, and the two of them fell back one after another. The next second, the two men attacked again. For a moment, they collided fiercely and fought. However, both of them seemed to be paddling, not using all their strength. Tezig takes them away. Chen Fan, who was fighting above the sky at this time, ordered Tezig below. Okay, Captain. After seeing Chun Fan's terrifying strength, Taezig now really wants to follow him. Afterwards, Taezig directly picked up the seriously injured Bud, and then took Hancock, the three of them, and Shaki away from the island. At this moment, Kizaru and Fegelin Garanshung were blocked by Rayleigh and Chun Fan, so naturally there was no way to stop them. The most important thing is Saint Fegelin Garin, who is completely blinded by anger and reason. At this moment, he didn't want to stop those people from escaping. He just wanted to kill Chun Fan and Rayleigh. The thunder of destruction was raging, and Chun Fan's physical strength was greatly exhausted at this moment. He could no longer maintain the third form of Thor. The terrifying purple thunder dissipated and turned into blue thunder. For a moment, Fegelin Garanshung, who was trying his best, had the upper hand, but Chun Fan was not panicked. He was seriously injured, so how could Saint Fegelin Garin fare better? As long as some time passes, when Taezig and the others leave, he will leave directly. As for Kizaru and Old Man Rayleigh on the other side, not to mention, the two of them had already seen the situation clearly and had no desperate plans. They were just fishing for fish. Now only Fegelin Garin Saint was in the audience, and his eyes were red. How could he not see the situation clearly? But he just wanted to try to avenge Ornshingda. More than 10 minutes later, Chun Fan couldn't detect the auras of several people when he saw how domineering he was. Then, with a smile on his lips, he said to Fegelin Garanshung, "Old guy, you are so lucky. You survived this time. I'll look forward to our next meeting." After saying that, Chun Fan turned into a bolt of thunder and disappeared into the sky. Pluton Rayleigh on the ground saw this scene and called him good guy. He was thinking about Chun Fan retreating without saying a word. Then he also broke away from Kizaru's attack and fled towards a distance. At this time, Kizaru was also pretending to catch up. Above the sky, Saint Fegelin Garin looked at the thunder that was flying towards the sky. He immediately used Moonwalk to catch up, but within a few seconds, he realized that he would never be able to catch up with Chun Fan. "Kizaru, come with me to catch up and get rid of Chun Fan." Fegelin Garin Saint ordered to Kizaru, who was chasing below. "Okay." Kizaru tilted his mouth and replied. At this moment, Chun Fan had already run several thousand meters away. To be honest, even Kizaru was not sure that he would be able to catch up. However, he was still willing to give it a try. In an instant, Kizaru turned into photons and headed towards the direction where Chun Fan disappeared just now, with Fegelin Garanshung following closely behind. At the same time, Chun Fan forcibly exploded to the limit. Purple thunder surrounded him, thunder wings appeared, and he maximized the speed of thunder. It completely turned into a bolt of lightning, because he knew that Kizaru could keep up with him or even be faster than him. However, since he has been away for so long, he may not be able to catch up with him. After a few minutes, Kizaru stayed in the air, because when he caught up with him, he didn't feel Chun Fan's breath, so it could be said that he had lost track of him. Oh, it's really troublesome. Kizaru also frowned slightly. He really didn't want to fight Chun Fan again. There would be a lot of trouble every time, and this lunatic was extremely dangerous. After another 10 minutes, Fegelin Garanshung caught up and asked, "Kizaru, where is Chun Fanrin?" Fegelin Garin Saint asked in an angry tone. It was obvious that he was still extremely angry. "I lost track. I was at about the same speed as that guy. He left for a minute or two and had already thrown me away." Kizaru spread his hands and told the truth. "Waste." Fegelin Garanshung cursed angrily and left directly. Hearing this sentence, Kizaru's face was extremely ugly. How could he be said to be a general? He was scolded like this by someone. If it weren't for the high status of this old guy, Kizaru would really want to yell at him. As the saying goes, if you don't see this person, you won't be annoyed. Kizaru didn't bother to stay in front of this angry person. He directly turned into a photon and headed towards the Marine headquarters. Half an hour later, on a large ship, Chun Fan was currently eating on the large ship. There was a table in front of him, which was filled with food. Chun Fan directly gulped down the food, and as the food entered his body, weak heat currents continued to be generated in his body. Like the dew after the rain, it kept repairing Chun Fan's injuries. Then wisps of thunder erupted in the body, stimulating cells and repairing injuries. The hideous wounds on Chun Fan's body were constantly being repaired. On the other side, Hancock and others stared at this scene with their mouths agape, because the recovery process of Chun Fan's wound was too fast, and the bleeding stopped and scabbed in an instant. Where have they seen this scene before? However, Pluton Rayleigh and Bud did not have this ability. They just took the items in the medical kit and simply bandaged them. As for this big ship, it naturally belongs to Tezik. Chun Fan, I don't want you to threaten me with that matter again. Even if I fight you desperately, I won't help you anymore. Rayleigh stood up, looked at Chun Fan, and said, You must know that every time Chun Fan wants to help, he will face strong men at the level of generals. Rayleigh, an old man, does not want to do this. Don't worry, it won't happen next time. Chun Fan said with a smile, but he knew that he would do it again next time. Hearing Chun Fan's readily agreed, Rayleigh looked a little suspicious. He obviously didn't believe it, but he couldn't say anything. Captain, how did I behave this time? Bard, whose whole body was covered with bandages, was proudly claiming credit. Indeed, if it hadn't been for his last move, which was to exchange injuries for injuries, Oren Shungda would not have been able to solve it so quickly. Chun Fan said with a rare smile that Bard was indeed loyal enough to him. Wow, haha, great, I finally heard the captain praise me. When Bud heard Chun Fan's affirmation, his face showed excitement. Ever since Chun Fan helped him take revenge, Bard had been thinking in his heart that his life would belong to Chun Fan from now on. Hancock also stepped forward at this time. Lord Thor, we 3 sisters want to join the Thor Pirates. Hancock thought for a long time. She knew that if she wanted to protect their island and not be bullied, she must gain strength, so she wanted to join the Thor Pirates. Looking at Hancock, who was still young at this moment, Chun Fan shook his head and said, I don't like weak people. Come to me when your bounty exceeds 300 million and you become stronger. Chun Fan made his request. Indeed, Hancock's future strength is pretty good. However, at this stage, Chun Fan is not willing to recruit Hancock to let her grow up slowly. If Hancock becomes stronger in the future, of course Chun Fan wouldn't mind recruiting her. Hearing that Chun Fan rejected her, Hancock and her 2 sisters were a little disappointed. However, she knew that this was not a complete rejection. As long as she became stronger, she would still have a chance to join. Okay, I will make the bounty exceed 300 million as soon as possible, Hancock said with clenched fists. At this time, Chun Fan did not reply, but looked at Pluton Rayleigh. How about it? Deputy of One Piece, are you interested in joining our Thor Pirates? Chun Fan recruited Rayleigh. Although he knew it was basically impossible, he was a general-level expert. How would he know if he didn't try? Your ambition is so great that I have never seen it before. What you want may be the whole world. I don't have this idea. Rayleigh said this with a serious expression. Really? But I think it's true. Only by standing on the top of this world and mastering absolute power can I control my own life. Chun Fan said this with a smile on his lips. Hearing such words, Rayleigh understood the ambition of this tyrannical monarch known to the world as the God of Thunder. Seeing that Rayleigh was unwilling, Chun Fan didn't say anything more. After all, in his current state, he couldn't force Pluton Rayleigh onto the boat. In Holy Land Marie Joa, in a huge room, the 5 elders were sitting on the sofa. They also learned the news of the death of Holy Da Oren. At this moment, Fegelin Garin Saint stood in front of them, his face full of anger. Even if it has reached this situation, none of the 5 of you are willing to take action. Fegelin Garin Shung said angrily to the 5 elders, but that was all. After all, his status was not as high as the 5 elders. Saint Fegelin Garin, you talk too much. No one wants the death of Saint Oren. The old man with the sword among the 5 elders said slowly. Indeed, they haven't made a move in decades. Even Rox or Roger didn't force them to take action. Now it's obviously not enough for Chun Fan to just want them to take action. It's not that their strength is terrifying, but that they're used to being superior. I've talked too much. This Chun Fan has repeatedly challenged the majesty of the world government. Don't you have anything to do? Are you going to let him do this? Fegelin Garin Saint roared angrily again. Hearing these words, the five elders looked a little ugly. Indeed, Chun Fan's actions this time were all provoking the world government. Immediately, they looked at each other and seemed to reach a consensus. We will deploy a general-level combat force from the army to help deal with Chun Fan. You have to take action here, and on Marine's side, we will also order a general-level combat force to be dispatched. Together with you, a total of 3 general-level combat forces will be formed to form a team to hunt down Chun Fan and the Thor pirates. The bald five elders looked at Fegelin Garen Saint and said, "Indeed, Chun Fan has repeatedly challenged the majesty of the world government and has touched their bottom line. 3 general-level experts were recruited at once, and even an army general was selected. This was the first time that a world government targeted a person in this way. This was even more terrifying than Buster Call. Okay, but I have to personally choose the general who supports Marine." After hearing what the 5 elders said, Fegeland Garen Shung also agreed. At this moment, he wanted to kill Chun Fan and destroy his Thor pirates. This guy defeated him time and time again, and even killed his disciple Oren Shingda. "No problem," the bald 5 elders replied. Afterwards, St. Fegelin Garen also left the room. On the other side, Marine Headquarters, Marine Fleet Admiral Office. At this moment, Warring States was listening to Kizaru's report. His face was extremely ugly, and his head was even a little big. He did not expect that this time, 3 general-level experts would attack together. Not only did they not kill Chun Fan, but they also asked him to kill Olin Shingda, the deputy leader of the Knights of God. Well, Warring States couldn't help but sigh. The trouble caused by Thunder God Chun Fan made him extremely troubled. But there is nothing to do. The current Thor pirates are no longer the same as before. If you want to destroy them, you will need at least 3 general-level combat capabilities. What if Marine deployed 3 general-level combat forces at once to deal with Chun Fan and the Thor pirates? Then, if other royal groups attack Marine headquarters at this time, it will be very dangerous. This is why Marine did not send many general-level experts to encircle and suppress the Emperor. After all, the others are not fools. If Marine really dares to do this, the others will definitely do it, unless they want others to be eliminated one by one. Blue, blue. At this time, the red phone bug on the Warring States table rang. Seeing that it was a red phone bug, Warring States immediately picked it up without hesitation. "Sengoku, we have decided to form a hunting group for the Thor pirates, with Fegeland Garen Shung as the captain. When the time comes, the army will send a general-level strongman over. On your Marine side, General Kazuru has also joined the hunting team." The voice of the bald 5 elders came from the other side. "Okay, Your Excellency 5 elders." Warring States agreed. He had no reason to refuse, and he would be happier if the world government was willing to take action. After all, Chun Fan had indeed caused them great trouble. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku repeated the order given by the 5 elders to Kazuru. Hearing that he was asked to deal with Chun Fan again, Kazuru's face was instantly filled with black lines. "Execute the order, General Kazu." Warring States said seriously. "Okay, Fleet Admiral." Kizaru twisted his mouth and looked very ugly. He really didn't want to deal with Chun Fan, the god of death. Normally, the top experts in the sea, would not go all out. After all, they all have concerns. And Chun Fan always traded lives for lives, coupled with the power of destructive thunder and extreme speed. It can be said that Kizaru was really scared by this guy. However, Kizaru also knew that he could not refuse. Among the 3 generals, he was the only one who could catch up with thunder speed. At the same time, on the sea, when everyone learned that Chun Fan once again broke into the Holy Land, Marie Joa not only killed 3 Tianlong people, but also killed the deputy leader of the God's Guard group. For a moment, many pirates on the sea looked shocked, and it could even be said that they were a little numb. Well, Thunder God Chun Fan is too scary. I feel like the world government can't do anything to him. Who says it's not the case? The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies of the world government was all killed by Chun Fan, and they did nothing. I think it won't be long before Chun Fan becomes one piece. Is there anyone else in this sea who can be his opponent? Whitebeard. I think Whitebeard is no longer his opponent. After all, Whitebeard is not in his prime now. He is old. On the other hand, Chun Fan's strength is not only at its peak, but may also improve further. This is a very scary thing. That's right, for such a powerful and terrifying pirate. If he doesn't become One Piece, he probably won't let anyone else become one. For a time, many pirates in New World thought that Chun Fan would soon become One Piece. In the past, they would compare Whitebeard and Chun Fan to see who is truly the strongest in the world, but now most of them believe that Chun Fan is the strongest pirate in the world. After all, Whitebeard is old. 3 months later, in the country of Wano, Chun Fan was sitting on the throne, listening to Violet's report on the latest situation. Okay, as usual, all small matters will be decided by you. Please come back to me for major matters. After listening to the report, Chun Fan said with great satisfaction that in his eyes, Violet's internal affairs abilities were really strong. Things in this country don't bother me at all. Brother, let's go out for a walk, okay? At this time, Monet rushed in. I have other things to do today now. Chun Fan refused directly with a serious expression. All right. When Monet heard Chun Fan say this, he pouted unhappily. However, Chun Fan didn't care, but looked at Violet. Now, take me down to see how the development is going. In the past few months, just listening to the reports, Chun Fan decided to go down and take a look. Okay, Captain. Violet responded immediately. Then, the two of them walked towards the outside of the huge palace. Monet saw it and said while running, I want to go too. Wait for me. After a while, the three of them arrived among the flowers together. When the people among the flowers saw Chun Fan approaching, they immediately knelt down and said, Welcome to the Lord God King. Thousands of people knelt down at the same time, and some warriors knelt down on one knee. The whole scene was particularly spectacular. Get up, Chun Fan said slowly and indifferently. Afterwards, everyone stood up together. In the following time, Chun Fan took a look at the army and the development of science and technology. Chun Fan is quite satisfied with the increase in the army and affiliated pirate groups. However, the development of science and technology makes Chun Fan a little dissatisfied. The development speed is too slow. If it continues like this, it will not achieve the results he wants to see at all. Too slow. Chun Fan looked at Violet with an indifferent expression. Sorry, Captain. It's my subordinate who is incompetent. Violet lowered her head in shame. It's not your fault. There is a lack of top talents. Speaking of top talents, Chun Fan thought of one person, Vegapunk, the scientist who claimed to be leading the world in thinking for hundreds of years. Chun Fan naturally had to find a way to get such a person. Chun Fan actually started a long time ago, paying attention to Vegapunk to collect information about him. According to the information obtained, Vegapunk is now on Egghead Island. You two go about your business. I have something to do. Also, Violet, your name is Mihawk, and Bud come to the palace to see me. After saying that, Chun Fan turned into a wisp of thunder and disappeared from the place. Afterwards, Violet immediately called Hawkeye and Bud and told them about the captain's explanation. Half an hour later, in the palace, Chun Fan sat in the top seat, Mihawk sat in the lower right, and Bud sat in the lower left. Captain, you called us over. Is there anything urgent? Bud asked directly. He knew that his captain had called the two of them over because there was definitely something important to discuss. Not wanting to waste time, Chun Fan looked directly at the two of them and said, Next, I'm going to Egghead Island to snatch someone, the world's #1 scientist, Vegapunk. Upon hearing this name, both of their expressions changed. It can be said that this scientist has a reputation that no one in the New World has heard of. As a scientist, it is terrible to have such a reputation. For this operation, Mihawk is coming with me. Bard, you stay in Wano. Remember, don't let anything happen before I come back. Chun Fan explained to Bard that, after all, he had countless enemies along the way. Not to mention the world government marine. Even among the pirates, there are many enemies, such as Kaido of the Beasts. However, Chun Fan does not regret what he did. He wants to reach the top without offending others. How is it possible? As long as your power is absolutely strong and makes them feel afraid, anyone who dares to resist will kill them. Okay, Captain. Bud was a little disappointed when he heard that the captain was going to take Mihawk with him. He still wanted to fight with the captain. However, when he thought about it, Mihawk was indeed stronger than himself. Mihawk, what's your problem? Chun Fan then looked at Mihawk. No. Mihawk replied calmly. Okay, then it's decided. Mihawk and I will go rob people, while Bud you will stay here and protect the country of Wan. After Chun Fan finished giving the order, he disappeared into the palace with Mihawk. As the two left Wano country, Marine, who was undercover in Wano country, immediately learned the news. In a room in Wano country, a young man with a pair of ear-catching ears and a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks was dialing the phone number. Other side, Fleet Admiral Office. Blue. At this moment, Warring States, who was at work, heard the phone bug ringing and immediately picked it up. Warring States Fleet Admiral, this is Habas, I heard it. Chun Fan's next plan is to go to Dantu Island to rob people, and he took Mihawk with him. Chun Fan wants to snatch Vegapunk back. Habas immediately told Chun Fan's plan. As for why he knew, he heard everything. He is a person with the ear fruit ability, and no sound with a radius of tens of thousands of meters can escape his ears. This is a lurker specially sent by the world government. You can imagine how deep the world government's background is? Okay, you continue to lurk here and wait for my orders. When the Warring States period heard about Chun Fan's plan to rob someone, his expression was filled with joy. He was also worried that Chun Fan had not taken any action. If he wanted to deal with Chun Fan in Wano country, the 3 general-level experts were not enough. But now, Chun Fan is going out to Dantu Island to rob people. Although he still brings Mihawk with him, it is a bit troublesome. However, it's just a little troublesome. Afterwards, Warring States stopped thinking about it and started dialing the phone number. At this moment, above the Holy Land Marie, Joya, St. Fegolin Garen was lying on a reclining chair. When he heard the phone bug ringing in his arms, he immediately picked it up. Is Fegolin Garen Saint? I am Warring States. I have received information here. Chun Fan will go to Egghead Island to grab Vegapunk. He did not bring the whole group with him, but only one eagle. I'm Mihawk. This is a good opportunity. I think your hunting team can go out. Good. Hearing this news, St. Fegolin Degolin's face was filled with excitement. He wanted to kill the god of thunder Chun Fan all the time. The past 3 months had been a torment for him. If it weren't for the world government, they wouldn't be willing to send more general-level experts. He wanted to kill Wano directly, but now the opportunity finally came. Half an hour later, a huge warship headed towards Egghead Island at an extremely fast speed. This warship can be said to be the fastest warship in the Marine headquarters. On the deck, there were 3 men standing. The middle one was an old man with a long beard and a long sword at his waist. He was none other than St. Fegolin Garen. Next to him is Marine General Kazuru wearing a cloak of justice. As for the far left, there is a man in his 40s with messy curly hair and a cigarette in his mouth. He is one of the 3 generals of the army, Chris. You Marines are really useless. To deal with a pirate, we need help from our army. Chris said, looking at Kizaru's mocking look. Oh, your army is so awesome. That's great. Kizaru tilted his mouth with a wretched and yin-yang look on his face. Seeing Kizaru's expression of needing a beating, Chris instantly felt like beating him up. Oof. If I weren't on a mission, I would definitely give you a good beating. Chris made harsh words. Oh, that's really terrible. Kizaru still had a wretched look on his face and said with a smile. Seeing Kizaru's appearance, Chris's anger was instantly aroused. You guys really want to be beaten? A powerful aura burst out from Chris. Everyone be quiet. We are on a mission now. Fegolandigran's saint, who originally didn't want to meddle in other people's business, heard that the 2 of them were about to make a move, and he immediately shouted loudly to stop them. After all, this mission has to deal with Thunder God Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk, so no accident can happen. Chris calmed down after hearing what St. Fegolin Garen had said. After all, St. Fegolin Garen was the leader of this hunting group. In addition, he is the leader of the Knights of God, so what he says still carries a certain weight. I think the so-called world's strongest thunder god, Chun Fan, has just been blown out. I'll just have to deal with him when the time comes. After a while of silence, Chris continued. Hearing this, Kizaru almost couldn't help laughing, but he did not stand up to refute. After all, when they fight, this army general will pay for his arrogance. At this moment, Fegelin Garanshung's face was also full of black lines. He was thinking about the generals of the army. Are they all so arrogant and arrogant? Okay, wait a minute. I'll deal with the Eagle Eye Maihawk with Fegelin Garanshung, and you go deal with the Thunder God Chun Fan. Kizaru was not afraid of serious trouble at all, and looked at Chris with evil intentions. Okay, just leave this guy to me alone. Let's go to Marine and take a look at it. What is the true general-level combat power? Chris looked confident. I believe you can definitely deal with Thunder God Chun Fan. Kizaru pretended to look impressed. At this time, Fegelandigaran Shung wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he didn't say it. He also wanted the army general to suffer a little loss. At this moment, Chris is still thinking about how to deal with Chun Fan in a high-profile manner and let the world government know that the army is much stronger than the Marine. If the Marines can't get rid of them, the army can. At the same time, over on Egghead Island, Vegapunk and a group of scientists have evacuated, and all important information has been taken away. It can be said that if Chun Fan and his team come here, they will completely fail and fall into a trap. This time, Chun Fan was still imprisoned by his habitual thinking. He forgot that there were many strange fruits in the world of One Piece. Half an hour later, two figures flashed on the horizon, namely the Thunder God Chun Fan and the Eagle Eye Maihawk. After a few seconds, Maihawk stopped and used the method of flying for a long time, which consumed a lot of his physical strength. Seeing this scene, Chun Fan found that he had forgotten that, indeed, Maihawk was not like him in that he could remain in the air for a long time without consuming much physical energy. If Maihawk goes to Egghead Island by then, it will be troublesome if Maihawk consumes too much energy. At this time, Chun Fan noticed that there was a pirate ship near them through seeing and hearing Seibaki. It seems that we are pretty lucky. Let's go, Maihawk, follow me. Then, Chun Fan turned into thunder and headed to the right. Maihawk was a little confused about what Chun Fan was going to do, but he didn't think too much and followed. Soon, a pirate ship with a wolf's head flag appeared in front of the two people. Seeing this pirate ship, Maihawk understood what Chun Fan was going to do. A few seconds later, Chun Fan and Maihawk descended from the sky and appeared on the pirate ship. The dozen or so pirates on the original pirate ship were immediately alarmed. "Who are you two guys? Where are you from?" A middle-aged man with a somewhat wretched appearance looked at the two of them and said. The pirates behind also drew their weapons and showed fierce looks on their faces. Obviously, they did not recognize Thunder God Chun Fan or Hawkeye Maihawk for a while. "You guys dare to show up on our pirate ship. Are you looking for death? Our captain is a big pirate known as the Giant Wolf, with a bounty of 100 million. At this time, the loser next to the middle-aged man stood up and said, "Low down, don't be frightened. These two young men," Anluk looked arrogant. He looked at the two young men in their 20s and thought they were little pirates who had just gone to sea. "Why don't you two talk? Are you scared by my boss's bounty?" At this time, the B****ch with long hair continued. "Captain, I think you should stop talking nonsense to them and kill these two guys. These two guys came from nowhere and suddenly came to our boat." The pirates behind were all looking at him with eager eyes. At this moment, Chun Fan and Maihawk just stood there quietly without speaking. "You two brats will give you a chance and beg Lousy for mercy. Lousy will let you go and let you join my pirate group." Anluk looked at the two people arrogantly, showing a magnanimous look. "Why don't you two brats hurry up and be grateful? Our captain is a big pirate with a bounty of 100 million. There are not many pirates in the entire New World. They're the rivals of our boss. Can you two brats join our pirate group? You two guys haven't hurry up and seize the opportunity." At this time, the man with long hair continued. "Yeah." Chun Fan looked at everyone with a smile on his face. Suddenly a voice sounded. "It's not good, Captain. We are finished. These two people seem to be." A young man with a green buzz cut walked up, holding two bounties in his hand. "You guy, what are you talking about? You dare to say that our captain is doomed?" The long-haired man slapped the short-haired young man hard on the head. No, Captain, look, these two people look exactly the same as these two bounties. Hearing this, Amluk also took the two bounty coins and took a look at them, and the others also looked over. Then they compared it and found that the two people were indeed the two people on the bounty. When they saw the amount of the bounty, their expressions were filled with horror. One was 5.9 billion and the other was 3 billion. For a moment, they were shocked and frightened, and their bodies were trembling, especially Amluk. He wanted to slap himself. His bounty of 100 million was nothing compared to the two of them. The long-haired young man was so frightened that his legs kept shaking. Lord Thunder God Chin Fan, Lord Mihawk, we were wrong. We just entered the new world and didn't recognize you two. We really deserve to die. Please let us live. Amluk knelt down without hesitation, and the other pirates behind him did the same. With a plop, they knelt down and begged desperately for mercy. They know what the 5.9 billion bounty means. It means they can easily kill them instantly. For a moment, Amluk wanted to slap the crewman next to him to death for daring to provoke such a strong man and even take himself with him. Doesn't this mean you want to kill yourself? At this time, the long-haired man was so frightened that he could not speak. His chest was so tight that he almost fainted. Which of you is the helmsman? Chin Fan looked at them with an indifferent expression and said. After a few seconds, the short-haired young man holding the bounty just stood up. I am the helmsman of this ship. He was a little awkward when he spoke, which showed that he was really scared to the extreme. Okay, can the others go on their way? Chun Fan finished this sentence with a smile, and then pointed forward a little. Streams of thunder appeared from the sky and crashed down. Feeling the devastating attack, these pirates looked terrified. No, don't, Lord Thunder God Chin Fan. Please let us go. They desperately begged for mercy, but it was of no use. The thunder was like Shinigami's scythe, easily harvesting their lives. A moment later, more than a dozen charred corpses appeared on the pirate ship. Among these dozen pirates, except for the young man with green hair, they were all dead. At this moment, this short-haired young man was so frightened that he collapsed on the deck. Looking at the corpses, he was extremely frightened. Throw these corpses off the ship and sail in the direction above according to this pointer. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Chin Fan looked at the short-haired young man with a calm expression. Although he did not tell the result, the shortcut young man had already imagined the result. After finishing speaking, Chun Fan threw the pointer to the short-haired young man. The short-haired young man saw it and quickly caught it with both hands. He was afraid that if he didn't catch it, Chin Fan would kill him if he was unhappy. Swallowing, suppressing his fear, the short-haired young man began to carry the corpses. The weather was calm, the sun was shining high, and the sun was shining on the sea. A pirate ship was sailing on the sea. There was no flag hanging high on the pirate ship. There were only 3 people on it, Thunder God Chun Fan, Eagle Eye Mihawk, and a young man with a green buzz cut. The young man was steering the ship with a look full of fear, because just now he saw with his own eyes that the man in black behind him just raised his finger and destructive thunder fell from the sky, directly killing his captain and all his companions. This scene he will never forget in his life. Now, in order to survive, he could only obey and sail in the direction of the pointer. 3 hours later, this pirate ship arrived at Egghead Island. Your mission is accomplished. Chin Fan looked at the short-haired young man with an indifferent expression. The short-haired young man seemed to realize something. He just wanted to beg for mercy, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Chun Fan, known as the tyrannical monarch, would not let him go. Thunder. Chun Fan pointed forward, and in an instant, a wisp of thunder fell from the sky. There seems to be a calmness in facing death. Before Elk died, the past events passed through his mind like clouds and smoke, and the next second, thunder roared. He turned into a charred corpse and lay on the ground. Afterwards, Chun Fan and Mihawk took off directly into the sky and headed to Egghead Island. This island is mostly made of machinery and has a mechanical punk feel. Walking in, before reaching the laboratory, Chun Fan noticed something was wrong because he felt it was too quiet here. There was something wrong with the quietness, and Chun Fan's expression immediately changed when he saw and heard that he was domineering. Seeing the expression of his captain, Mihawk also showed his domineering attitude. Then his eyes became sharp. The next second, 3 figures surrounded the 2 people. The 2 figures in front were very familiar to them. They were Kizaru, Fagadegaran, and the one on the far right. Neither Chun Fan nor Mihawk has seen him before, but he can guess that the strength of this one will definitely not be lower than that of a general. Otherwise, he would not appear together with the other 2. You seem to have known for a long time that the 2 of us would be here. Chun Fan looked at the 3 people and said, his whole body flashing with thunder. Chun Fan, you must die here today. St. Fegaland Garen's eyes were full of ferocity, and he wanted to avenge his apprentice. On the other side, Kizaru and Chris were also ready to make a move. At this moment, Mihawk also pulled out the supreme sharp sword, Black Blade Knight. Leave when you get the chance. Chun Fan said to Mihawk on the side. At this moment, both of them knew that the appearance of these 3 people did not want them to leave. The same goes for Chun Fan, who possesses the Thunder Fruit. After all, he can't get rid of Kizaru. You have no chance to leave, Chris said arrogantly, and then his body disappeared from the spot, and his fists contained armed domineering energy and blasted directly towards Chun Fan. Feeling this powerful power, Chun Fan also felt a little interesting. His right fist was as black as ink, and he punched out like a giant dragon. Bang, bang. When the 2 fists collided, countless gravel flew across, and dust flew everywhere. The collision caused Chris's body to fall back several meters, while Chun Fan stood still on the spot. Obviously, in the competition of strength, Chun Fan is better. Looking at his slightly trembling right hand, Chris's expression changed. He didn't expect that this thunder god Chun Fan was really as powerful as the rumors. Do you need my help? At this time, Kizaru was still mocking. No need, come again. After Chris finished speaking with a somewhat angry expression, his whole body was surging with energy and blood, and his fists were once again like cannonballs, blasting straight towards Chun Fan, which seemed to be the same as the blow just now. When Chun Fan saw this scene, he was also a little confused. He thought, doesn't this guy have a long memory? Then, the fist was as black as ink and blasted forward. Bang, bang. The 2 fists collided like giant dragons, and the sound of explosion sounded instantly, and a stream of gravel exploded. This time, Chun Fan actually stepped back several steps before stopping. On the other hand, Chris stood there with an arrogant look on his face. What's your name? Thunder God Chun Fan, right? You didn't expect that I am a power fruit user, and you dare to compete with me for strength. Interesting. Chun Fan had not experienced this for a long time, being forced to retreat in a head-on competition of strength. The thunder of destruction shone, and wisps of purple thunder wrapped around him. Chun Fan took the initiative to attack this time, and his fist was covered with the power of thunder and armed domineering, and it blasted out. At this time, Chris waved his right fist with a smile on his face, which contained powerful power. Boom! Under the collision of their fists, this time, the 2 of them were evenly matched, and they both fell back one after another, and countless dust flew everywhere. Come again. Chun Fan's whole body was covered with thunder of destruction, and he attacked again. At this moment, Chris no longer had the arrogance he had before. He knew that the man in front of him could force him back in terms of strength, and he must not be underestimated. In an instant, the 2 of them collided fiercely, fighting with each other in a bloody fight. On the other side, Fegaland, Garen Shung, and Kizaru have surrounded Mihawk. His eyes were sharp, the powerful sword power on his body soared into the sky, and the ghostly aura filled the supreme sharp sword Heideoi, even when he was surrounded by 2 elite general-level powerhouses. Hawkeye, there was no fear in Mihawk's eyes. He held a supremely sharp knife and took the initiative to attack forward. Fegaland Jalen Shung went straight to meet him, and the famous sword also contained powerful power. Clang! The moment the 2 famous knives collided, strong winds sprang up, countless rebels were directly rolled up, and fire exploded. They all use knives, so I'll join the fun. After Kizaru said this, a sword of light emerged from his right hand. Then, he slashed towards Mihawk at a very fast speed. Without hesitation, Mihawk immediately waved the black sword in his hand, and powerful power burst out, forcefully forcing Fegaland Garanshung back, and then resisted Kizaru's attack. Clang! Under the collision, the earth cracked. At this time, Saint Fegaland Garen also attacked. For a moment, Mihawk was completely suppressed when faced with the siege of the two men. There were flashes of swords and shadows, and cracks continued to appear on the ground. Other side, after Chun Fan forced Chris back, the thunder of destruction shone. Thunder God form, third mode. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and purple thunder fell from the sky, turning the ground into a sea of thunder. Feeling that terrifying power, Chris's face looked a little ugly. Although they had only fought a few moves, he had already deeply felt the horror of Chun Fan's power. The next second, the endless thunder completely gathered on Chun Fan, and mysterious thunder wings grew out from his back. His whole body was covered with thunder, his pupils turned purple, and a thunder spear appeared in his right hand. Just when Chris was about to take action, Saint Fegaland Galen appeared and stopped him. You go deal with Mihawk, Kizaru, and I will deal with him. Chris did not refute after hearing this. He originally thought that Chun Fan's strength was at most similar to his own, but he was not a fool. After only a few moves, he already felt the horror of the person in front of him. The thunder of destruction, the strong physique, and the three-colored domineering aura that is close to the extreme. These three powerful forces are concentrated in one person. It is difficult for this person not to be powerful. Power punch. Then, Chris turned around. His whole body was filled with blood, and his fists were covered with armed color domineering. He punched out like a giant dragon and attacked Mihawk. Relying on his observation haki, Mihawk felt this powerful force and immediately swung his sword. In an instant, a green sword energy burst out and turned into a giant green dragon, swallowing Kizaru. Without hesitation, Kizaru immediately turned into wisps of photons. His body elementalized and disappeared on the spot. Boom! The giant green dragon smashed onto the ground, causing the earth to crack. Countless pieces of rubble flew everywhere, smoke rose, and a deep pit several dozen meters deep appeared on the ground in an instant. Then, Mihawk turned around, holding the supreme sword in his hand with two forces wrapped around it, and chopped down at Chris, who was rushing towards him. Boom! The moment the terrifying fist and the sharp sword collided, waves of air spread out in all directions. The next second, the two of them continued to fight, swords flashing, fists blasting out continuously. On the other side, Kizaru had already come to the side of Saint Fegaland Galen. They both knew that the most important purpose of their trip was to kill the thunder god Chun Fan. Mihawk is the second most important one, of course. It would be best if we can solve at the same time. Chun Fan, I don't know how you will deal with this dilemma today. Saint Fegaland Galen looked at Chun Fan fiercely. You two want to take my life. Although Chun Fan was facing the siege of two people, he was not too afraid. He was just thinking about how the world government knew that he was coming to Egghead Island. You have to know that only Bud, Mihawk, and himself know this news. Even the other members of the Thunder God Pirates don't know the purpose of their coming out this time. It seems that the world government has means that it is unaware of. Chun Fan naturally would not doubt Bud. Sizzle. In an instant, the purple thunder became more violent, and Chun Fan, holding the thunder spear, rushed straight into the sky. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and destructive thunder roared down. The purple thunder turned into giant purple thunder dragons, gathering in the sky. And Chun Fan was bathed in this thunder, like a god or a devil. The next moment, a king's aura burst out from him, covering Fegaland Garen Saint and Kizaru below. At this time, Saint Fegaland Galen did not hesitate, and the aura of a king also emanated from him. Rumble. In an instant, two auras, one blue and one gold, violently collided with each other. The sky turned dark red, thunder flashed, and the sky and the earth changed color. In the stalemate collision, Saint Fegaland Galen took a few steps back. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage under Conqueror's domineering competition. Feeling Chun Fan's powerful conqueror's domineering power, Fegalan Jalan Shung strengthened his determination to keep him here today. In his eyes, Chun Fan is just like a monster, with no weaknesses, superhuman physique, awakened fruit abilities, and three-color domineering that is close to the limit. If he is allowed to grow further, it is hard for Fegalan Garen to imagine what height Chun Fan will reach. Although he has been idle for a long time, whether it is for revenge for Oren Shungda or for the majesty of world government, the holy capital of Fegalan must keep Chun Fan here. Do it. After Fegalan Garen's saint finished speaking, he flew directly into the sky, with powerful sword intent bursting out from his body, and the famous sword in his hand was covered with dark purple armed domineering energy. Kizaru on the other side did not hesitate. His whole body shone with light. Wisps of photons gathered all over his body. His body elements disappeared in place, and the shining sword of light appeared on his right hand. Endless thunder punishment. Looking at the two people rushing towards him, Chun Fan looked full of indifference and raised his right hand. In an instant, boom! The dark clouds in the sky rained down streaks of thunder like giant pythons. The purple thunder contained the power to destroy the world and attacked Fegaland, Garen Saint, and Kizaru, who were charging straight up. Feeling the thunder of destruction, Fegalan Jalan Saint stabilized his figure and waved the famous sword in his hand. In an instant, golden sword energy burst out. Boom! In midair, the golden sword energy and the thunder dragon collided like meteorites. Explosions continued to sound. The atmosphere continued to roar, and smoke was everywhere. On the other side, Kizaru also opened his arms, and the photons rushed straight away like cannonballs. Bang, bang! The light and thunder kept colliding. The atmosphere roared, and the surrounding clouds were destroyed. After the two of them dealt with it, thunder raged after Chun Fan's attack. A thunderous figure was already holding a thunder spear and appeared above the head of Saint Fegalan Garen. The thunder spear in Chun Fan's hand contained incomparable terrifying power, and it pierced towards Fegalan Garen Shung below. With a calm look on his face, Saint Fegalan Garen also waved his famous sword and slashed straight out. Clang! The thunder spear and the sharp sword collided together in an instant. Strong winds blew up, and the surrounding clouds were destroyed. At the same time, Kizaru also held a sword of light and attacked directly. Thunder flashed, and Chun Fan's whole body immediately turned into thunder, and his body elements disappeared in place. Kizaru's sword cut directly into the air. Chun Fan, have you ever been kicked by Guang? The next second, Kizaru's whole body turned into photons and chased after him, and there was even more light on his right foot. Have you ever been struck by thunder? Chun Fan looked fierce. His left fist contained thunder, and he punched out. Boom! The thunder fist and the right foot of light collided together like a giant dragon, and circles of air waves spread out. At this time, a golden sword energy of hundreds of meters, containing the power to destroy everything, attacked Chun Fan at an extremely fast speed. Thunder Guardian. With no time to dodge, Chun Fan could only cover his whole body with his wings, and the power of the purple thunder was completely concentrated on them. Boom! The golden sword energy slashed directly on the thunder wings. Smoke was everywhere, and the explosion sounded instantly. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. The next second, Kizaru also opened his arms and fired out rays of light bombs, like a violent storm, constantly hitting Chun Fan. Boom! Violent explosions continued to sound. The atmosphere roared, the clouds dispersed, and dust rose everywhere. After a few seconds of explosion, Chun Fan opened his thunder wings. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and there were scars on his body. It was obvious that he was seriously injured by these two moves. Even though he has reached the peak of general strength at this moment, it is still too difficult for one person to face two elite generals. For a moment, Chun Fan was thinking about how to deal with this dangerous situation. However, Saint Fegalan Garen would not give him time to think. In an instant, he came at Chun Fan. Don't think about how to escape. Thunder God Chun Fan, just stay here today. As soon as he finished speaking, Fegelin Garanshung waved the famous sword in his hand, with two powerful forces entwined on it, and slashed straight down with the sound of air explosion. Really? I think this old guy like you will die here today. Chun Fan's expression was full of indifference, and there was terrifying thunder in his left fist, which shot out. Bang, bang. The thunder fist and the sharp sword collided together. Strong winds rose, and circles of air waves spread out. At the same time, a ray of light appeared, and Kizuru appeared behind Chun Fan holding a sword of light, and the sword of light in his hand pierced out. Without hesitation, Chun Fan waved the thunder spear on his right hand backward. Clang! The sword of light and the spear of thunder collided together like a giant dragon. The powerful force formed a circle of ripples and scattered in all directions. For a moment, explosions continued to sound above the sky, and three figures kept colliding and fighting bloody battles, and drops of blood spilled on the ground. Thunder rages, light shines, and sword energy flourishes. At the same time, on the other side, on Egghead Island, sword slash. Mihawk wields the supreme sharp sword Black Blade Knight and slashes forward. A green sword energy of hundreds of meters burst out, and grooves appeared on the ground. In midair, the green sword energy directly transformed into a ferocious green dragon and engulfed Chris. With a serious look on his face, Chris knew how strong the man in front of him was after fighting for so long. He no longer had the contempt he had before. Strong punch. Chris' whole body was surging with blood, his internal organs were beating, and his right arm protruded like a dragon. The most important thing is that the power is concentrated on the right fist, and the punch is blasted out like a cannonball. Boom! The fist cannonball collided with the green dragon. The ground cracked, dust flew everywhere, and countless gravel flew everywhere. Chris took 2 steps back, and the ferocious green dragon also disappeared between heaven and earth. The next second, Mihawk appeared above him, with a huge sharp knife in his hand, as black as ink, slashing downwards like a crescent moon. This blow contained extremely terrifying power. Chris's expression was calm, without any fear. His left fist was covered with a dark and domineering aura, and his fist rushed out. The sound of fighting and fighting rang out. Under this blow, the two of them fell back one after another and stopped after a few meters. However, the next moment, the two of them were fighting in close quarters with punches to the flesh, sharp swords, fighting fiercely and bloody fights. It could be said that at this moment, the two of them were going all out and had no plans to show mercy. At this time, Chris felt the sword energy that was so sharp that it could cut through everything and felt a sudden pressure. Mihawk on the other side was also constantly repelled by that powerful force. Both of them are at the level of elite generals. It can be said that there is no winner in a short period of time. However, this situation is not a good thing for Mihawk, because they are now trapped in a trap, and their own captain is fighting 1 against 2. What are you thinking about, swordsman? Chris shouted, and his fist turned into a giant bloody tiger and rushed out. Feeling the powerful power, Mihawk did not hesitate, wielding the supreme sharp sword, Black Blade Knight, entwined with sword energy and arm domineering energy, 2 extreme powers. Clang! The sound of the collision of famous swords and fists kept ringing on the ground. The ground of Dantu Island continued to crack. Countless boulders flew up, and dust flew everywhere. The speed of the two of them was getting faster and faster, including Chris, who had no intention of delaying time. Both of them were rushing to kill each other. Above the sky, a faint gasp sounded, and Chun Fan's whole body shone with violent thunder. After the battle, scars appeared on his body. Although these scars were nothing to him, on the other hand, Kizuru and Fegelin Garanshung on the other side did not have serious injuries on their bodies. In this comparison, Chun Fan was completely at a disadvantage. It's terrible. As expected of the god of thunder, Chun Fan, he can still hold on for so long, even in the face of the two of us joining forces. Kizuru still said to Chun Fan in his obscene tone. At this moment, he looked extremely excited. This was the first time that he had such an upper hand when facing Chun Fan. Stop talking nonsense and kill him. Fegaland Jialansheng's expression is full of ruthlessness. He has not taken action for a long time, but recently he has taken action frequently just to kill Thunder God Chun Fan. Killing me is not that simple. It's easy. In an instant, the purple thunder continued to shine, turning into purple dragons, floating in the sky. The whole scene was as if the world had been destroyed, and Chun Fan's whole body's strength reached its peak. The thunder spear became even more magical, and the thunder wings behind it were fully expanded. Chun Fan knew very well that this battle would be the most difficult battle he faced, facing two generals at the same time. It's easy. Thunder flashed. Chun Fan waved his thunder wings and held a thunder spear. He took the lead in attacking Kizaru. Feeling the power of destruction, Kizaru did not dare to hesitate. His whole body shone with light, and a sword of light emerged from his right hand, and he held the sword of light tightly in both hands and swung it forward. Clang! In an instant, the thunder spear and the sword of light collided fiercely. Everything around them was destroyed, and circles of air waves scattered. The terrifying, huge force directly caused Kizaru's body to fall back, just when Chun Fan was about to continue the attack. A golden sword energy, containing the power to destroy everything, slashed towards him. Relying on his powerful domineering power and waving his thunder wings, Chun Fan turned to the right to avoid the sword. Boom! The golden sword energy blasted into the sky. In an instant, there was an explosion in the sky, and smoke was everywhere. Boss sword! The next second, Saint Fegelin Garen was already attacking with the famous sword in his hand. Dark red thunder flashed, and Conqueror's domineering power covered the famous sword. Thunder Dragon. Chun Fan did not hesitate. He exuded the aura of a king, and the nearly ultimate Conqueror's domineering energy was condensed on the thunder spear. Clang! Suddenly, there was lightning and thunder in the sky, and the entire sky was torn apart and completely divided into two halves. The thunder spear and the sharp sword collided fiercely. Laser! Kizaru, behind him, pointed his finger forward, and a photon appeared in front of his finger. Then, the laser photon shot towards Chun Fan at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that Chun Fan reacted and had no time to dodge. He could only block it with his left arm in front of him. In an instant, the laser photon directly penetrated his left arm, and the bones were shattered. With a ferocious expression on his face, Chun Fan endured the pain without shouting a word. The wound on his left arm was slowly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This shows how monster Chun Fan's body is. The best deep cut of the close combat Fiegel de Garen Saint observed. He has always wondered if Chun Fan was of some special race, and how could his body reach such a state? Even rocks, Roger, they can't reach this level of physical fitness. The thunder surrounding him raged, and Chun Fan swung the thunder spear in his hand vigorously, forcing Fegaland Garen Shung to retreat. Endless thunder punishment. Chun Fan raised his hands up and then pulled them down again, as if he wanted to grab the thunder. A series of destructive thunders fell from the sky, turning into giant thunder dragons, as if they were going to destroy the world, and flooded towards the two of Fiegel, Land and Saints. Seeing this terrifying attack, Fegelin Garen Saint did not hesitate at all, waving the famous sword in his hand, and golden sword energy burst out in an instant. Boom! In the sky, the golden sword energy and the thunder dragon were constantly colliding. Explosions kept ringing, and dust was everywhere. On the other side, Kizaru's body elementalized and disappeared on the spot, so fast that even the thunder dragon could not keep up with him. Boom! The sky roared, and the thunder dragon dissipated between heaven and earth. It's terrible. Along with the words, Kizaru appeared behind Chun Fan, raised his right foot high, with light on it, and kicked Chun Fan's head like a giant pillar. With a ferocious look on his face, Chun Fan turned around and punched directly. Bang bang! The fists and feet collided together. The shining light and the thunder of destruction two forces belonging to nature collided fiercely. At the same time, a figure holding a famous sword appeared in front of Chun Fan. The famous sword in the hand of Saint Fegalangelin was entwined with two powerful forces and stabbed towards Chun Fan's chest. There was no time to dodge. Chun Fan immediately blocked the thunder wings in front of him with a solemn expression. The thunder kept flashing, and finally, the famous sword containing powerful power of Fegalin Garen Saint actually pierced the protection of the thunder's wings. As blood spurted out, a scar several centimeters deep appeared on Chun Fan's chest. Ah! With a roar, without any hesitation, the thunder of destruction erupted. This powerful force that represented the destruction of the world actually forced the two of them, Fegal, Land, and Saint, to retreat. Thunder speed. The next second, Chun Fan took the initiative to attack, waving his thunder wings and a thunder spear in his hand, which contained extremely terrifying power, and attacked Fegalan Garen Saint. Without any intention of dodge, Saint Fegalan Garen also faced him directly with the famous sword in his hand. The light shines, and the Kizuru behind also turns into wisps of photons and attacks. In an instant, Chun Fan faced the siege of the two men again. Explosions continued to occur in the sky. Everything around him was destroyed, and the clouds were blown away. Drops of blood spilled on the ground. Facing the siege of the two strong men, Chun Fan had already exceeded his limit. He was desperately resisting and counterattacking. In this dilemma of life and death, seek for that glimmer of hope. Time passed quickly, 10 minutes, half an hour, an hour. Heavy breathing sounded. Chun Fan's body was covered with scars, and his physical strength was greatly consumed. On the other side, Fegaland, Garen Shung, and Kizuru also felt uncomfortable. They did not expect that Chun Fan's strength was so terrifying. Especially Fegaland Garen. He even felt like he was facing Roger at his peak. However, just like this, it is not enough to defeat the two of them. This also made the two of them decide that they must keep Chun Fan here. Because Chun Fan is more terrifying than Rox and Roger, and he is too young, this means that he has the possibility to go further. Kill him, and we will never let him leave today, Fegalin Garen Saint said to Kizuru on the side. Chun Fan is such a terrible opponent, Kizuru said slowly in his signature slow tone. At this moment, both of them attacked Chun Fan at the same time. Death is a cruel thing, so please die. Purple thunder surrounded his body. Chun Fan waved his thunder wings and rushed straight up again. Even though his physical strength was greatly exhausted, his body was full of scars. Chun Fan knew very well that at this moment, retreating meant death. Only by breaking out beyond the limit could there be a glimmer of hope. Boom! In an instant, three figures collided fiercely in the sky. Thunder continued to rage. Light shone in the sky, and sword energy spread across the sky. Chun Fan, today this place will become your grave. The aura on Fegalangelin Shung's body continued to rise, and he was extremely looking forward to beheading Chun Fan himself. That's ridiculous, you old guy. I think this place can be your grave. Chun Fan brandished the thunder spear and responded to the attack. Wisps of thunder continued to swim in his body, and the powerful power of thunder was repairing the injuries in his body. Fierce fighting, bloody fighting, blood spilled on the ground. The three of them had no reservations at this moment, and they were all rushing to kill each other. At the same time, the battle below was also going on fiercely. At this time, Mihawk's body is full of scars, but his eyes are still as sharp as when the battle began, and the sword energy and will in his body are also constantly erupting. On the other hand, Chris on the other side was in similar condition to Mihawk, but his momentum began to wane, because he originally thought that the pirates in the sea were so arrogant because of Marine's incompetence. Now, through the battle with Thunder God Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk, he is very clear about how ridiculous his previous ideas were. These top pirates on the sea are not that easy to deal with. Cut. Mihawk wields the supreme sharp sword Black Blade Knight, and a green sword energy bursts out, destroying everything in its path. Seeing this situation, Chris did not dare to hesitate. Bloody light gathered on his fist, and he punched out. In an instant, the bloody fist was covered with light. Boom! In an instant, the green sword energy and the blood-colored fist light collided fiercely, causing cracks in the ground, countless gravels flying horizontally, and circles of air waves spreading out. This Dantu island has become dilapidated after a long period of fierce fighting between the two. It can be said that if the two of them unleash attacks on the island to their heart's content, it is not difficult to destroy an island. You are very strong, but I will defeat you eventually. Chris rushed in front of Mihawk, and the power of the fruit gathered on his fist. The fist was covered with armed, domineering energy and blasted out like a cannonball. With a calm expression, Mihawk held the supreme sharp knife in his hand, with the black knife blocking it in front of him. Bang! With a powerful force coming, Mihawk's entire body flew out and rolled in the sky. At this moment, Chris seized the opportunity. The top of his left leg was as dark as ink, and before Mihawk could stabilize his body, he extracted it towards his chest. Unfortunately, when Mihawk was spinning, he waved the black sword and his sword energy rushed out. Clang! Under the collision, Chris was stopped. Cut! At this time, Mihawk appeared above his head and slashed him with his sword. With a serious look on his face, Chris put his arms in front of him. Clang! Blood spurted out, and a hideous scar appeared on Chris's arms. Then, Mihawk continued to attack, and the sword energy like a storm continued to attack Chris. For a moment, Chris kept moving his body back, waving his fists to resist the astonishingly powerful sword energy. It can be said that Chris was briefly at a disadvantage. Above the sky, wisps of thunder fell on the sea surface, and immediately, sea pillars exploded. The thunderous body above was full of scars. The sound of rapid breathing kept echoing from Chun Fan. On the other side, Kizuru and Fegelengaren were not in good condition either, with hideous wounds on their bodies. The two of them didn't expect that Chun Fan would be so tenacious and able to push the two of them to this point. However, they also knew that Chun Fan was about to reach his limit. As long as the two of them worked harder, they could completely keep Chun Fan here. Chun Fan, why don't you just surrender like this so as not to die on this sea? I will put you into the Impel City then, Fegelangelan Shung said to Chun Fan. The purpose of his words was to hope that Chun Fan would give up his final struggle. Otherwise, if this lunatic works hard, the two of us will still be in some trouble. Really? That myth that I broke? I have no interest in going in again. Even though his physical strength is about to reach its limit, there are even more hideous wounds on his body. However, Chun Fan's eyes were still not filled with any fear, and the purple thunder became even more violent. This was the tyrannical monarch. Hearing these words, Saint Fegelengaren also remembered that the person in front of him did come from Impel Down City, and it caused quite a stir at the time. However, at that time, Chun Fan had not yet made Fegelengaren Shung noteworthy. Things are different now. Do it and get rid of him. After Fegelengaren Saint finished speaking, his body quickly disappeared from the spot. Kizuru on the side did not hesitate, turned into wisps of light, and rushed directly towards Chun Fan. Looking at the two people who were attacking, Chun Fan looked serious. The great consumption of physical strength and serious injuries on his body put him in a very dangerous situation. But at this moment, he had no choice and no room to retreat. Thunder of destruction. With a roar, in an instant, purple thunder all over Chun Fan's body became completely violet. The most terrifying thing was that the thunder wings of the divine wings were completely unfolded. The thunder spear in his hand appeared again. The body turned into thunder and disappeared from the place. Boom! The atmosphere was roaring, thunder and light, and the golden sword energy were constantly colliding. At this second, the destructive thunder power unexpectedly fought to a tie with the two forces. Refund. Chun Fan held a thunder spear with Conqueror's Haki wrapped around it. The dark red thunder flashed, and he stabbed Kizuru directly with the spear. The speed was so fast that even if Kizuru couldn't react for a while, he could only block the sword of light in front of him. Clang! A strong collision sounded, and Kizuru's entire body flew out upside down, rolling several times in the sky before stopping. At the same time, attacks from Fegelin Garen Saint also followed one after another. There was no fear on Chun Fan's face, and his left fist turned into a thunder dragon and flew forward. Bang bang! In an instant, the thunder dragon collided with the famous sword, causing a roar in the atmosphere, and Fegeland Garen Shung flew backwards. Under this attack, Chun Fan forced the two men to retreat. The next second, Chun Fan took the initiative to attack. Thunder Dragon. The thunder spear in his hand shot out like a dragon, turning into a giant thunder dragon and stabbing straight towards Fegeland Garen Saint. With such a fast speed, Fegeland Garen Shung could not dodge at all. He could only accept the blow forcefully, waving the famous sword in his hand with Conqueror's haki wrapped around it. Clang! The fierce collision sounded again, as the thunder spear collided with the sharp sword. The two people were constantly colliding in mid-air like two streams of light. For a moment, no one can do anything, so who can? 8-foot beautiful Magatama. At this time, Kizuru not far away opened his arms, and his whole body was shining with light. In an instant, light bullets containing extremely powerful power flooded towards Chun Fan like a violent storm. Facing this dense attack, Chun Fan's expression remained so calm, and he had no idea of evading it. I saw him smiling evilly at the corners of Saint Fegeland Garen's mouth. For a moment, Fegeland Garen Shung immediately felt something was wrong. He wanted to leave, but it was too late. Chun Fan transformed into thunder, rushed forward, and hugged Fegeland Garen Shung. At this time, Fegeland Garen Shung had fully realized what Chun Fan wanted to do. He tried to break free, but it was already too late. Kizuru not far away was also aware of this, but it was too late to retract the attack. Boom! In an instant, those rays of light, like a violent storm, continued to blast towards Chun Fan and Saint Fegeland Garen. This terrible power seems to destroy everything. The sound of explosions continued to sound, and dust rose everywhere, followed by an explosion within a few seconds. The two bodies were still hugging each other, falling like cannonballs. Boom! The next second, the two bodies hit the ground heavily, the mountain collapsed, and the ground cracked. Countless gravel flew everywhere, dust flew everywhere, and a large pit of dozens of meters appeared on the ground. On top of the ruins, two figures were lying there. At this time, Chun Fan was covered in blood, and the hideous wounds looked particularly scary. Saint Fegeland Garen on the other side was not much better. His body was covered with wounds, and there was only a faint sound of breathing left in his body. Ha! Fegeland Jalen Shung pressed the famous sword against the ground tightly and slowly stood up. His eyes were filled with blood red, and he stared at Chun Fan in front of him with great anger. Chun Fan's idea of perishing together with himself was unexpected. Under this blow, his body was about to collapse and reach its limit. However, I can still stand up despite the severe pain. Chun Fan on the other side, seeing this situation, slowly stood up with trembling body. Seeing this scene, there was a trace of surprise in the eyes of Fegeland Jalen. It's too terrible. You should die here, Chun Fan. At this time, Kizuru's voice appeared, and he had turned into a ray of light and appeared above Chun Fan. Chun Fan, have you ever been kicked by Guang? As soon as he finished saying this, light condensed on Kizuru's right foot, and he kicked hard towards Chun Fan. With no time to dodge, Chun Fan could only block in front of him with his arms covered with domineering energy. Boom! With this kick, Chun Fan was kicked dozens of meters away until he hit an iron plate, which was completely dented. Only then did Chun Fan stop, and his body slowly fell. Ha! The sound of heavy breathing and the severe injuries on his body made Chun Fan feel that he was about to reach his limit. He even felt that his vision went dark and he was about to faint at any time. However, Chun Fan knew that if he fainted now, he would face death. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price with your life. Chen Fan raised his head and laughed crazily. The wisps of thunder on his body flashed again. His cold eyes stared at the two of them. The most important thing was that his face was still covered with blood. He looks like a madman. Seeing that Chen Fan, who was covered in blood and bruised, still had the strength to fight, the eyes of Fei Jiada and Jia Linsheng were filled with shock. They have never seen such a monster with such serious injuries. For ordinary people, they would have died long ago. However, Chen Fan actually survived and was able to continue fighting. This is really incredible. The power of thunder was constantly stimulating the cells, and Chen Fan's body was slowly recovering. Keep fighting. Finish him off. Don't let him recover. When Fegalin Garansheng said these words, blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. It is conceivable that he, who was already in a bad state, was forced by Chen Fan to bear a blow just now. In addition, his physique is not as monster as Chen Fan, so his current state is close to being exhausted. However, Kizaru's condition is quite good. It can be said that if the fight continues like this, Chen Fan will still be defeated. The next second, Kizaru did not hesitate. His body turned into elements, turned into wisps of light, and disappeared from the place. He knew in his heart that if Chen Fan was allowed to recover, or if Chen Fan was allowed to leave today, it would definitely be a big trouble. At the same time, on the sea surface, hurricanes continued to approach Dantu Island. Countless waves were rolled up, and the entire sea was turbulent. It can be said that such a strong wind is very rare even on the sea. Egghead Island at this time. Kizaru had already appeared above Chen Fan, with his right foot raised high, kicking towards Chen Fan like a giant pillar. Without the strength to speak, Chen Fan could only gather the thunder into his fist and punch out. Bang! The air roared as fists and feet collided. Chen Fan took a few steps back and then barely stopped. In a contest of strength, Chen Fan is now being forced back by Kizaru. It is conceivable how bad his current condition is. On the other side, Saint Fegalan Gallon attacked again with his famous sword in hand. Without hesitation, the thunder spear appeared. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Chen Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed forward. Clang! A fierce collision sounded, and a sword of light emerged from Kizaru's hand and attacked. For a moment, the three of them were floating in the sky again, engaging in a fierce battle. It can be said that with every impact, Chen Fan felt that he was about to reach his limit. His head was dizzy and heavy, and it seemed that he was about to faint at any time. But Chen Fan didn't dare. He knew he couldn't faint like this, otherwise he would face death. The atmosphere continued to roar as three powerful forces collided. The wounds on Chen Fan's body continued to burst, and it could be said that his body was about to collapse. The right hand holding the thunder spear was bleeding continuously. The thunder of destruction was also extremely dim. St. Fegalan Gallon's condition was almost reaching its limit. The hand holding the famous sword kept shaking, and a large amount of blood was lost, causing him to feel dizzy. It can be said that Kizaru is in the best condition among the three. He is only seriously injured, but has not yet reached the point of physical collapse. With Chen Fan's current strength, it is still too difficult to face two elite generals at the same time. If this continues, Chen Fan will be defeated by the two men in a few minutes, and he will definitely face death. The battlefield below. Hoo-hoo! Heavy gasps were heard from Mihawk, his hands tightly grasping the supreme sword, Black Blade Knight. At this point in the fight, he had already used all his strength without reservation. My physical strength is almost reaching its true limit. However, Chris still cannot be solved. At this time, Chris lowered his head. Cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. His legs were shaking uncontrollably, and his eyes were fixed on Mihawk. At this point, his physical strength is really about to reach its limit. But at the same time, he couldn't be absolutely sure that he could deal with Mihawk. It can be said that the two men are of similar strength. If it were a normal situation, it is very likely that both sides would retreat and would not engage in the final life and death battle. But at this point, there is no choice but to retreat. You are very powerful. I thought pirates were weaklings, but now it seems I was overthinking. Chris stood up straight and looked at Myhawk. You're not bad, but you're not a swordsman. Myhawk also spoke slowly. He tightly grasped the supreme sword, Black Blade Knight, and a powerful aura burst out from his body, expressing his respect. Then, the two looked at each other, stopped hesitating, and started fighting. Boom! As the two collided, the ground began to crack in all directions, and countless huge rocks flew up. As the two men fought fiercely, the battle above the sky truly came to an end, destroying thunder, shining light, and sharp sword energy. Three powerful forces were engaged in a final fight. They had already reached the top of the sea from the top of the island. After a collision, the three of them flew backwards. Then, as soon as Chun Fan stabilized his figure, the dim thunder continued to dissipate. The thunder spear in his hand also disappeared. At this moment, he could be said to have truly reached his limit. On the other side, the same goes for Fegalan Garanshung. His hand can't even hold the famous sword. But Kizaru's whole body was still shining with light at this time, retaining the last trace of his fighting power. Sure enough, even if he fought hard until the last moment, Chun Fan's strength could not defeat the two elite generals. Let's do it together and give him the final blow, Saint Fegalan Garin said to Kizaru with an extremely ugly expression. Good. After Kizaru responded, he turned into wisps of light and disappeared. He couldn't wait to deal with Chun Fan. On the other side, Fegalan Garanshung also completely squeezed the last bit of strength from his body and rushed away. Sensing the attack from the two men, Chun Fan roared angrily. He raised his head and stared at the two men with extremely cold eyes. Chun Fan didn't want to die. He didn't believe that he would lose like this, just lose like this. It was the rekindled power of thunder that gathered throughout his body, and Chun Fan clenched his fists and faced it. Boom! In an instant, the atmosphere roared, and the three of them fought fiercely again. It can be said that Chun Fan and Fei Jiada Jialinsheng are worthy of being the top powerhouses on the sea, and their willpower is truly terrifying. Even if they reach this point and their bodies are close to collapse, they can still go beyond the limit and squeeze out the last strength. While the three of them were fighting fiercely, strong winds rose, and hurricanes thousands of meters high were on the sea, and they were heading towards the three people on the sea at extremely fast speeds. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Kizaru and Fei Jialin Sheng changed greatly. Myhawk and Chris below also temporarily stopped attacking. That terrifying natural disaster seems to be sweeping across everything. Above the sky, Fegaland, Garanshung, and Kizaru immediately realized that something was wrong and prepared to temporarily get out of the distance of the hurricane and then deal with Chun Fan. Suddenly, Chun Fan seemed to have made up his mind and looked at Fegaland Garanshung. If you die, I will drag you to be buried with you. Chun Fan, whose body was about to collapse, turned into thunder and punched directly at Fegaland Garanshung. Seeing this situation, Fegaland Jialinsheng could only block it with his famous sword, but in this way, he was also stopped in his tracks. Although it was only a few seconds, in these few seconds, the tornado had already struck. This huge tornado that was over 1,000 meters directly swept up the two of them. Afterwards, the two wanted to break away from the tornado and leave, but how could it be so easy to escape from a tornado that was several kilometers away? Maybe it would be possible if they were in peak condition, but now, with their bodies on the verge of collapse, it's simply impossible. When Kizaru, behind him, saw this, he wanted to try to rush in and save Fega Degran Saint. But under the power of this terrible natural disaster, it is impossible to do it. Then, the two people in the hurricane passed out, and the next second, they fell directly into the rough sea. The two sank to the bottom of the sea basically at the same time. Seeing this situation, Kizaru above wanted to rush down to save him, but the tornado blocked him and he couldn't get through. Moreover, the sea is too rough, and the most important thing is that he is still a devil fruit user. The two people on the island, Myhawk, glanced at each other, and they both had a tacit understanding and did not choose to take action anymore, but headed towards the rough sea. Looking at the huge waves coming one after another, at this moment, both Myhawk and Chris were heading towards the sea with great difficulty. By the time they arrived at the location of Fegelin Garin Saint, the two of them had long been submerged by the sea. The two of them sank into the sea at the same time and searched everywhere, but except for the small fish floating in front of them and the rocks, they could not be found at all. It was obvious that the rough waves had taken them somewhere. Kizaru above, as a devil fruit user, could only watch anxiously. After several more minutes, the tornado, which was over 1,000 meters high, was already flying into the distance. At the same time, Myhawk and Chris both rushed out of the sea. From the two men rushing out of the sea alone and the heavy expressions on their faces, it could be seen that Chun Fan and Fegelin Garin were not found. Seeing this scene, Kizaru, who had always been wretched, couldn't help but look solemn. Fegeland, Lin Sheng, and Chun Fan had reached that point, and it could be said that their bodies had reached their limits. In a state of serious injury, encountering such a natural disaster, even with the strength of the two of them, it is estimated that the disaster will be more serious than bad. However, Kizaru prefers the possibility of Fegelin Saint. He could survive. After all, he is not a devil fruit user. As for Chun Fan being so seriously injured, and since he was a devil fruit user, he probably wouldn't survive in this rough sea. Thinking of this, Kizaru felt that this big trouble was finally solved, and he would no longer have to worry about an opponent who could keep up with his speed at any time. As for the possible death of Fegelin Garin, Kizaru didn't have too many feelings. He could only say that he was a little sad. After all, he was really unfamiliar with it. The same goes for Chris below, with a sad look on his face. After all, they're all under the control of the world government, but that's all. Myhawk's expression has changed greatly. He has never liked making friends, but he has known Chun Fan for many years. You know, when the Thor Pirates were first created, Myhawk was there. After so many years of friendship, it is impossible for Myhawk not to have camaraderie. Myhawk, who had always been indifferent, now had a look of sadness on his face, clenching the sharp knife in his hand. "Hey, are we going to look for it?" Chris asked Kizaru on the side. "Search with all your strength, or take down the person in front of you first. You make the decision." Kizaru thought for a moment and pushed out the question. In fact, both of them knew that the Fegelin Garin Saint was probably also in trouble. This is the horror of nature. So the most appropriate choice now is to get rid of Myhawk. As long as the leader and deputy leader of the Thor Pirates died here today, then the Thor Pirates are gone in name only. However, the identity of Fegelin Garin Saint is very special. Although one of them is a Marine general and the other is an Army general, they do not dare to make this decision easily. "Call that old guy from the Warring States period and I'll hold him back." When Chris finished saying this, he stopped Hawkeye. At this time, Myhawk's face showed not only sadness but also some anger. He looked at Chris, who was standing in front of him. He knew very well that his crisis had not yet been resolved. As for escaping, that is basically impossible. After all, Kizaru is still there. For a moment, Myhawk was also thinking about how to leave. He was not a reckless person. He knew that if he continued to fight, let alone avenging Chun Fan, he would be left here. Only by leaving can you have a chance to take revenge. Soon, Kizaru on the side took out the small black phone bug in his arms and started making calls. Blue, Fleet Admiral Office. At this moment, Warring States had just finished handling official business. When he saw the phone ringing, he picked it up immediately without hesitation. "Sengoku Fleet Admiral, this is Kizaru. How did the mission go?" Hearing that it was Kizaru who was calling, Warring States immediately asked anxiously before Kizaru could speak. After all, this time is a good opportunity. It is basically impossible to gather 3 general-level figures to go on a mission together next time. There's an accident. We encountered a very large tornado and a tsunami. Fegeland, Garin Sheng, and Chun Fan were seriously injured and were swept into the sea by a tornado. Their whereabouts are now unknown. As for the deputy captain of the Thor Pirates, Hawkeye Myhawk is now stopped by Chris. So we want to ask whether we are now looking for the whereabouts of Fegelin Garin Saint, or getting rid of Hawkeye Mihawk. Kizaru reported the situation truthfully. Hearing this situation, the expression on Warring State's face can be said to be mixed. Fortunately, as a devil fruit user, Chun Fan was seriously injured and was submerged by the sea, and there was a high probability that he would not survive. Worryingly, Fegalin Jalanshang was also swept into the sea, and after all, Chun Fan's body was still not seen. Of course, the most important thing for Sengoku to decide now is whether to let the two of them go find Fegalin Garen's saint, or to get rid of Mihawk. After much hesitation, Sengoku decided to kill Mihawk. After all, Fegalin Garen's saint was submerged by the tsunami, and it is unclear where he is now. And even if it is found, it is not certain whether the person is dead or alive. It is better to be ruthless and deal with Mihawk. After all, if Mihawk is still around, the Thor pirates will still be a big trouble for them. But if both the captain and the vice captain die on this sea, then the Thor pirates no longer pose much of a threat and cannot be called the Imperial Group. Get rid of Mihawk first. Warring States issued the order. Copy that, Warring States Fleet Admiral. After receiving the order, Kizaru hung up the phone, no longer hesitated, and his whole body turned into streaks of light. Mihawk, have you ever been kicked by the light? As Kizaru's mantra sounded, he had appeared behind Mihawk. Light condensed on his right foot, and he kicked toward Mihawk's head. With a cold expression and no reply, Mihawk waved the supreme sharp knife in his hand, the Black Knife Knight, which was also covered with armed color and slashed out with domineering force. Bang bang! In an instant, the shining light collided with the sharp sword energy. The roar of the atmosphere sounded, and strong winds flew up. Under this blow, the two of them stepped back several meters before stopping. At this time, a fist as black as ink struck hard at Mihawk. With a serious look on his face, Mihawk swung his sword down again. Clang! The two powerful attacks collided together. The fists and swords collided. The surrounding clouds were blown away, and circles of air waves scattered. Mihawk, who responded hastily, was heavy and flew backwards. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Then Kizaru showed a lewd smile on his face, opened his arms, and streams of light were like waterfalls, covering Mihawk in a violent storm. Seeing this dense attack, Mihawk looked a little ugly. Just when Mihawk was about to counterattack, a bloody slash fell from the sky and turned into a huge bloody dragon. Boom! With a roar, the bloody dragon directly swallowed up these hundreds of rays of light. Then a fierce explosion sounded, smoke flew everywhere, and the two attacks dissipated between the sky and the earth. The next second, as the smoke dissipated, a white-haired figure, holding a black umbrella and exuding a powerful aura, appeared next to Mihawk. Looks like I'm late. The Red Count. When he saw the person who appeared, Kizaru couldn't help but name him. His face instantly turned ugly, and he felt a little troubled. Although Chris on the side is an army general, he also knows this person well. After all, the aloof Red, the Red Earl, has such a great reputation. Chun Fan, where have you been? The Red Earl asked Mihawk on the side. He happened to be passing by and felt the powerful aura of fighting. So he came over to take a look. As soon as he came over, he found that Mihawk was besieged by two people, and the remaining power of thunder on the island. The Red Earl immediately realized that Marine should be dealing with Chun Fan and the two. However, he was curious as to why Chun Fan disappeared while the power of thunder remained on the island. Although the Kid Kizaru is quite powerful, however, with his strength, he cannot deal with Chun Fan, even if you add an unknown guy. In the eyes of the Red Earl, Chun Fan still has the strength of Mihawk, two general-level experts. It is basically impossible to deal with them. The captain and Saint Fegalin Garen were seriously injured and fell into the sea. Their lives and deaths are unknown now. When Mihawk said this, he also clenched his hand with a supreme, sharp knife. There was a trace of self-blame in his heart. If he could be stronger and get rid of Chris quickly, then maybe the current situation would not be like this. Upon hearing this, the Red Earl showed a hint of surprise and regret on his face. He naturally knows what it means for a person with devil fruit abilities to be seriously injured and fall into the sea. This means a high probability of death, and if they are not rescued immediately, they will basically have a narrow escape. It seems I'm really late. The Red Earl also felt a little regretful, as Chun Fan was a respectable opponent in his eyes. Red Earl, do you want to interfere in this matter? Chris asked the Red Earl directly with an unkind expression. Kizaru on the side shook his head and said nothing. Of course, I could take care of it if I want. What can you do to me? Why don't you have a fight now and see if I can keep you two here? The Red Earl looked at the two of them with a smile on his face, exuding boundless aura. As a legend on this sea, he is naturally not afraid of General Marine. What's more, Chun Fan had helped him once before, and in order to repay the favor, even if no one saved Chun Fan, the Red Earl must also take action to help Mihawk escape. Hearing that the Red Earl insisted on helping, Chris looked a little ugly. He knew that with the current state of the two of them, if the Legend of the Sea was willing to help Mihawk, then the two of them will most likely lose. Fight! Chris looked at Kizaru. It's really scary, the legendary Red Earl on the sea. I don't want to fight with such an opponent. Kizaru shook his head. Chris could see it. Could he not see it? In the current state of the two of them, there is a high probability that they will lose if they fight against them. Then retreat. Chris also decided to retreat. Anyway, by killing Thunder God Chun Fan, their main goal had been achieved. Finally, without saying a word, Kizaru turned into wisps of light and disappeared into the sky. When Chris saw this scene, he couldn't help but cursed secretly, thinking that this guy would leave without saying a word in advance. Afterwards, Chris also used the method of flying to disappear from the place. Mihawk saw the two leaving and said, "Thank you." After thanking the Red Earl, he immediately searched in the direction of the tsunami. "No, I'm just returning the favor," the Red Earl said slowly, and then he also helped to search. Half an hour later, Mihawk and Red Earl still had not found Chun Fan's whereabouts. At this time, Mihawk's expression was extremely complicated. He knew that his captain had not been found yet, and there was a high probability that he had already. Half a day later, Mihawk returned to Wano country, and as soon as he arrived, he called everyone to the palace. Watching the deputy captain come back alone, his expression was so complicated, with a hint of sadness. Monet and others were full of doubts, and even had a bad feeling in their hearts. Because Mihawk is basically expressionless and rarely shows such an expression. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Mihawk looked at everyone with a sad expression and said, "The captain was seriously injured and fell into the sea together with Fegalan Garen Saint. Now I don't know if he's still alive." After hearing the news, everyone's faces were full of shock. In their eyes, their captain was almost invincible. Along the way, he defeated powerful enemies one after another, and was called a tyrannical monarch by everyone on the sea. Now, Mihawk actually tells them that the captain fell and is still alive or dead. How is it possible? How is it possible? Big brother, you are so strong. How could you lose? How could you fall into the sea? Monet looked very excited and asked with a look of disbelief. Yes, with the captain's strength. Who else on the sea here can defeat him? Bud also clenched his fists, his face full of disbelief. We encountered an ambush from the world government and a siege from 3 general-level powerful men. The captain was 1 against 2, and he had to fight against Faye Garland, Garen Shung, and Kizaru alone. Finally, he fell into the sea with Saint Fegalan Garen. Mihawk knew that no one wanted to believe it, but this was the truth, and he had to tell it. Impossible. This is impossible. Then let's go find Big Brother quickly. Go find him quickly. Monet looked very sad, with tears in his eyes, and his tone was very exciting. At this time, Bard clenched his fists and his eyes turned red. The same goes for the rest of the people. Their faces all showed sadness, and they even couldn't believe it, or they didn't want to believe it. They didn't want to believe that the captain fell into the sea like this. Let's send everyone out quickly to search. We will definitely find him. Monet shouted with great excitement. At this time, everyone was silent. They all knew what it meant for a devil fruit user to fall into the sea. Moreover, he was seriously injured and fell into the sea. After so long, it can be said, and the sea is vast. How can it be found? There was originally a chance to look for it, but Chun Fan's life card was lost before, and he did not replenish it with a new life card. Now Monet and others have no fragments of Chun Fan's life card at all. Whoever participates in this arrest operation, I will kill him. Bud clenched his fists. His face was full of sadness, and his eyes were filled with anger. The same goes for Lafitte and others. They all have only one thought in mind right now, which is to avenge their own captain. Why are you all standing there? Hurry up and follow me to find the captain. Hurry up, Bud. Hurry up and transform into a fantasy beast, and take me there. Monet shouted heartbreakingly. At this moment, no one spoke. They all knew that their captain was in danger. In fact, Monet also knew it, but in her heart, she didn't want to believe that this happened. In other words, I don't want to believe that Chun Fan died like this. On the other side, above the holy land of Mariajoya, the 5 elders also learned from the Warring States period that the mission was successful. Chun Fan and Fei Jia de Jia Linsheng fell into the sea together. It can be said that they are most likely dead. Thunder God Chun Fan has been solved, but Saint Fegalan Garen is dead. When the time comes, you will wake up. The bald 5 elders held their heads in their hands, a little troubled. There is nothing we can do about it. Saint Fegalan Garen himself said he would take action. No one wants such an accident. The knife-wielding 5 elders, who originally had his eyes closed, now opened his eyes and said. The 5 elders also felt a little troubled by the possibility that Fegalan Garen might die together with Chun Fan. After all, I still have to explain it to the adults then. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. The sun shines over the sea. The news that Thunder God Chun Fan and Fegalan Garen Sheng were seriously injured and fell into the sea, with their lives and deaths unknown, spread throughout the New World. When everyone got the news, everyone looked surprised. Let me go, am I right? Thunder God Chun Fan actually fell into the sea. Is he dead? I think it's probably gone. The Devil Fruit user fell into the sea. I believe everyone knows the result. Oh, what a pity. I thought a new One Piece was going to appear, but it ended up being solved by the world government. Most people were speculating whether Chun Fan was dead or not. Some people felt it was a pity. Aboard the Mobidia, Whitebeard looked at the newspaper with a complicated expression. Marco on the side also discovered the contents of the newspaper. He did not expect that Chun Fan would be solved by the world government. For a moment, Marco didn't know what he was feeling. Normally, if an enemy that was impossible to defeat died like this, he should be happy. However, it was obvious that Marco was not very happy. Dad, I didn't expect that Thunder God Chun Fan would fall like this at the hands of the world government. Foiled Bista on the other side said, many powerful men have fallen on the sea, but many have left their own legends on this sea. At this moment, Whitebeard took a sip of wine and looked into the distance. He is also thinking, with the advent of a new era, will he fall one day? Then Whitebeard looked at Malty and the others. Wow, he laughed heartily. Whitebeard thought that no matter whether he died or not, he just had his own family. Cake Island. At this time, in the huge palace, a burly man who looked like an ancient demon was sitting in the middle. He was also looking at the contents of the newspaper in his hand. Thunder God Chun Fan, I never thought you would die at the hands of those guys from the world government. However, even if you die, your Thor pirates will still be there. Kaido of all beasts took a sip of wine, and he was thinking about whether to destroy the Thor pirates. At this time, the 3 disasters below and Charlotte Katakuri looked shocked when they saw the contents of the newspaper. They never thought that a strong man like Thunder God Chun Fan would die like this at the hands of the world government. Especially Charlotte Katakuri and others. They thought that they had not yet taken action and avenged their mother. Chun Fan died. After a few seconds, Charlotte Katakuri said to Kaido the Beast, Lord, let's go and deal with the Thor pirates. Now is the best opportunity. Although Thunder God Chun Fan is likely to be dead, his Thunder God pirates are still there. He and others can still take revenge, and without the Thunder God Chun Fan, can the Thunder God pirates still be considered the strongest pirate group? Cracker and the others also looked at Kaido of the Beasts. They naturally thought that Kaido of the Beasts could help them get rid of the Thor pirates, and avenge their mother. Hearing this proposal, Kaido fell into deep thought. Back then, when Charlotte, Katakuri, and others joined the pirate group, Kaido of the 100 Beasts had promised to help them take revenge. Now that Thunder God Shenfan is missing and his life and death are unknown, indeed, now is the best opportunity to destroy the Thunder God pirates. Jin, gather your pirates and attack Wano country tomorrow. Kaido of the 100 Beasts looked at Jin and ordered. Okay, Lord Overlord. Jin responded. Hearing that Kaido of the Beasts agreed to destroy the Thunder God pirates, Smoothie and the others were filled with excitement, thinking that they could finally avenge their mother. As for Charlotte Katakuri, she clenched her fists tightly. He couldn't wait to attack the Thor pirates. At this time, whether it was Whitebeard or Kaido, they all thought in their hearts that Chun Fan was basically dead. After all, devil fruit users have no choice but to survive in the sea. It is basically impossible to avoid this. On the other side, on an unknown island in New World, Doflamingo, who was lying on the lounge chair, immediately sat up excitedly when he saw the contents of the newspaper. Thunder God Chun Fan is dead. He is dead. Doflamingo's face was full of disbelief. He knew Chun Fan's terrifying strength, but he was killed by the world government. Kuaha. After a few seconds, Doflamingo laughed arrogantly. It could be said that Chun Fan was a nightmare for him. Now, Thunder God Chun Fan has died like this, which means that he no longer needs to be afraid of this person. Thinking of this for a moment, Doflamingo naturally laughed happily. 2 days later, the breeze blew slightly and the sun shone down. During these 2 days, Violet and Monet still didn't want to believe that Chun Fan died like this. So in the past 2 days, the two of them spent a lot of financial and material resources searching for Chun Fan all over the world. It's just that compared to the vast sea, the people they sent out were like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it was basically impossible to gain anything. Monet, who was on the ship now, was extremely upset. When the life paper ran out, why didn't he ask his elder brother for another one? If this is the case, then maybe there's really hope of finding the big brother. Violet's expression on the side was also full of sadness. She never thought that someone as powerful as Chun Fan would fall into this sea. During these 3 days, the New World was in turbulent waters, and the pirates found that 3 days had passed and there was still no news from Chun Fan. In their eyes, Chun Fan was probably dead. Alas, it's such a pity that such a powerful guy as Thunder God Chun Fan died at the hands of the world government. Yes, powerful men such as One Piece Roger and Thunder God Chun Fan cannot defeat the world government. Is there really any hope for us pirates? I think we should give up going to sea and give up looking for that treasure. Otherwise, we will be caught by Marine later and our lives will be in danger. With the high probability of Chun Fan's death, some pirates even had the idea of giving up being pirates. After all, Chun Fan, as a legend on the sea, has actually become the belief of some people. In their eyes, the tyrannical monarch Chun Fan is so powerful that even General Marine is no match for him. But such a character still died at the hands of Marine and the world government. Naturally, they felt hopeless. After all, such a strong person died at the hands of Marine, let alone them. Compared to the pirates in New World, most people in the Marine headquarters are in a state of excitement at this moment. It can be said that the Marine headquarters, which they have been dealing with for several years, desperately hope that Chun Fan can die. However, Chun Fan grew up again and again, especially his rapid growth rate and his craziness in fighting, using all possible means. This made it impossible for them to catch Chun Fan, including the former commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who died at the hands of Chun Fan. And now, this big worry in their hearts finally died on this sea. Marine conference room. At this moment, Sengoku is sitting in the main seat. Sitting in the 2 rows below are the 3 Marine generals, as well as the Crane staff, Lieutenant General Garp. Behind them are a group of Marine lieutenant generals. As for the Marine major generals, they're only sitting in the seats at the back and are not even qualified to sit on this long table. At this moment, the happiest among the 3 generals is Akainu, and the hatred between him and Chun Fan is the greatest. Now that Chun Fan is dead, he is of course the happiest. What makes Akainu feel a little regretful is that he did not kill Chun Fan with his own hands. Of course, Akainu also knew that there was a high probability that he would not be Chun Fan's opponent. With Chun Fan's current strength, even the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, would most likely not win in a life-and-death battle with him. After all, Whitebeard is really old and is no longer in his prime. Secondly, the happy one is Kizaru. Now that Chun Fan is dead, the other top pirates on the sea cannot catch up with his speed. You can easily perform tasks by yourself. Among the pirates on the sea now, with a bounty of more than 1 billion, those who could defeat him are not as fast as him, and those who are faster than him cannot defeat him. Of course, basically no one can catch up with Kizaru's speed. As for Kuzan's indifferent appearance, in his heart, he has actually begun to have an ambiguous idea about the justice of world government. Now, according to the report of our spies in Wano country, Thor Chun Fan has not returned to Wano country in the past 3 days, and the cadres of the Thor pirates are desperately looking for him. This illustrates a problem. Chun Fan has most likely fallen into the sea. As for calling everyone here today, the topic is how to deal with the Thor pirates without Thor Chun Fan. As the Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku naturally wouldn't talk nonsense, just stated the topic directly, and then looked at everyone. It's very simple. Send me another general-level combatant as a helper, and I'll go and destroy the Thor pirates. At this time, Akainu stood up directly and said, he clenched his fists. Although he couldn't kill Thunder God Chun Fan with his own hands, if he could destroy the Thunder God pirates with his own hands, that would be enough. For a moment, after hearing Akainu's plan, the others did not speak. Warring States frowned. It was obvious that he didn't like this plan. Without Thunder God Chun Fan, the Thunder God pirates would be like the tiger without them. The 2 Marine generals will most likely be able to deal with it. But the price to pay is not small, and in the eyes of the Warring States period, this is not the best plan. However, due to Akainu's status, the other lieutenant generals did not stand up to speak, not to mention Kizaru and Kazan, who kept looking at their watches. The other one was yawning and looked like he was about to fall asleep at any moment. Seeing the 2 people's appearance, Sengoku shook his head and then looked at Garp. At this moment, Garp seemed to have noticed that Sengoku was looking at him, and he immediately hid the bag of donuts in his hand under the table. He looked like he was afraid that Sengoku might steal his donuts. Seeing Garp like this, Sengoku's face was filled with black lines, and he was speechless. He was momentarily worried about Marine's future. The 3 current Marine generals all had their own absolute flaws in character. Kizaru is too lazy, but fortunately he is unambiguous on most important matters. Kazan was too soft-hearted when performing his mission recently. As for Akainu, he was too extreme and used his hand to attack even his own compatriots. In this way, Sengoku will naturally worry about Marine's future. At this time, seeing no one speaking for a long time, Chief of Staff, he stood up and said, I feel that Akainu's plan is inappropriate. In addition to Thor Chun Fan, the Thor pirates also have 2 general-level combat capabilities. Especially Mihawk, his strength is not weaker than that of the generals. If 2 Marine generals are really sent to destroy the Thor pirates, it is certainly possible to succeed. However, there is no absolute certainty. We might as well wait and see what happens. It is not only us Marines who are enemies with Thunder God Chun Fan, but also pirates. According to what I know, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, has a grudge against the god of thunder, Chun Fan. The new cadres he recruited were also the people who worked under the original anti-pirates. Watching Akainu leave, Warring State sighed and said nothing. Then he looked at everyone again. Then now we will follow the plan of Chief of Staff Danha, and stay put for the time being and ignore the Thor pirates. If there is no other pirate group to deal with the Thor pirates within half a year, then we will discuss how to destroy the Thor pirates. It can be said that if something happens to Thunder God Chun Fan, the Beast Pirates will most likely take action to deal with the Thunder God Pirates. So our best choice now is to wait and see. He looked at everyone and said. At this time, the others did not speak. Those lieutenant generals knew that they had no right to decide at this meeting. As for Kizaru and the other two, needless to say, then what if the beast pirates never take action? Now is the best chance to solve the big trouble of the Thor pirates. Chief of Staff Crane, just like you said. The Thor pirates are still very powerful even without the Thunder God Shin Fan. But you have also overlooked one thing. The cadres of the Thor pirates are younger than the cadres of other Four Emperors pirates. Moreover, in the past few years, the power of the Thor pirates has expanded, and the longer it takes, the harder it will be to solve this problem. I still suggest that we directly send 2 Marine generals and a group of lieutenant generals to deal with the Thor pirates. At this time, Akainu stood up and refuted his opinion. In fact, he had disagreed with him many times before, but he was only a candidate general at that time. He didn't have his current status and such high rights. Hearing that Akainu opposed her plan, he was a little unhappy, but she didn't show it because she felt that Akainu's words made sense. However, there may be some personal grudges involved. Then what do you think would happen if the 2 Marine generals were dragged there and the rest of the Imperial Regiment attacked the headquarters? Saru asked Akainu. So what? If you keep hesitating this and that, do you want to keep letting these powerful forces on the sea grow? Moreover, even if 2 Marine generals go to carry out this mission, the Marine headquarters will be empty, but they will still have the combat power to deal with an Imperial regiment. Akainu did not back down this time and continued to express his opinion. I don't agree with your statement. With the hatred between the Beast Pirates and the Thor Pirates, they will definitely fight. There is no need for us to create trouble for ourselves. Crane continued. Chief of Staff, you always seem to be so hesitant. In my eyes, quickly getting rid of the Thor Pirates is the best choice. There is no need to delay. The longer time passes, the more surprises there will be. Akainu still had no intention of giving in. The two of them could be said to be at odds with each other at this moment. For a moment, the flames were everywhere, and they seemed to be about to quarrel. Both of them looked unwilling to give in. At this time, Warring States stood up. Okay, since we have different opinions, let's vote to decide. The minority obeys the majority. I will not participate in the vote. Warring States looked at the two people and said slowly. When they heard that they were going to vote, the two of them didn't say anything and then sat down. Afterwards, Sengoku looked at the 17 people at the long table meeting except himself. Those who agree with Chief of Staff, his plan now raise their hands. For a moment, Garp was the first to raise his hand. After all, as an old comrade for many years, Garp trusted he unconditionally most of the time. Kazan on the side saw Garp raising his hand and also raised his right hand. Momosaji, who is behind, naturally supports her sister. For a moment, everyone except these three had the opportunity to raise their hands. Suddenly, more than half of the people supported Lieutenant General He's plan. In this way, the results are self-evident. Snort. Seeing this result, Akainu snorted and left directly. He knew that his current prestige on Marine could not be compared with Chief of Staff He. This meeting ends here. The Warring States period finalized the final plan and announced the end of the meeting. Warring States, wait a moment. When everyone was about to leave, Garp caught up with them. At this moment, Garp had a smile on his face and took the initiative to give the bag of donuts to Sengoku. Seeing Garp like this, Sengoku immediately realized that this old boy had bad intentions. Usually, he was afraid that he would steal the donuts from him, but now he would actively share them with him. Garp, what do you want? Sengoku asked directly. It's nothing. You see, Zunghua, we have known each other for so many years. If you tell me that I want to ask you a favor, you will definitely agree to it, right? Garp put his hand on Sengoku's shoulder and said, What's the matter? You tell me first. The Warring States period did not follow Garp's tactics. Then I said, I want to take a vacation and go back to see my grandson. Garp looked at Sengoku with a big grin. No, your vacation has already been taken and you have to wait until the second half of the year. Warring States refused, mainly because Garp had taken leave too frequently in the past 2 years. Let me take a vacation, Warring States. I haven't gone back to see my grandson in almost half a year. When Garp heard that Warring States disagreed, he naturally couldn't give up. No, Warring States still disagreed with the dark face and walked directly out of the conference room. Warring States, you old boy. Okay, the friendship between us is so deep, and you don't agree? Then I will follow you all the time. As he said that, Garp kept following Sengoku, resisting him all the way. This made Sengoku's face full of black lines. If it weren't for the fact that he was at Marine headquarters, fighting would not be allowed. No matter what happens in the Warring States period, there will be a fight with this old boy. As time passed, an hour later, Sengoku, who was sitting in the office handling matters, was finally made impatient by Garp, who was chattering beside him. Okay, Garp, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Stop talking. I've granted you leave, but it's only for 1 month. When 1 month is up, come back immediately. Sengoku stood up and looked at Garp angrily. Okay, don't worry. Don't you know me yet? I promise to come back within a month of the Warring States period. After speaking, Garp happily left the conference room. At the same time, New World is on the sea. As the sea breeze blew, a huge ship sailed on the sea. This huge pirate ship also has the flag of the beasts hanging high on it. Kaido of the 100 Beasts sat on the deck and looked forward. As for the 3 disasters, and Charlotte Katakuri and others, they are behind them. This time, they could be said to be fully mobilized. It is enough to see Kaido's determination to destroy the Thor pirates. Lord Governor, we can arrive in Wano country in less than half an hour. At this moment, a younger brother ran out and said, Okay, order down and move forward at full speed. Kaido of the 100 Beasts looked forward. This time, he wanted to get rid of the Thor pirates and retake the country of Wano. Charlotte Katakuri in the back is holding the trident tightly. He can't wait to destroy the Thor pirates and avenge his mother. Cracker and others felt the same way at this time. At this moment, in the country of Wano, Mihawk and several others were sitting in the palace, but there was no one on the high seat. At this time, several people in the palace were in extremely sad moods. They knew that 3 days had passed, and the captain had not appeared. There was a high probability that the captain was really possible. According to the information we have learned, the beast pirates are coming towards us at an extremely fast speed. Among them, Kaido the Beasts, the 3 disasters, and the original 4 desert generals are all on board the beast pirates. Seeing that no one spoke, Violet suppressed her sadness and took the lead in breaking the depressing atmosphere. Since the beast pirates want to take advantage of our captain's disappearance to come to Wano country, then naturally we can't let them go. Brothers, come with me and kill them all. Bud, who had always had a bad temper, stood up directly, clenching his fists. Lafitte and Bradley did not speak, but their eyes were full of determination. They could not let the beast pirates destroy their captain's achievements. At this time, Tezig, who had just joined, had no intention of escaping. He was ready to fight with the Thor pirates, because he was now also a member of the Thor pirates. Violet, please contact the Red Earl and ask him to come over and help. At this time, Mihawk, who had always been indifferent, stood up and looked at everyone and said, as the deputy captain of the Thor pirates, now that the captain is gone, he naturally has the obligation to take on the responsibility of protecting the Thor pirates. The Beast Pirates were originally an imperial group, and with the addition of the 4 desert generals, their strength increased to a terrifying level. This time everyone is mobilized. If there is a fight, our side has little chance of winning and may even lose. Good. Violet immediately called the Red Earl through the phone bug. Mihawk dared to ask Violet to ask Red Earl to come for help. Naturally, it was because Red Earl had said before that if the Thunder God Pirates appeared in the future, there would be trouble. He could help out once to repay the favor. After all, the Red Earl felt that he did not repay the favor last time because he did not save Thunder God Shin Fan. Of course, a legend like this on the sea can only be used this once at most. At the same time, the Red Earl was lying on a lounge chair on the beach of an island, basking in the sun. Brew, brew. Then, he found that the miniature Den Mushy in his arms was ringing. Hearing the voice, the Red Earl picked up the phone, because only a few people knew his Den Mushy number. Mr. Red Earl, I am Violet, a cadre of the Thunder God Pirates. The Beast Pirates are heading towards our territory. I hope you can come and help us. Violet's tone was very polite. After all, she was asking someone to do a favor. Okay, I'll be there soon, the Red Earl responded. After hanging up the din mushy, he slowly looked ahead at the endless sea. In fact, the main reason why Red Earl was willing to help the Thunder God pirates was because he was betting that Chun Fan was not dead. After all, what the Red Earl wanted to do was too difficult. He wanted to kill all the celestial dragons. The Red Earl knew that it was basically impossible to do it by himself. Before, just killing one lineage of celestial dragons had already led to Cyborg Sora's attack. If it weren't for Chun Fan, I would have died there. Therefore, the Red Earl prepared to find an ally for himself, and in his eyes, the most suitable candidate was Chun Fan. Without thinking anymore, the Red Earl immediately used special means to soar into the air and disappear into the sky. On the other side, above the sea, seagulls flew across the sky. The huge ship of the Beast Pirates has arrived around the islands of Wano Country. At this moment, all members of the Thunder God Pirates also appeared at the edge of the island. Naturally, they didn't want the war to take place in Wano Country. Kaido and his group of beasts looked over and found that Chun Fan was indeed not here. Kaido, how dare you invade our territory while our captain is away? Bard walked directly to the front and spoke to Kaido, the king of beasts, and a green hurricane burst out from his body. Wahaha! When Thunder God Chun Fan was here, Lousy was a little afraid of the Thunder God Pirates. Now that Thunder God Chun Fan and his Thunder God Pirates are gone, how dare you still be so arrogant? A powerful aura burst out from Kaido the Beast, covering Hawkeye and others. Boom! Dark red thunder flashed, and the sky and the earth changed color. For a moment, Mihawk and the others felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them, although Conqueror's domineering aura did not have much impact on them. However, this has already lost ground in terms of momentum. Thunder God Pirates, today is the day you will be destroyed. Charlotte Katakuri tightly grasped the trident in his hand and looked at the people in front of him. He couldn't wait to take action and take revenge. The ants in the back, former cadres of the pirate group, were also filled with anger at this time. Boys, get started. Today we are going to destroy the Thunder God Pirates. Kaido the Beast gave an order, and then transformed into a ferocious blue dragon and rushed towards the Thunder God Pirates. The many cadres of the Beast Pirates behind them followed without hesitation. Looking at the huge blue dragon rushing towards him, Mihawk the Hawkeye drew out his supreme sword, the Black Blade Knight. Now that Chun Fan is not here as the vice captain of the Thunder God Pirates, the task of dealing with Kaido, the Beast, naturally falls on him. Cut! Mihawk held the supreme sword, the Black Sword at Night, with ghostly energy surging and two powerful forces entwined on it, and chopped directly at Qinglong's huge body. Looking at the black figure rushing towards him, Kaido, the king of beasts, directly waved his green claws, which contained extremely terrifying power, and grabbed down. Clang! The moment the supreme sword and the green claws collided, ripples spread out in all directions, and the sea water below exploded into columns of water. Lousy knows you. You are the vice captain of Thunder God One Piece, the great swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk. How about it? Are you interested in joining the Beast Pirates? Kaido the King of Beasts is also aware of Mihawk's powerful strength, so he wants to recruit him. Not interested, Mihawk replied indifferently, and then a powerful sword intent burst out from his body. Waving the huge supreme sword in his hand, he continued to attack Kaido, the King of Beasts. Seeing this situation, Kaido the Beast also waved his claws to resist the sharp attack. For a while, the sounds of swords and horses continued to ring out. In midair, a man and a dragon kept attacking and colliding with each other. The atmosphere roared, and the sound of explosions rang out instantly. While the two were fighting fiercely, Charlotte Katakuri and others also landed on the island. The moment they landed on the island, a gigantic Kunping appeared out of nowhere, with its huge wings and a powerful aura. This makes this huge Kunping full of mystery and terror. Jean felt the terrifying power of this ferocious beast. Without thinking too much, he chose to transform into a full beast, becoming a giant pterosaur and attacking the huge Kunpeng. Good job. The huge Kunpeng flapped its green wings, and with a strong wind blowing, it also rushed forward. Bang, bang. In an instant, the sharp claws of the huge Kunpeng and the huge pterosaur collided together, like a collision of mountains. A fierce explosion sounded, and circles of air waves spread out, and everything roared. Under this blow, the giant Kunpeng demonstrated his powerful power belonging to the phantom beast species. Jin's huge body actually flew upside down and flew dozens of meters away before stopping. When the huge Kunpeng waved its wings and was about to attack, a figure holding a trident descended from the sky. The trident also contained an extremely dark, armed, domineering force. Refund. Kunpeng opened his ferocious mouth, and in an instant, a tornado of hundreds of meters seemed to sweep across everything, heading towards the trident that was charging straight towards it. Boom! The cyan hurricane and the trident collided fiercely. The ground roared and countless gravel flew up. Charlotte Katakuri's sneak attack was blocked abruptly. At this time, Jin on the side rushed over at extremely fast speeds, his whole body burning with blazing flames. Looking at Jin, who was charging straight towards him, Bard's expression was still so calm, and he waved his wings directly. Two cyan hurricanes that were hundreds of meters tall were born in an instant. On the sea, waves exploded. The two cyan hurricanes intercepted Jin, who was about to rush over. After a few seconds, the cyan hurricanes dissipated. Jin broke through the interception of the two cyan hurricanes, but when he was about to attack, Bard had already disappeared. His sharp claws were as black as ink, and he clawed directly at Charlotte Katakuri. Charlotte Katakuri, who possesses powerful haki, turned sideways, and with an atmospheric roar, he easily dodged the attack. Later, Jin also caught up from behind. In an instant, Bard was besieged by the two men, and the endless cyan hurricane resisted their attacks. Explosions continued to occur on the sea surface, and waves exploded directly. It can be said that at this moment, Bard is fully displaying the strength of a general-level combatant. Even if he is 1 against 2, he will not fall behind. Battlefield on the edge of the island. At this time, Lafitte had an evil smile on his lips. In front of him stood two behemoths, Drought Jack and Play Quinn. Looking at the three disasters of the two beast pirates in front of him, Lafitte showed no fear at all. He has a kind of madness in his bones. Go ahead, get rid of him, Quinn shouted, and then his entire body began to grow in size until it turned into a huge dinosaur. Of course I know. I need you to tell me. Drought Jack was also holding two sickle-shaped weapons at this time, and a powerful aura erupted from his body, rushing straight towards Lafitte. Facing the two men who were attacking fiercely, Lafitte looked calm. In an instant, a portal appeared in the air, and at the same time Quinn's huge tail swung over. Lafitte had disappeared into the portal, and the portal also disappeared into the air at the same time. At this moment, Jack, who was attacking, was thrown into the air. Both of them looked around cautiously because they found that they could not detect Lafitte's aura. Sure enough, this navigator of the Thor pirates is as difficult to deal with as rumored. Quinn looked extremely serious. As for Jack on the side, he looked unafraid. Suppress the gate. As a voice came out, Lafitte appeared above the two of them. At the same time as he appeared, portals of tens of meters fell from the sky, hitting Quinn, Drought, and Jack. With calm expressions, neither of them had any intention of evading. They saw Drought Jack waving his two sickle-shaped weapons, which contained armed, domineering energy. Boom, boom. The portal continued to shatter, and Quinn on the other side directly used his huge head to crush the huge portal. For a time, countless pieces of wood flew across the sky, and the portals were destroyed and fell onto the island. However, the next second, Lafitte had appeared behind Drought Jack, and the black scepter in his hand was directly stabbing Drought Jack in the back. With no time to dodge, Drought Jack could only turn around, blocking his thick arms in front of him, covered with armed, domineering force. As blood spurted out, The staff in Lafitte's hand directly stabbed a bloody hole in Drought Jack's arms. But this bone-deep wound is actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the terrifying thing about the animal system. Drought Jack directly used his ivory to push against Lafitte. Without hesitation, the portal appeared, and Lafitte had already escaped into the portal again and disappeared. Quinn and Jack's expressions were a little complicated. They had no good way to deal with Lafitte at the moment, because they really couldn't detect Lafitte's aura. It can be said that Lafitte, who has developed the gate fruit to this extent, is already a quasi-general in combat power, the most difficult one to deal with. The next second, Lafitte appeared above Quinn's head, swinging the scepter in his hand straight down, and a sharp slash burst out, seeming to destroy everything. Seeing this situation, Quinn's fist was covered with domineering energy, and he punched out like a cannonball. Boom! This jet-black fist destroyed the slash, and the sound of explosion sounded instantly. At the same time, Drought Jack was already moving his huge body, holding two sickle-shaped weapons, and attacking Lafitte. But just like before, at the moment when Drought Jack's attack was about to come, Lafitte once again escaped into the portal and disappeared. In this way, Quinn and Jack, the two cadres of the Beast Pirates, joined forces and were unable to do anything to Lafitte. The other side of the edge of the island. At this time, Bradley was facing the combination of Cracker and Smoothie. Devil Wind Legs. Bradley lowered his hands, turned his body upside down, and spun quickly. There were flames on his legs, and he attacked Smoothie and the two at extremely fast speeds. Seeing this powerful attack, Cracker did not hesitate and immediately summoned a Biscuit General to the front. In an instant, a huge Biscuit General stood in front of the two of them, and Bradley's devilish wind legs destroyed the Biscuit General. The Biscuit General split into two and became two. Seeing this scene, Bradley looked a little surprised. At this time, Smoothie was already holding a big sword, covered with powerful power, and stabbed straight at him. Seeing the attacking Smoothie, Bradley's whole body erupted with a powerful aura, and he kicked out his right foot like an Optimus pillar, covered with domineering energy and flames. Clang! In an instant, the flame-containing kick collided with the sharp sword. The ground cracked, countless gravel flew up, and the two of them fell back one after another. Later, Cracker once again summoned General Biscuit to attack Bradley. As if thinking of a way to deal with it, Bradley raised his right hand upwards. In an instant, huge rocks fell from the sky and hit the Biscuit Generals. Boom! Dust was everywhere, accompanied by the sound of stones being hit on the ground. Suddenly, the two Biscuit Generals were directly submerged by the boulders, and there was no way to separate them. However, Bradley was facing more than one opponent. Smoothie's attack struck again at this time. An extremely sharp sword energy rushed straight towards him. Bradley did not hesitate and kicked out directly. In an instant, a flame slash burst out and rushed towards the extremely sharp sword energy. Boom! There was a collision between the flaming slash and the sharp sword energy. The earth cracked, and huge rocks flew up. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so powerful as the chef of the Thor Pirates. Cracker attacks with a long sword. Fall! However, there was no fear on Bradley's face. He only saw a movement in his mind. In an instant, the huge boulder that had just flown into the sky rushed towards Cracker like a violent storm. Looking at the boulders coming straight towards him, Cracker could only pause his steps and wave his long sword. As the boulder was chopped into pieces by the long sword, pieces of gravel fell to the ground. The next second, Bradley was about to attack Cracker. Smoothie appeared from the right and attacked again. Looking at the powerful sword, Bradley punched out directly. Then, the terrifying force directly forced Smoothie back, but the next moment, Cracker's attacks followed one after another. For a time, Bradley hurriedly responded to the two attacks. At the very edge of the island, covered with ice and snow, Monet, floating in the air like an ice goddess, was facing Snag's attack. Snag waved the famous sword in his hand, and streaks of khaki sword energy burst out. Snowstorm. With an expression full of indifference, Monet looked at the dense sword energy. She just spread her hands. In an instant, a blizzard tornado emerged and drowned towards the sharp sword energy. Boom! The moment the blizzard tornado collided with the sharp sword energy, the ice tornado directly swallowed up the sword energy and then rushed toward Snag at an extremely fast speed. With a startled look on his face, Snag quickly moved his body to the right to avoid it. Boom! In an instant, a blizzard and tornado flooded the earth. A large pit appeared on the ground. Countless gravel flew up, and among the ruins, the ice and snow completely froze it. Snag on the side looked at such a powerful blow and couldn't help but swallowed. He thought that this little girl from the Thor pirates was so fierce. Fortunately, he hid quickly. At this moment, Monet looked fierce. She was extremely angry because she didn't know whether Chun Fan was alive or dead, and now the beast pirates came to attack her. Of course, she won't let these guys go. Frost is coming. I saw that Monet's whole body was covered with extreme ice. He raised his hands upwards. In an instant, snowflakes tens of meters high fell from the sky, seeming to freeze everything. Looking at the overwhelming snowflakes, Snag did not dare to hesitate. He waved the famous sword in his hand, and the earth-yellow sword energy burst out, turning into earth dragons, seeming to destroy those snowflakes. Boom! The ice snowflakes and the earth-yellow dragon collided fiercely. The explosion sounded instantly. Everything around was destroyed, and the atmosphere roared. The snowflakes that froze everything directly destroyed the earth-yellow dragon, and then flooded toward Snag at an extremely fast speed. With a startled look on his face, Snag quickly tried to hide away. Boom! These dozens of snowflakes, tens of meters high, hit the ground, and a deep pit appeared on the ground instantly. The ice and snow spread even more. Snag, who was deeply trapped in it, had no time to escape and was still affected. He looked like he was about to run away and was frozen into ice. Ice thorn! The next second, Monet raised his right hand forward, and in an instant, a thorn of tens of meters of ice, containing terrifying power, stabbed toward Snag, who turned into ice at an extremely fast speed. At the moment when the thorn of ice was about to arrive, crack! Snag finally broke through the ice and looked at the ice thorn that was already in front of him. His pupils widened, and Snag immediately blocked the famous sword in his hand in front of him. Bang! Although this blow was blocked, the terrifying power of the ice thorn still made Snag's body continue to retreat. Snag took more than 10 steps back before he stabilized his figure, but the moment he stabilized his figure, Monet had already appeared behind him. Ice fist! Monet's right fist was covered with cold ice, and his punch was like a cannonball, hitting Snag's back directly. With the hockey of seeing and hearing, Snag noticed it, immediately turned around, and swung out his left fist with a hockey of arms. Bang, bang! As the fists collided, Snag took a few steps back. He looked at the remaining frost on his left fist. Snag looked a little ugly. He didn't expect that he would be at a disadvantage under the hands of the woman in front of him. At this moment, Monet didn't care about him and continued to attack. In an instant, the blizzard directly covered a kilometer radius. For a moment, Snag could only resist the attack under Monet's hands. Facing the violent Monet, it could be said that Snag was completely suppressed and did not even have the strength to fight back. At this time, other cadres of the Beast Pirates also landed on the island one after another. Violet and Tazig led the rest of the Thor pirates to deal with the other cadres of the Beast Pirates. On the edge of the island, the sound of explosions continued to sound. Blood flowed on the ground. Corpses fell to the ground, and a full-scale Imperial war began. Midair. At this moment, Kaido, the beast, has fully transformed into a beast, and his whole body exudes a powerful aura. The scales are extremely hard, but at this time, he has a sword wound on his body. One can imagine how powerful Mihawk's attack power is. The wind is blowing. I saw Kaido, the beast, waving his huge dragon body. Suddenly, a hurricane emerged, containing terrifying power and attacking Mihawk in front of him. With an expression full of indifference, Mihawk swung his sword forward, and suddenly, a green sword energy burst out. Boom! The green sword energy and the tornado collided like giant dragons. There was an explosion sound in the sky, and the atmosphere roared. Under this blow, countless clouds retreated, and two powerful attacks dissipated between the sky and the earth at the same time. The next second, Kaido of the 100 Beasts waved his huge dragon body and grabbed Mihawk directly with his sharp dragon claws. His expression was still so indifferent. Mihawk's body disappeared from the spot, holding the supreme sharp knife, Black Blade Knight, and attacked. Clang! In an instant, the sharp sword and the ultimate claw collided together. The sword flashed, and the sound of explosions continued to sound. One person and one dragon seemed to turn into two streams of light, colliding fiercely, and atmospheric roars continued to sound above the sky. Time passes quickly. 2 hours later, sunset. The battle above the sky is still fierce. At this moment, Baiju Kaido looked a little surprised. He did not expect that Mihawk would be so difficult to deal with. After fighting until now, I can't even defeat him with my own strength. A slight gasp sounded from Mihawk's body, which can be said to have hit him until now. Mihawk knows that Hyakju Kaido is stronger than himself, so he can't back down. With the captain absent, Mihawk, as the vice-captain, must shoulder the important task of dealing with Kaido. At this moment, one person and one dragon looked at each other. Kaido of the 100 Beasts looked down again. When he looked at the battle situation below, his expression was full of surprise. He did not expect that his beast pirates would be at a disadvantage when facing the Thor pirates. At the edge of the island, Bard was fighting 1 against 2, and his body was full of serious injuries. However, as the cyan hurricane covered his whole body, the injury was slowly recovering. On the opposite side, Jin and Charlotte Katakuri also had hideous wounds on their bodies, which greatly consumed their physical strength. It can be said that up to this point, Bard has never lost, even if he is 1 against 2. This made Jin and Charlotte Katakuri feel a little impatient. You must know that they are equivalent to the Emperor's lieutenant in the pirate group. But now, they're being dragged down by the captain of the combat division of the Thor pirates. This is a shame for Jin and Charlotte Katakuri. However, they knew very well that none of them could be Bud's opponent in a one-on-one match. Bard's strength has already reached the level of general, while Jin and Charlotte Katakuri are only at the limit of quasi-general. It seems like only half a step, but there is a huge difference. The battlefield on the other side of the island. Lafitte's body was also full of scars at this time, but he still showed elegance. Quinn and Jack, who were opposite him, relied on the powerful recovery ability of the animal system, and there were no serious wounds on their bodies at all. However, the two of them were pale and not in good condition. They had a long period of high-intensity outbursts and were wary of Lafitte's sneak attack. The physical strength of those two people was greatly consumed. Although they also attacked Lafitte in the past 2 hours, their state was even more drained. Edge of Island. Bradley, Cracker, and Smoothie are fighting fiercely, relying on the ability of the fluttering fruit. Even when faced with a joint attack by Cracker and Smoothie, Bradley was not at a loss and could even seize every opportunity to counterattack. This made Cracker and Smooth look a little ugly. They were true. They didn't expect that the cook on the ship of the Thor pirates had such strong strength. The edge of the island. At this moment, Snag's left arm was broken, with frost still remaining on it, and his whole body was covered with hideous wounds. Heavy breathing sounds continued to sound, and Snag looked at the figure above with vigilance. Covered in ice, the furious Monet completely transformed into the goddess of ice, and the powerful ice kept flooding down. This made Snag miserable. For 2 hours, he was suppressed throughout the whole process, and even now, he has broken 1 arm. If this continues, Snag won't be able to sustain it for long. However, Monet would not give him any chance to breathe at this time. I saw Monet in midair, with cold ice covering his body and his hands spread out. In an instant, thorns of tens of meters of ice flooded down like a violent storm. Looking at those ice thorns, Snag looked a little horrified. He waved the famous sword in his hand, and sword energy burst out. Boom! The thorn of ice and the sharp sword energy collided together in an instant. Although the sharp sword energy destroyed the thorn of ice, wisps of ice turned into thin thorns and still fell to the ground and hit Snag. Without hesitation, Snag could only rely on his domineering power to dodge the dense attacks. As the thorn of ice hit the ground was filled with dense frost. However, under Snag's chest, there was a bloody hole with ice thorns stuck in it. It was obvious that he did not dodge all the violent attacks. At the same time, an ice spear appeared on Monet's right hand, and his body fell straight down at a very fast speed, attacking Snag. With a very ugly face, Snag, who was seriously injured, could only bite his scalp and head straight forward with a famous knife in hand. Clang! The ice spear and the sharp sword collided instantly, and the powerful force caused Snag to continuously fall back. It can be said that even in close combat, Snag is completely suppressed. As for the battle between the Thor pirates and the other pirates of the Beast pirates, it was the Thor pirates who had the upper hand. Terzig thrust his hands into the ground, and golden giants appeared one by one. The entire scene turned into gold and attacked the pirates of the Beast pirates. Although Terzig only has the strength of an elite lieutenant general and is not an absolute strongman among the Imperial regiment, facing the miscellaneous soldiers below the cadres, it can be said that he is in no one's land. Violet, on the side, was leading the soldiers of the Thor pirates over the years to massacre the pirates of the Beast pirates. Now, on the battlefield below, the Thor pirates have the advantage. Above the sky, at this time, Kaido of the Beast is holding a thorn iron rod and attacks Mihawk. As the sound of fighting and fighting continued, the battle between the two became more intense. Feeling the situation of the battle below, Kaido's face looked a little ugly. He did not expect that in the past few years, the Thor pirates would develop so rapidly. Even if the whereabouts of Thunder God Shinfan are unknown, the Thunder God pirates can still block the attacks of themselves and their own pirates. This is a bit unbelievable in the eyes of Hayakushi Kaido. He also knows at this moment that the Thunder God pirates deserve the title of the strongest pirate group. There are 3 general-level combatants in a pirate group, which indeed exceeds other pirate groups in the New World. Thunder 8 trigrams. The half-animal Kaido, wielding a thorn iron rod with Conqueror's haki wrapped around it, flashed with dark red thunder, and swung towards Mihawk at extremely fast speeds. One sword in the sky. Mihawk's expression was still so indifferent. He had no intention of retreating. The surging ghost energy burst out, and the sword energy soared into the sky. 2 powerful forces, like giant dragons, wrap around the supreme sharp sword, Black Blade Knight. The next second, Mihawk, holding the supreme sharp knife, Black Blade Knight, also disappeared from the place. Clang! In an instant, the thorn iron rod and the supreme sharp knife collided together. The collision between these 2 powerful forces caused the heaven and earth to collapse, and circles of air waves spread out. Everything around was destroyed, and the sky was even more devastated. Split it up. The whole scene looks particularly scary. Mihawk joins this Lord's Beast pirates, and I can spare your life today. Kaido of the 100 Beasts looked at Mihawk with ferocity in his eyes and said, "Not interested." Mihawk refused bluntly. He had joined the Thor pirates for many years, and now he had an inseparable thought in his heart. "Then you can stay here today." After Kaido of the 100 Beasts finished speaking, his whole body once again transformed into the body of a huge blue dragon. The sharp and ferocious mouth bit directly toward Mihawk. The distance was so close, and the speed was so fast that there was no time to dodge. Mihawk held the supreme sharp knife and blocked it in front of him. In an instant, Qinglong's ferocious mouth bit Mihawk, but it was blocked by the supreme sharp sword he held. Ka-ka! The sound of the huge teeth colliding with the black sword kept ringing. The next moment, Mihawk's power exploded again, and he forced Kaido back. However, the huge green dragon, which had just been forced back dozens of meters away, attacked again. In an instant, the 2 figures violently collided together again, engaging in a life-and-death fight. Drops of blood spilled onto the ground, and explosions were heard in the sky. Time passed quickly. The evening wind was blowing, and the sky had darkened. The battle above was still fierce. Mihawk and Kaido, both of whom were elite generals, could not decide the winner so quickly. However, so far, Kaido of the Beast clearly has the advantage. When a supreme sharp knife collided with a huge dragon claw, accompanied by the roar of the atmosphere and violent explosions, one man and one dragon fell back separately again. Tornado! After Kaido stabilized his body, a powerful force condensed in front of the ferocious mouth. In an instant, a bolt of lightning erupted, but the lightning condensed around his body. The next second, Qinglong's huge dragon body made a circular motion like a top and released bad winds. Tornadoes of hundreds of meters swept towards Mihawk at extremely fast speeds. Cut. Facing these powerful attacks, Mihawk's expression remained so indifferent. His eyes became sharp, and his surging sword intent focused on the supreme sharp sword Black Blade Knight. He held the supreme sharp sword tightly with both hands, and as he waved the black sword, green sword energy hundreds of meters long burst out, heading straight towards the tornado. Boom! More than a dozen green sword energy and more than a dozen tornadoes collided together in the sky, and the explosion sound like the collision of giant dragons instantly sounded, and the world was silent. As these two powerful forces collided and dissipated, wisps of sword energy fell into the sea, and strong winds swept across. What a powerful swordsman! Your sword power is the strongest I have ever seen. It's a pity that we are enemies. Kaido of the 100 Beasts looked at Hawkeye. Mihawk showed approval, but the powerful aura on his body broke out again. The green dragon's body turned into a half-animal again, and at this moment, the thorn iron rod in his hand was gathering thunder, which looked particularly terrifying. Without replying, Mihawk's eyes became sharp, and he held the supreme sharp sword Hido-Oi tightly in his hand, which was as black as ink and contained extremely terrifying power. The next second, the two of them will attack again. At this time, a blood-red slash of hundreds of meters seemed to destroy everything and headed straight towards Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Feeling this powerful force, Kaido of the Beasts immediately swung the stick without hesitation. King Kong Dysprosium. I saw Kaido of the 100 Beasts converging all his power on the iron rod. As he swung the iron rod, a barrage of sword-like aura flew straight out. This barrage of hundreds of meters rushed towards the bloody sword. Gas! Clang! In an instant, the bloody sword energy and the dark stick energy collided together like a mountain. Suddenly, the color of the sky and the earth changed. The sound of explosion immediately sounded, and everything around was destroyed. The sea below was even more affected, and waves exploded. After a few seconds of stalemate, two powerful attacks dissipated together in the world. A figure holding a black umbrella appeared in the sky. It seems at this time, I am not too late. The Red Earl looked at everyone with a smile on his face. Old monster, why are you here? Kaido, the beast of all beasts, looked wary when he saw the Red Earl appearing. After all, he has been galloping on the sea for so many years, and he is very clear about the terrifying strength of the Red Earl. Kid, I didn't expect that the intern on the Rocks pirate ship would now become one of the 4 emperors. The Red Earl looked at Kaido of the Beasts with a smile on his face. Kaido of the 100 Beasts did not refute this. Compared with the time spent at sea compared to the man in front of him, he was indeed a brat. The members of the 2 pirate groups who were fighting below also stopped fighting at this time and looked at the figures above. Especially the cadres of the Beast Pirates, they are very curious. Why is the Red Earl here? Moreover, the slash just now seemed to be aimed at his own captain. Above the sky, old monster, you still haven't told me. What are you doing here? Kaido of the 100 Beasts looked at the Red Earl with a ferocious look in his eyes. I owe Chun Fan a favor, so naturally I came here to help the Thunder God pirates. The Red Earl said this calmly. Hearing that the Red Earl was here to help the Thunder God pirates, Kaido looked a little ugly. Kid, let's end this matter. You can leave. When the Red Earl said these words, he showed boundless domineering power. This is the confidence of being a legend of the sea. After a long silence, Kaido didn't reply for a while. He was not afraid of the Red Earl and Mihawk. After all, no matter how strong the two are, they can't break their own protective shield. However, the people under his command do not have such strength. If he is held back by the Red Earl, then if Mihawk frees up his hands, his men will never be able to stop him. It seemed like leaving now was the best option. The faces of Charlotte Katakuri and others below were even more ugly. They knew clearly that the legend of the sea, the Lonely Red, appeared here. And he also chose to help the Thor pirates. There is a high probability that he and others will not be able to take revenge this time. After all, this person's strength is at the top of the sea. All retreat. Kaido of the 100 Beasts looked at the Red Earl with cold eyes, put away his powerful aura, and said these words. Afterwards, after receiving the order, Jin and others also left the shore and headed in the direction of the huge pirate ship. At this time, although Bader and the others had the advantage, they did not choose to pursue them. They all know that for so many years, the enemies of the Thor pirates are far more than just the Beast pirates. More than 10 minutes later, all members of the Beast pirates had retreated, including Kaido, and the sea was calm. If it weren't for the dilapidated ground on the island, it would be hard to imagine that a big battle had just happened. Your Excellency Red Earl, thank you for coming to help this time. As the chief steward of the Thor pirates, Violet said gratefully. You're welcome. I owe your captain a favor. This is as it should be. The Red Earl waved his hand. In his eyes, he still didn't believe that Chun Fan, a guy with such strong strength, would die like this. Doing this now is just an investment. We should keep all these guys here so that the pirates on the sea will not dare to provoke us. At this time, Monet was floating in the air, his body covered with ice and snow, and a violent aura came from his body. Seeing Monet's appearance, no one dared to speak. After all, the captain's whereabouts were unknown these days. Monet is like a walking humanoid dynamite that will ignite instantly if she says just one more word. For days later, the sky was clear. A gentle breeze blew across the sea. This is the 7th day since Chun Fan disappeared. At this time, in Wano country, the periphery of the island was filled with corpses, most of them pirates, and there were pirate flags. Obviously, these guys, or these pirate groups, want to take advantage of the absence of Thunder God Chun Fan to challenge the position of the Emperor of the Thunder God Pirates. However, it is obvious that they have thought too much. Even if the Thunder God Chun Fan disappears, his life and death are unknown. The Thunder God Pirates still have the combat power of 2 generals and a group of quasi-general levels. This is not something that ordinary pirate groups can compete with. Therefore, these pirate groups who dare to challenge have paid their due price. Most of them paid with their lives. It can be said that, except for a few who escaped by luck, everyone in the Thor pirates faced the pirates who dared to provoke them, and without exception, they all resorted to killing them all. Only in this way can we reduce the number of pirates who dare to challenge us. Sure enough, after 4 days, almost no one dared to challenge the Thor pirates. At this moment, the world knew why the Thor pirates had always been known as the strongest pirate group. Even without the captain, Thunder God Chun Fan is here, and the combat power of the Thunder God pirates is still as good as that of an imperial group. This is the terrifying thing about the Thor pirates. At the same time, Marine headquarters. At this moment, inside the Marine Fleet Admiral office, Buddha of the Warring States period is sitting in the main seat. Garp and Crane are sitting on the sofa next to him, and Kuzan is sitting on the sofa on the right. As for Kizuru and Akainu, they were sitting on the sofa in the back with their legs crossed. At this time, most of the high-end combat power of the Marine headquarters is concentrated here. The strength of the Thor pirates exceeds our expectations, although Kaido of the 100 Beasts retreated because of the arrival of the Red Earl. However, in the previous confrontation between the Beast pirates and the Thor pirates, they did not gain the upper hand, especially Hawkeye. Mihawk suddenly stopped Kaido with his powerful strength. Therefore, judging from the data, the combat power of 2 generals cannot solve the current Thor pirates. If you want to quickly and completely eliminate the Thor pirates, you need at least 3 generals. Now, tell me about your plan to eliminate the Thor pirates. When Sengoku said this, determination appeared in his eyes. Even if the Thor pirates now probably need 3 general-level combat capabilities to solve it. He also had to find a way to solve it, because Sengoku didn't want to let the Thunder God pirates grow, nor did he want an accident and miracle like Thunder God Chunfan to happen again. It's very simple. I will lead the team, Kizuru and Kuzan will help me, and I will send 5 more lieutenants to me. We will solve the Thor pirates as quickly as possible. As for the rest, we are guarding the Marine headquarters. Even if other royal groups attack at this time, we can withstand it. What's more, if the Thor pirates are in crisis, the Beast pirates will most likely stand idly by. As for the Whitebeard pirates, even if they react, they may not have time to take action. Akainu once again stood up first and stated his plan. His plan is also very simple. It is a blitzkrieg, using the powerful strength of the 3 generals to quickly eliminate the Thor pirates and finally return to the Marine headquarters with support. As long as the speed is fast enough, it is possible to finish off the Thor pirates without waiting for the other emperors to react. Moreover, none of the top pirate groups on the sea has formed an alliance. Hearing this, warring states also nodded. This plan sounded very likely to be successful. There are too many uncertainties, and it's too risky. What if the Red Earl comes to help again? Then, the combat power of 3 generals may not be able to defeat the Thor pirates. Moreover, it is too risky to send 3 generals to concentrate in one place at a time. I do not recommend executing this plan. Crane shook his head, stood up, and retorted. Hearing he refuted his plan again, Akainu couldn't sit still. Then I wonder what good plans, Lieutenant General, he has. My plan is just one word, wait. The Thor pirates haven't disappeared in this sea for a day. The one who was more anxious than us that day should be the Beast pirates, not us. After all, with the hatred between the Beast pirates and the Thunder God pirates, and the character of Kaido the Beasts, there will eventually be another war between the two. The most important thing is that the most terrifying thing about the Thunder God pirates before was the strength of Thunder God Shinfan. He had the strongest combat power, even before he was 25 years old. The most frightening thing is that it may go further. Now that there has been no news about Thor Chunfan for 7 days, there is a high probability that he is dead. In this way, the other members of the Thor pirates will not pose much of a threat. He told her his plan. In her eyes, Warring States was too anxious. Without Chunfan, the Thunder God pirates are like a tiger without teeth, so there is no need to worry too much. I think what he said makes sense. Garp, who was eating donuts at this time, stood up and said something again, and then continued eating donuts silently. He actually didn't even listen to Akainu and Tsuru's plan. However, Garp has always been too lazy to use his brain. Most of the time, he unconditionally approves of Crane's plans. Looking at Garp's appearance, Sengoku's face was really full of black lines. No wonder Sora Fleet Admiral told him directly at that time. The position of Marine Fleet Admiral must belong to him. Garp's character really cannot be the commander-in-chief. At this moment, Garp also noticed that Sengoku was looking at him. He pushed the donut forward a little, as if to tell Sengoku, "Do you want some?" Really speechless, Sengoku didn't bother to look at Garp anymore. He looked at Kizuru and the two. It was fine if I didn't observe carefully before. But now when I look carefully, I instantly feel that one is bigger than the other. Kizuru, who was lying on the sofa, had been looking at his watch, as if he was ready to clock out at any time. Kazan on the other side was even more exaggerated and actually fell asleep directly on the sofa. Looking at this scene, Sengoku almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, if it weren't for the terrifying strength of the 3 Marine Logias. Sengoku really feels that with the characters of the 3 of them, the Marine headquarters will be doomed. Since the opinions are different again, let's vote again as before. I will not participate in the vote. In order to prevent Akainu from quarreling with he, Sengoku decided to vote as before. Hearing the vote, Akainu looked a little ugly. He knew very well that among the 6 people present, Sengoku did not participate in the vote. Needless to say, he has a relationship with Garp. As for Kazan, who is Garp's apprentice, he probably agrees with his plan. In this way, only he and Kizaru are left in the entire office, and Kizaru may not necessarily support his plan. In this case, there's a high probability that you will lose the vote. Raise your hands if you agree with Chief of Staff Crane's plan. Warring States looked at everyone and said. Soon, Hajong raised his hand, and Garp on the side raised his hand without hesitation. Kazan, who was half asleep and half awake at this time, also raised his right hand. All of a sudden, the total number of votes exceeded half. Seeing himself fail again, Akainu's face was extremely ugly, and he clenched his fists at this moment. Hateful, Akainu cursed angrily in his heart, because he knew very well that if he continued to determine the plan according to this method. So with his reputation over the years, he would never be able to implement his plan. The results are already obvious. More than half of the people have passed Crane's plan. It's still the same as before. We observe the movements of the Thor pirates and don't take the initiative. Warring States looked at everyone and announced the final plan. After hearing that the plan was still the same as before, Akainu looked extremely ugly and left directly. Well, seeing this scene, Sengoku could only shake his head with regret. He actually felt that Akainu's plan was still feasible. After all, he also wanted to quickly get rid of the Thor pirates. But from the overall perspective and comprehensiveness, it is indeed too risky. The sea is so turbulent now. What Marine Headquarters needs is stability. The Thor pirates are not that easy to solve. On the Cake Island, Kaido of the 100 Beasts was sitting in the middle of the huge palace. His face was red at this time. It was obvious that he had just drank. Charlotte Katakuri is here to drink. Don't worry. I will do what I say, and I will definitely deal with those guys from the Thor pirates. Saying that, Kaido of the 100 Beasts tipped the huge wine bowl towards Charlotte Katakuri. Thank you very much, Captain. Charlotte Katakuri also responded with a huge bowl. In an instant, both of them held wine bowls half a meter high and 1 meter wide and began to drink heavily. Within 10 seconds, the two of them placed the 1 meter high and 1 meter wide wine bowl on the ground, and the two of them drank the wine inside. I don't know. Captain, when will we attack the Thor pirates next? Charlotte Katakuri asked. Kaido of all beasts. I, the governor, have my own plans. Kaido of the 100 Beasts did not tell the specific time of his next attack, but said that he had his own plans. Hearing Kaido say this, Charlotte Katakuri did not choose to question it, because he knew that the Emperor did not like others to question him. Charlotte Katakuri just clenched his fists silently, thinking about how he could become stronger again. Charlotte Katakuri still remembers the battle 4 days ago, and even felt a little ashamed, because he and Jin were actually beaten by the captain of the battle division of the Thor pirates. If he could be stronger and hold Bar down by himself, Jin would have free hands to deal with the other captains of the Thor pirates. In this way, the battlefield below will not be passive. Charlotte Katakuri actually knew very well that if the battle 4 days ago continued like this, on the battlefield below them, the Thunder God pirates were definitely victorious. Thinking of this, Charlotte Katakuri's eyes showed fear. He couldn't figure it out. How could the Thor pirates, which had not been established for a long time, be so powerful? Strong men emerge one after another. New world, an unknown island. At this time, in a room, a slender young body covered with bandages was lying on the bed. On the chair next to him, an old man with a red nose and a short stature, only about 1.2 meters tall, was sitting. At this time, the old man was holding a bowl of wine and drinking. Next to the old man, there was a blue cat standing and walking, holding a wine bowl in its hand and drinking wine. Old man, do you think this guy can wake up? The blue cat asked the old man beside him. It should be possible. This guy's body is like that of a monster. He was recovering slowly after suffering such serious injuries. No wonder he is called a legend on the sea. Farrick had obviously recognized Chun Fan's identity, otherwise he wouldn't have said this. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that this legend of the sea would be saved by me. Blue Cat took another sip of wine. When he went to the shore before, he found the body of a small Poseidon. Ferrard immediately roasted the small Poseidon and ate it. As he roasted it, he discovered that there was a person inside the small Poseidon. Moreover, there was a faint sound of breathing. Ferret immediately did not hesitate, disemboweled the small Poseidon, and rescued the people inside. When Ferret saw Chun Fan for the first time, his expression was shocked. He had never seen a person whose whole body was covered with wounds, and the wounds were even more bloody and bloody, exposing deep white bones. He could still survive like this. At first, Ferret just had the idea of giving it a try and fed Chun Fan some water and food. But he didn't know that just a little bit of water and food was like a life-saving straw for Chun Fan. As water and food entered the body, a weak stream of heat emitted from Chun Fan's body and poured into his internal organs and blood. The body that was about to collapse was also slowly recovering. Originally, Ferret had no hope, but when he found that Chun Fan's breathing was becoming more and more stable. After thinking for a while, Ferret decided to take Chun Fan back to the house. After coming back, the red-nosed old man saw Ferret bringing back a guy covered in wounds. His expression was also full of surprise, but after asking about it, the red-nosed old man decided to help Ferret save Chun Fan. The two of them simply bandaged Chun Fan and then cleaned him. The most important thing is that they were afraid that Chun Fan would starve to death and gave him food. With food entering the body and weak heat flow, Chun Fan slowly recovered with his strong body and vitality. The most important thing is that after cleaning Chun Fan, one person and one cat, they found that Chun Fan looked very familiar. Later, they found a reward order and recognized Chun Fan. At that time, the two of them were shocked, and then they hesitated whether to hand over Chun Fan to Marine. However, in the end, Ferret rejected the idea, because he wants to be a pirate. Even though he is just a fur tribe, in order to become a pirate, his strength is not weak in training. The red-nosed old man had raised Ferret for so many years, so he naturally knew his thoughts, so he did not choose to hand over Chun Fan to Marine. Back to the present, Chun Fan, who had been in a coma for 7 days and 7 nights, gradually regained consciousness and opened his eyes. He found himself lying on a bed with bandages all over his body, and he was in a room surrounded by tiles, which seemed very ordinary. Behind him, Chun Fan slowly looked to the side. He saw an old man about 1.2 meters tall and a blue cat standing like a human. "You're awake." The red-nosed old man was a little shocked when he saw that Chun Fan really woke up. He didn't expect that Chun Fan could survive such a serious injury. "You saved me. What do you want from me?" "I can promise you." Chun Fan said this calmly. He knew very well that when he fell into the sea before, he was about to lose consciousness. He immediately used Conqueror's Haki to control a Poseidon, letting the Poseidon swallow him into its belly and swim quickly towards the shore. Afterwards, Chun Fan could no longer hold on and fell into a coma completely. Of course, with Chun Fan's monster-like King Kong body, the ordinary Poseidon couldn't digest it, which also caused the small Poseidon to die miserably on the beach. However, with Chun Fan's injuries at that time, it was impossible to heal on his own. And the fact that he is still alive and appears in this house means that this person and the cat saved him. Ask Ferret about the conditions. "He saved you, old man. I just helped." After finishing speaking, the red-nosed old man took a sip of wine. Although he said this, the body of the red-nosed old man could not help but tremble. Sitting in front of him was the legend of the sea, Chun Fan, the thunder god known as the tyrannical monarch. Although he was seriously injured, there was a strong sense of oppression on his body, which made people shudder. "I heard that you are the strongest person in this sea, and your pirate group is also the strongest pirate group in the world. I want to join your pirate group." Ferret took a puff of cigarette, looked at Chun Fan, and said, "He looked like a hooligan." "Interesting." Chun Fan looked at Ferret with a smile on his face, thinking that this fur tribe recognized his identity, but he didn't feel afraid yet. "Okay, once I recover from my injuries, I will take you away and join my pirate group." Chun Fan agreed. Since he promised just now, and he can fulfill this request at will, Chun Fan will naturally do it. "Great, old man. I can finally go to sea." Ferret looked excited. In response, the red-nosed old man just shook his head. In fact, Farid was not weak in strength, but the red-nosed old man never wanted him to go to sea, because he knew the dangers on this sea, but he also knew that he could not restrain Farid's dream. After raising him for more than 10 years, Farid was like a son in the eyes of the red-nosed old man. This time, the red-nosed old man took a huge risk to treat Chun Fan's injury, just thinking that Chun Fan could take Farid to explore the sea. After all, the Thor pirates are known as the strongest pirate group, and joining them is better than joining another pirate group. Is there anything I can eat? At this time, Chun Fan's whole body was surrounded by wisps of thunder, and he began to use thunder to repair the injuries in his body. The tiny thunder was stimulating the cells, and the serious injuries in the body began to slowly recover. Farid looked at this scene with surprise on his face. He thought to himself, is this the ability of the devil fruit? It's so magical. Av, the red-nosed old man replied, and then he brought all the food in the room to Chun Fan. The food was piled all over the table. When Chun Fan saw the food, he didn't hesitate and immediately ate it. After the storm passed, in just a few minutes, all the food on the large table entered Chun Fan's body. Farid and the red-nosed old man on the side were all stunned. Chun Fan, on the other hand, closed his eyes and rested his mind while recovering from his injuries. Small streams of heat continued to emit from his body. Thunder is also constantly stimulating cells to repair wounds. Using a two-pronged approach, Chun Fan's serious injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Farid and the red-nosed old man saw this scene, their mouths opened in an O shape in surprise, especially the red-nosed old man. You must know that when he was young, he also wandered on the sea and saw many strong men, but he had never seen anyone with such a terrifying recovery ability. It seems that the strongest man on the sea is more terrifying and powerful than the rumors say. This is the inner thought of the red-nosed old man. Half an hour later, Chun Fan slowly opened his eyes. The injuries in his body had initially recovered, and he could temporarily use some strength. Of course, with such a serious injury, even with Chun Fan's recovery ability, he couldn't recover quickly, and he would have to rest for at least a few days. It can be said that he was lucky to survive this battle. Do you have a phone bug here? Chun Fan asked the red-nosed old man. Yes, Farid, go to the drawer and get the phone bug, the red-nosed old man said to Farid beside him. Farid, on the other hand, walked arrogantly and disowned his relatives, found the drawer, took out the phone bug inside, and handed it to Chun Fan. After getting the phone bug, Chun Fan immediately dialed Monet's number. In Wano country, Monet was lying on the big bed at this moment, with disheveled hair and wearing a thin top and shorts. The most important thing is that her face is flushed and there are wine bottles next to her bed. Obviously, Monet felt heartbroken because of Chun Fan's disappearance and tried to numb himself with alcohol. Although 7 days had passed, Monet still had luck in his heart and felt that Chun Fan would definitely survive. Brother, you will definitely survive. You are so powerful and you can solve anything. I believe you will survive. Monet took a sip of wine and said to himself, Brumaru. At this time, the phone beside the table rang. Hearing the call bug's voice, Monet answered it impatiently. Who is it? Didn't I tell you? Don't disturb me if anything happens. Monet, come to Abbey Island to find me. Chun Fan's voice sounded. As for the name of this island, he had just asked the red-nosed old man. Hearing this familiar voice, Monet was stunned for a moment. Brother, is it you? You are still alive, you are still alive. After several seconds, Monet's eyes were red, and he said this with tears. She asked twice in a row, fearing that she was dreaming. Well, don't worry, they can't kill me yet. Now your name is Bud. Come and find me together. Remember, don't tell anyone else about this yet. I want to figure out one thing. Chun Fan continued. He wants to find out how his plan was leaked last time. He didn't believe there was a mole, because only Bud and Mihawk knew about this matter and himself. Chun Fan believed that these two people would most likely not betray him. That means that the world government has very special means to monitor itself and learn about its plan. This is very dangerous. If every step of their plans is known to the world government, then they can still repeat their previous actions and send many general-level experts to surround and attack them. Although Chun Fan's current strength is only that of a general-level strongman, there is basically no one who can match him. However, as long as 2 or more general-level experts join forces, Chun Fan will most likely be defeated. Therefore, Chun Fan needs to figure out what methods the world government uses. He knows his own plan. Otherwise, if the world government learns its next move again in advance, it will be very passive. After all, the real overlord of the sea here is Marine Headquarters, and Marine Headquarters has the most general-level experts. Other side, after Monet hung up the phone excitedly, he didn't think much and immediately changed his clothes, transformed into elements all over his body, turned into ice and snow, and headed towards Bard's residence. At this moment, Bard was also drinking. He blamed himself a little if he had followed that action. Then the captain may not die. In fact, in their minds, the captain had not been found for 7 days and was probably dead. However, they are unwilling to admit it, or do not want to see it happen. Jingle bell, Bud. The doorbell rings. Hearing Monet's voice, Bud got up and prepared to go to the gate of opening. He was very confused. Why did Monet come to him? As he opened the gate of opening, Monet looked at him with excitement. Bud, let me tell you, the eldest brother is not dead. He is now on Abi Island. Let's quickly find a compass and go to Abi Island to find eldest brother. Seeing Monet's somewhat embarrassed look, Bud was immediately suspicious, wondering if Monet couldn't think about Chun Fan's death. Monet, I know you are very sad about the captain. However, we have to look forward. We must at least protect the Thor pirates created by the captain. Bud put a comforting hand on Monet's shoulder. Are you poisonous? What are you talking about? Big brother is really not dead. He just contacted me using a phone bug and asked us to go find him alone and not tell anyone else. It seems like there is something important. Monet was speechless when he saw Bud like this. Hearing Monet say this again, Bud started to believe it. Really or not? You mean the captain is really not dead? What else? Do I seem to be joking with you? Hurry up and get a compass, and we will go to Abi Island together. Monet was too lazy to talk nonsense to Bud anymore and immediately urged him. Okay, I'll go right away. Bud was also extremely excited and wanted to find a compass. By the way, remember, don't tell others that Big Brother is still alive. This is what Big Brother deliberately told you. Monet looked at Bud, who was going out, and said quickly, Okay, don't worry. Bard responded, his whole body covered in cyan hurricane, transformed into a half-animal, and disappeared directly from the place at an extremely fast speed. A few minutes later, Bud was back with a compass. Let's go. The next second, Bard transformed into a huge blue kuenpung, floating in the air, and Monet also jumped on it. Then, the huge green kuenpung turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Abi Island at the moment. Chun Fan was still sitting and recovering from his injuries. There were wisps of blue thunder around him. Although his strength was still not restored at all, he was no longer as powerless as before. At this time, boom! An explosion sounded. This huge sound immediately attracted the attention of Farid and the others. What happened? Farid immediately walked out the door. Help, help! Cries for help continued to sound, and people in this village were seen running away. The firelight shone in the village, and behind the fleeing people, there was a pirate. They are ferocious-looking and ferocious, and they are hunting ordinary people. When Farid saw this scene, his face was filled with anger. Chun Fan and the old man with a red nose also walked out of the room and saw this scene. Chun Fan looked at all this with an indifferent expression. This is the cruelty of the pirate world. Marine, a vicious pirate and lackey of the Holy Land, can be said to have a very miserable fate for ordinary people in this world. This is also the reason why Chun Fan wants to keep getting stronger. The law of the jungle is always the law of the world. When the 3 people came out, these pirates had already begun to massacre ordinary people. Help, who will save me? I don't want to die yet. Screams and calls for help continued to sound in the village, and blood flowed in the village. Damn it, how dare these bastards? Farid's face was full of anger, and he immediately disappeared from the spot, swinging his fist toward the pirate, holding a big knife not far away. Bang! The pirate had no time to dodge and was directly knocked away by Farad's punch. Boom! This obese pirate hit the house, causing the wall to crack and gravel to fall. He foamed at the mouth, passed out, and dropped the big knife in his hand. Farad's move this time also caused the three of them to attract the attention of other pirates. Suddenly, more than 30 pirates surrounded Chun Fan and the others. A broken cat, an old man, and a cripple actually dare to take action to stop our hungry wolf pirates. A wretched young man with green hair and a big knife stepped forward. Indeed, Chun Fan, who was covered in bandages at this time, was basically unrecognizable to anyone, plus a short old man with a red nose and a fur tribe. Such a combination faces the extremely vicious pirate group. Indeed, if you look at it, the gap is a bit big. Among these pirates, the one at the front is a thin pirate with a somewhat fierce look. It is obvious that this pirate should be their captain. Lousy kills, you guys, that's enough. Farad stared at the pirates ahead with an angry expression. The red-nosed old man on the side also didn't speak. He knew that Chun Fan, the legend of the sea, was here. If these pirates dared to take action, they would definitely seek death. Oh, how dare a broken cat be so arrogant? The green-haired young man rushed forward with a big knife in hand. With a smile on his lips, Farad also disappeared from the spot and rushed forward. Bang, bang. In an instant, the cat's claw collided with the broadsword, and Farad's claw directly knocked the green-haired young man away. The green-haired young man, with a look of disbelief on his face, fell heavily to the ground. Behind, the captain of the hungry wolf pirates also narrowed his eyes. Let's deal with them together. Sejol ordered to his men. In an instant, more than 20 pirates rushed towards Farad. Facing the siege of these 20 pirates, Farad looked a little ugly. He could only keep dodging to resist the siege of many pirates. Time passed slowly, and scars began to appear on Farad's body. Chun Fan and the red-nosed old man were watching from behind, and they were not too anxious, because Farad's life is not in danger yet. Chun Fan also wants to take a look. Where has Farad's strength reached? 5 minutes later, Farad was slashed hard with a knife. He fell next to Chun Fan, with a hideous wound on his abdomen. Afterwards, the pirates did not rush to take action, but looked at Chun Fan and the others with arrogant expressions. At this moment, the villagers had already fled without a trace, and no one dared to stay here. You three guys actually dared to go against our hungry wolf pirates. A burly man with a big scar on his face came forward. You should be a cadre of the hungry wolf pirates. Surrender obediently, you three guys. Our captain is a big pirate with a bounty of 200 million. Balk said extremely arrogantly. You guys are looking for death. Farad endured the severe pain and looked at the pirates in front of him. How dare you threaten us, you useless cat? When Balk heard Farad's provocation, he immediately rushed forward. Seeing Balk rushing up, Farad smiled. He did this on purpose. He knew that Chun Fan didn't take action and was just testing his own strength. However, these 20 pirates are really not weak, and I am not their combined opponent. But if they dare to rush forward, they are seeking death. Balk held a big knife and was about to slash at Chun Fan and the other three. At this time, Chun Fan moved, his finger moved slightly forward, and in an instant, a thunder beam burst out. As blood spurted out, Balk's head was directly penetrated. He fell to the ground and turned into a corpse, too dead to die. Seeing this scene, many pirates were a little surprised. They didn't expect this man with bandages all over his body to have such a method. Kill them. Sejor in the rear looked extremely angry when he saw that his cadres were killed like this. He immediately ordered the remaining pirates under his command to kill Chun Fan and others together. Facing the captain's order, the 20 pirates did not hesitate and rushed towards Chun Fan, but they did not know that they were running towards death. Thunder flashes were seen as Chun Fan slowly walked towards the crowd, and the 20 or so pirates also surrounded him. Thunders fell from the sky one after another, accompanied by the roar of thunder. Corpses fell to the ground one after another. These pirates were unable to block Chun Fan's move. At this moment, Chun Fan seemed to be in a deserted land, interspersed among many pirates. He didn't even raise his hand, but his eyes moved slightly and wisps of thunder fell from the sky. The few pirates who were still alive at this moment had expressions full of fear and shock. They were not fools. They knew they had kicked a huge iron plate. Looking at the charred corpse, and Chun Fan, whose whole body was filled with thunder. Devil, this is a devil. The few pirates who were still alive stepped back with extremely frightened expressions. As for Seajoer, he also remembered something at this time. The thunder of destruction reminded him of a person. The world's strongest, the legendary tyrannical king of the sea, Chun Fan. Thinking of this name, Seajoel's forehead kept dripping with cold sweat, and his body was trembling. It seems that you just said you wanted to kill me. Chun Fan walked towards Seajoel step by step, with a smile on his lips, but in Seajoel's eyes, this smile was like a devil's smile. And all the pirates who are still alive have been hiding behind Seajoel, and they are all looking forward to their captain to deal with this guy. Because in their eyes, their captain is a big pirate with a bounty of 200 million, and he can definitely kill this guy in front of him. Captain, come on quickly and avenge your brothers. Yeah, the captain killed this guy. The pirates behind were urging. At this moment, Seajoer felt as if 10,000 grass and mud horses had stepped on him, and he kept cursing in his heart. Go, F*** me, I'm going to come to you. This is the god of thunder with a bounty of 5.9 billion. He is called the strongest in the world along with Whitebeard. If you go up to kill him, it's good that he didn't kill him instantly with one move. Master Thunder God Chun Fan, I am a little boy. I did not recognize you, sir. Please spare my life. I am willing to be loyal to the Thunder God pirates. Seajoel fell to his knees with a plop. Where was his previous arrogance? As a pirate with a bounty of 200 million, he is actually quite powerful, but it depends on who he is compared with. Seeing their captain kneel down, the surviving pirates were stunned. However, they also heard the most crucial information. The person in front of them was Chun Fan, the legendary thunder god of the sea. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. Did they know who they wanted to kill just now? What had they and the others just faced? Their bodies kept shaking and they kept swallowing saliva. The pirates knelt down immediately without hesitation. Master Thunder God Chun Fan, we are wrong. Please spare our lives. The pirates kept bowing their heads. Looking at the pirates begging for mercy, Chun Fan's expression was full of indifference. Death is your best destination. The next second, Chun Fan raised his right hand, and a destructive thunder dragon appeared in the air. Looking at the unparalleled thunder dragon that seemed to destroy everything, Seajoer and others became even more frightened. Please, Lord Thunder God Chun Fan, please let us go. Please let us go. They kept begging for mercy, just like the villagers begging for mercy just now. Including Seajoel, he didn't even have the thought of resisting. As a pirate with a bounty of 200 million, he didn't even have the courage to resist Chun Fan. This is the horror of Chun Fan. With a sneer on his face, Chun Fan didn't care about their pleas for mercy. In his eyes, since these guys recognized his identity, they must die. As Chun Fan swung his right hand, it was as if a Shinigami swung a sickle. A giant thunder dragon descended from the sky and rushed towards Seajoel and the others. As if sensing death, Seajoel stood up and turned into a ferocious giant wolf several meters tall. He waved his claws forward, and two green claws several meters long burst out. Seajoel made his last dying struggle. Boom! The moment the thunder dragon came into contact with the green claw attack, it directly destroyed it. Afterwards, the thunder dragon completely submerged Seajoel and others, as well as the earth. In an instant, the ground cracked and dust rose up. A deep pit appeared on the ground, and in that pit were charred corpses. Looking at the terrifying power of the thunder dragon, Farrell and the red-nosed old man behind couldn't help but swallow their saliva. At this moment, they finally understood the power of the world's strongest. The pirate with a bounty of 200 million couldn't even block a single move from Chun Fan. After dealing with these pirates, Chun Fan returned to the room and began to recover from his injuries. It seemed as if nothing had been done just now. Seeing this scene, Vlad was even more looking forward to joining the Thunder God Pirates. He had dreamed of adventure since he was a child, but he never had a good opportunity. Now this good opportunity was in front of him. The red-nosed old man just remained silent and said nothing. He knew that the man in the room had a terrible future. Even the pattern of the entire ocean may change because of him. He even wondered whether it was good or bad to let Farad join the Thunder God Pirates. But now that it's been said, let's do it. The red-nosed old man knew that Farad had his own adventures. A few minutes later, a huge Kuanpung appeared above the house. Sensing the huge Kuanpung, the red-nosed old man immediately rushed out the door. It was obvious that he had the ability of observation hockey. Bud and Monet, who were above, looked at the charred corpse in the ruins and immediately recognized that it was their captain's doing. It would have taken them some time to search the island, but with this it was much easier to identify. Without hesitation, the huge Kuanpung immediately landed on ground. Chun Fan, who was in the room, was naturally aware that Monet and Bud had come over. He saw the red-nosed old man rushing out. A smile appeared in the corner of his mouth, thinking that this old man really possessed the power of observation hockey. But it's normal to think about it. As a member of the Fur tribe, Vlad has the strength of a brigadier general, so this red-nosed old man should be even stronger. The thunder disappeared. Chun Fan stood up and walked out the door. Big brother. The moment Monet saw Chun Fan, he immediately rushed over and hugged him. Captain. Bud knelt on one knee to show his respect, and his expression was extremely excited at this moment. Big brother, are you okay? Monet spoke with tears in his eyes. Fine. Chun Fan never knew how to deal with his feelings for Monet and could only avoid the issue, because he doesn't want to be disturbed by emotions. At this time, Vlad also came out. He was holding a cigarette in his mouth. Although he was less than 1 meter tall, he walked out with an extremely arrogant step, as if he didn't recognize anyone. Boss, are these two guys your crew? Ever since Farad witnessed Chun Fan's powerful strength, he has been calling him boss. Who is this arrogant guy? Big brother. Monet was a little unhappy to see Farad being so arrogant. He saved me, and from now on he will be a member of our Thunder God Pirates. Chun Fan said calmly. Well, thank you. Monet walked up and shook hands with Farad. What a beautiful lady. Vlad walked forward excitedly to shake hands. He didn't see clearly from behind just now, but now looking carefully, he found that it was a big beauty. Immediately, he looked obscene. Seeing Farad's appearance, Monet's face turned a little ugly and she wanted to pull her hand away, but it was found that Farad held it tightly. However, the next second, a smile appeared on Monet's lips, and ice and snow spread from her body. Vlad's expression changed immediately. Feeling cold, he quickly pulled his hand away, but a wisp of ice still covered his right claw. Afterwards, Farad looked at Monet with some fear. He didn't expect that this long-legged beauty was so fierce. What? You don't shake my hand anymore. Monet looked at this gangster-like cat with a smile on his face. No matter how hard it is, it's my honor to know such a beautiful woman. Farad still had a wicked smile on his face. In this regard, Monet was also speechless, if it were not for the sake of saving his eldest brother. Monet even wanted to take action and teach him a lesson. Okay, come in. I have something to tell you. Chun Fan said to Monet and the other two. Afterwards, everyone came to the room and sat on chairs. Chun Fan looked at Bard with a slightly serious expression, and the two of them said, Tell me, what happened during the 7 days I was in coma? Upon hearing this, Monet immediately stood up and said, Brother, you don't know that during the 7 days you were away, several pirate groups came to challenge the status of our Thor Pirates group, but they were all easily solved by us. Those pirate groups who dared to challenge us all died in our hands without exception. However, on the 4th day after you disappeared, the Beast Pirates also came over. At that time, we experienced a big battle, and it can be said that the outcome was indistinguishable. Finally, the Red Earl came over, and Kaido of the Beast retreated. Monet clenched her fists when she mentioned the Beast Pirates. She thought in her heart that she must teach the beast pirates a lesson. Hyundai Kaido. Chen Fan's eyes also became fierce. In his eyes, the beast pirates dared to take advantage of his absence to try to kill the Thor pirates. Now that Chen Fan has recovered, he will naturally find trouble with the beast pirates, but now is not the best time. Chen Fan is going to give Marine a surprise next. I will leave this island later. I won't go back to the country of Wano. I will stay on a nearby island. The main purpose of your return is to find out what means the world government uses to monitor me. Get my next action plan. Remember, the focus is on investigating technological means and devil fruit abilities. You will discuss this matter with Violet as soon as you return. Do you understand? Chen Fan looked at the two of them calmly. I understand, big brother. I understand, Captain. Monet and Bard both responded. What about me, boss? Farad asked Chen Fan. He wanted to know what he wanted to do. You go back with Bud and the others. Remember, don't expose my identity. You two just make up an identity for Farad. The news that I am still alive, as well as the plan you're going to implement next, are to take Violet out of the country of Wano and inform her, otherwise there is a risk of being exposed. Chen Fan told the three of them with a serious expression. After all, the world government has monitoring means in Wano country, so if this plan is revealed there, it is very likely that it will be eavesdropped. This is why Chen Fan didn't use a phone bug to call every member at that time. Of course, Chen Fan was also betting that the monitoring method would not be able to monitor all the time. Moreover, there is no way that anyone in any corner can monitor it. If there really is such a terrible method, no matter how Chen Fan prevents it, it will be useless. If this is the case, it can only be broken with absolute power. That's clear, Captain. Monet and the two replied in unison. Sunset. Monet and Chen Fan were walking under the sunset. At this time, Chen Fan was already wearing a mask. Under the sunset, the two people walking on the beach is also a very beautiful sight. At this moment, Farrell and Bud were hiding behind and watching secretly. Bud, do you think that long-legged fierce beauty likes the boss? Farrell smoked a cigarette and asked Bud, who was standing beside him. He could already tell from the look on Monet's face when he looked at Chen Fan. Well, Monet has always liked the captain, and this time he probably wants to confess his feelings to the captain. Even with Bard's god-tier experience, he could tell that Monet liked Chen Fan. Chen Fan must have seen this a long time ago, but his goal has never been women, and he doesn't want love to hinder him from completing his plan and achieving his goal of becoming the strongest in the world. Therefore, Chen Fan has always chosen to avoid Monet. On the beach, Monet turned around, mustered up his courage, and looked at Chen Fan lovingly. The two of them just sat on the beach, looking into each other's eyes under the setting sun. Captain, Monet was about to say something, but she couldn't say it. She clenched her hands tightly. She seemed to have made up her mind and said with courage, Big brother, I like you. Can you date me? No, my goal does not include the option of falling in love. Chen Fan refused directly without any mercy. He agreed to let Monet come out this time just to reject him outright and put an end to Monet's thoughts. Hearing Chen Fan reject him so quickly, Monet was stunned for a moment. Then, tears could not help but flow from his eyes. Monet wiped his tears and ran towards the island. Farrell and Bud in the back saw this scene and shook their heads. The boss is too unsympathetic. Such a long-legged beauty rejected me like this. If it were me, I would definitely not be willing to reject such a long-legged beauty. I could play with that pair of long legs for a whole year. When Farad thought of Monet's long, round legs, he immediately looked vulgar. You are such a pervert. Bard on the side looked at Farad with disdain. Farad was about to say something. How long are you two going to keep watching? At this time, a cold voice sounded. Bud and the other man were so frightened that they ran back immediately. As the three of them left the beach, Chen Fan looked towards the endless sea. He didn't know whether rejecting Monet was right or wrong, but he didn't regret it because his goal really didn't include the option of falling in love. Becoming the king of this world, using his own power to control his own life, and achieving immortality are Chen Fan's ultimate goals. For this, he could give up everything. Although Chun Fan is now the strongest person in the open sea, Chun Fan himself knows that the world government still has hidden means, and the one sitting on the supreme throne must have extremely terrifying strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible to rule the world for 800 years. After returning to the room, Monet lay on the table and cried bitterly. If the pirates of the New World saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. It was hard for them to imagine that Monet, known as the Ice Witch, would cry like this one day. At this time, Ferret walked in. He was holding a flower in his cat's paws and looked like he thought he was handsome. He said to Monet, "Miss, don't be sad. That guy Chun Fan is not only a favor, but also a man. I am the most understanding person." At this time, Monet raised his head. Although there were still tears on his face, he stared at Ferret with a murderous look. She usually hates when others say bad things about Chun Fan. "You are looking for death." Monet waved his right hand, and in an instant, Ferret was frozen directly and turned into an ice sculpture. When Bud came back, he had seen Ferret holding a rose in one hand and turning into an ice sculpture. Ferret kept rolling his eyes, asking for help from Bud. Bud had no choice but to carry Ferret out. Then, Bud gave a light punch and said, "Crack!" The ice shattered and Ferret came to life. At this moment, Ferret felt that he could still move. Phew! He breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said with lingering fear, "This long-legged beauty is too fierce. I can't have it. I absolutely can't have it." Seeing Ferret like this, Bud almost laughed out loud. He didn't even have to guess. He knew that this gangster-like cat had definitely taken the initiative to provoke Monet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been frozen into an ice sculpture. However, Monet still acted carefully and did not use absolute zero to cause Ferret to lose his life. Okay, Monet has shown mercy. Otherwise, with your strength, you wouldn't be able to survive under his hands. Bud looked at Ferret with a slightly mocking tone. "Oomph. After I learn domineering, I must teach this guy a lesson." Ferret looked unconvinced. He had already learned about the ability of domineering from the red-nosed old man. At this time, Monet pushed the gate of opening with a dark face and walked out. Seeing Monet's appearance, Ferret was instantly afraid of giving in. "Beauty, I'm joking. Don't take it seriously. I'm joking." Seeing Ferret's fierce and cowardly look, Bard on the side couldn't help laughing. At this time, Chun Fan also came back. "Ferret, do you want to say goodbye? If so, we will wait for you." Of course, Chun Fan couldn't stay on this island forever. He had his own things to do. At this time, Monet looked at Chun Fan with a somewhat evasive look. She regretted why she had confessed. Now Monet felt a little embarrassed. "Old man, I'm leaving." Ferret walked up to the red-nosed old man and pretended to be free and easy. "Well, let's go. I've long been tired of you. Now that you're gone, I can go and be cool by myself." The red-nosed old man drank wine and grinned. "Really? Well, old man, then I'm going to start my own adventure." After Ferret said this, he turned around. Although he said this, tears still rolled in his eyes. At this moment, Bard has transformed into a huge Kuimping. Chun Fan and Monet were waiting for him on the blue Kuimping. "Let's go, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Only when you really leave can I feel comfortable." The red-nosed old man took another sip of wine and pretended to be very free and easy. At this time, Ferret couldn't wait any longer. He turned around, rushed over and hugged the red-nosed old man. "Old man, thank you for raising me for so many years." Falad should work hard and complete his adventure. If the adventure is completed one day, he will come back. The red-nosed old man couldn't pretend anymore. He just said those words because he was afraid that Ferret wouldn't be able to leave. As night falls, a huge Kuimping soars in the sky. Soon, this huge Kuimping first came to an island near Wano country. After he put Chun Fan down, he immediately disappeared from the island with Monet and Ferret. After returning to Wano, Monet immediately went to Violet's residence. It was getting late now, and Violet was getting ready to rest. Jingle bell. When she heard the doorbell ringing, she immediately stood up from the bed, thinking to herself, who is coming to find her in the middle of the night? While thinking about it, Violet had already walked to the door. After opening the door, she found Monet standing outside the door. As a result, she became even more confused. Violet asked directly, "Monet, you came to me in the middle of the night. What's the matter?" "Sister Violet, I have something important to tell you. Come with me." Monet didn't care what Violet thought at this moment. He immediately took her hand and flew towards the sky. This behavior made Violet feel extremely confused, but she thought that Monet would not harm her, so she did not resist. "Monet, what's going on?" While in the sky, Violet asked next. Without saying anything, Monet just speeded up and took him flying in the direction outside Wano country. A few minutes later, Monet had already taken Violet away from the country of Wano. "It's a very important thing. I'll take you to meet someone, Sister Violet." With that said, Monet took Violet towards the east. This moment made Violet very confused. However, she still chose to believe Monet for the time being. Soon, the two women arrived at the island. The moment Violet landed on the island, she saw a man wearing a mask. Suddenly, Violet's expression changed because she felt that the masked man's expression still had breath, and he looked very much like a human being. Then, Chun Fan took off his mask and said, "Violet." When she saw this person she was familiar with, Violet looked extremely excited and said, "Captain." Violet rushed over and hugged Chun Fan, and the two heavy stones between his chest pressed directly on Chun Fan's chest. At this moment, Violet burst into tears of joy. She had been in despair for the past few days. She thought her captain was dead. Now, how could she not be excited when she saw Chun Fan was still alive? Forced to hold back her excitement, Violet wiped her tears. She knew clearly that the captain asked Monet to call her here in the middle of the night because there was definitely something else. Seeing Violet like this, Chun Fan was very satisfied, which is why Chun Fan asked Monet to call her over. After all, Violet is the housekeeper of the entire Thor Pirates, and she's the most suitable person to investigate this kind of thing. "Captain, you asked me to come over. What's the matter?" Violet asked curiously. "I want you to investigate the means used by the world government to monitor me and expose my plan. I suggest you start with two things: devil fruit abilities and technological means." Chun Fan directly told Violet the purpose of calling him here. "Okay, Captain, I promise to investigate and find out what means the world government uses to monitor it." Violet actually started investigating a few days ago because she knew that if the world government was on the side, she could know her and others' plans anytime and anywhere. Then they are too passive. "Okay, one more thing. Don't spread the news that I'm alive yet. Only you guys know about it for now. I want to give Marine a surprise." Chun Fan explained to Violet again. "Okay, Captain, can I say something to you alone?" Violet looked at Chun Fan shyly and said. Before, Violet didn't dare, but since she got the news that Chun Fan might be dead, Violet looked directly into her heart, and she was ready to muster the courage to speak her mind. Chun Fan looked at Violet like this, with black lines all over her face. He could already guess what Violet wanted to say. Monet, on the other side, had an even more complicated expression. Her whole body turned into ice and snow and left here. After all, Monet had just been rejected today, and she also guessed what Violet wanted to say, so he didn't stay any longer. Of course, in his heart, Monet actually didn't want Violet to succeed. This was a woman's selfishness. No matter how good the relationship between Monet and Violet was before, a woman would never give in on this kind of matter. On the island, at this time, the dim moonlight shone down, and Violet and Chun Fan were under the moonlight. Seeing that Monet had left, Violet lowered her head and said with great courage, "Captain, I like you. Sorry, my target doesn't have the option of falling in love." Chun Fan used the same reason again to reject the second woman with an indifferent expression. Hearing that she was rejected, Violet just smiled bitterly, feeling that it was natural and helpless. She is a smart woman, and she can see that Chun Fan has no longing for love. However, no matter what, Violet wanted to try it, and now she got the answer. Violet had no regrets in her heart. The next day, when dawn dawned, Bard had already brought Farid to the palace. At this time, in the palace, other members of the Thor Pirates are here, except the throne above was empty. Except for Monet. Everyone's eyes were directed at Bard and Ferret. After all, it does feel a bit inconsistent for a strong man like Bud to come in with a blue cat. Bud, who is this blue cat? It's so ugly. Sugar said directly. You are the ugly one, but this cat is the handsomest among cats. When Ferret heard that Sugar said he was ugly, he immediately retorted unceremoniously. Looking at the blue cat with fierce eyes, Sugar hid behind Monet in fear. Seeing this blue cat, he dared to scare his sister. Monet looked directly at Ferret, and the threat was self-evident. Ferret immediately shut up and didn't dare to say a word. He didn't want to try the feeling of being frozen again. Everyone, this is our new member of the Thor Pirates. He was the one the captain told me to recruit when I went out with him. However, Ferret was not free to come over at that time, so I brought him over now. Bud looked at everyone and said, of course, he came up with this reason. After all, the Thor Pirates have always followed the elite route, so it would always be a little strange to suddenly join someone. But if it were in the name of the captain, then no one would ask anything. Sure enough, they heard that it was the captain who said it, and no one asked any questions. After all, they didn't think that Bard would lie to them. Hello, I'm Luo. Luo, the youngest, stepped forward and wanted to shake hands with Ferret. However, Ferret immediately passed him and came to Robin. Hello, beauty. I am Ferret, a noble cat with great dreams and great goals. Ferret said, stretching out the cat's paw. Robin also extended his hand politely. Seeing Ferret's appearance, Monet was speechless. She was thinking that Ferret was obviously a cat in a fur tribe. So how could he be so insignificant? If not, there were so many people here now, Monet would have wanted to freeze Ferret again. At this time, Robin also felt that something was wrong, because in addition to holding his hand, Ferret was also stroking his hand with his cat's paw. Then, Robin wanted to try to pull away his hand, but Ferret held it tightly, and for a while, he couldn't move away at all. Subsequently, Robin's expression changed, but Ferret had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. Flower bondage. As Robin raised his left hand, palms appeared out of thin air, directly turning into a palm cage to restrain Ferret. Seeing what was binding him, Ferret was stunned. He wanted to break free, but found that he couldn't do it at all. At this moment, Ferret realized that he seemed to have kicked the iron plate again. Then, Ferret looked at Bud again with a look of help. This time, Bard did not lend a helping hand because Robin's attack only restrained him and would not cause life-threatening danger, even for a few hours. Ha 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 ha. As for the other members of the Thor Pirates, they couldn't help laughing when they saw Ferret like this. They thought in their hearts, Captain, this is a perverted cat. Hello, I am Lafitte, Navigator. Then the remaining members of the Thor Pirates stepped forward and introduced themselves to Ferret. This way everyone knows each other. Okay, Robin, put him down. After more than 10 minutes, Myhawk said, Got it, Vice Captain. Robin stretched out his left hand again, and the cage painted on his palm disappeared into the air. Ferret, who had regained his freedom, looked a little ugly. He discovered a very serious problem. Neither Monet nor Robin seemed to be easy to mess with, and he couldn't defeat the two of them at all. Then, Ferret turned his eyes to Violet, and Violet also discovered that Ferret was looking at her. Her eyes were full of ferocity. After all, she had just been rejected. Who would be in a good mood? Seeing Violet's look, Ferret couldn't help but step back in fear. He didn't need to guess. He knew that this woman was definitely not easy to mess with, and there was a high probability that he wouldn't be able to beat her. For a moment, Ferret felt that life was a little hopeless. How come all these beauties in the Thor Pirates are so fierce? And Lousy seemed to be unable to defeat any of them. For a moment, Ferret felt that the life was different from the life he imagined. He originally thought that joining the Thor Pirates would be accompanied by beautiful women. Now it seems that none of these beauties belong to me. Now, Ferret walked outside the palace alone and lit a cigarette. What's wrong, brother? Bud walked over slowly at this time and patted Ferret on the shoulder. No, I am doubting my life. Ferret took a long puff of cigarette and looked into the distance. Ha ha! Bud, regardless of Ferret's mood, began to laugh. Looking at him like this, Ferret couldn't help but want to beat him up, but when he thought of Bard's huge coimping figure, Ferret immediately gave up this idea. He knew that with his own strength, if he fought with Bader, he would definitely be killed in one move. It seems that joining a pirate group that is too powerful is not a good idea. Ferret sighed in his heart at this time. He thought that with his own strength, he could join the pirate group and reach the pinnacle of life. It's a pity that he joined the Thor Pirates, the strongest group on the sea. With his strength as a brigadier general, he is at the bottom of the Thor Pirates. To be honest, Ferret can only make Daluo and sugar now. In the afternoon, the scorching sun was shining high, and dozens of huge water tanks were placed in an open space in Wano country. In front of these water tanks, there are long queues. Violet's approach is very simple. He needs to check for those with devil fruit abilities first. He asked the soldiers to call over the islanders and pirates who had joined Wano in recent years. Of course, they are those who have not registered their devil fruit abilities. Violet believed that the guy hiding here was a devil fruit user and would never expose his devil fruit abilities. There are almost tens of thousands of people down there. It can be seen that the power of Wano has expanded greatly in recent years. Under Chun Fan's instruction, they vigorously recruited soldiers to form an army. Habas, who was hidden among the crowd, looked at this scene and immediately realized that something was wrong. He knew that he was very likely to be exposed, and there was nothing a devil fruit user could do to completely submerge himself in the seawater. At this time, not far in front of the water tank, there was a middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears who seemed not to want to jump in for a test. Just want to run away. But do it. Violet looked at the man who was about to run away, her expression full of indifference. She immediately called out to Bud beside her. Bard's whole body was covered with a green hurricane, and he immediately dissipated in place. The fat man who ran away hadn't run far yet, but was already in front of him. A giant hand grabbed his neck fiercely. The obese man seemed to weigh more than 200 kilograms, but he was completely dwarfed in front of Bud. At this time, he was caught like a little chicken. The obese man wanted to struggle to escape, but with Bud's strength, how could he escape? Later, Violet used the ability of the staring fruit to check the inner thoughts of the obese man. They found out that this guy was an animal-type fruit user, sent here by the beast pirates, and was not the person they were looking for at all. Kill him. Violet's tone was full of indifference. When Bud saw this, he did not hesitate. He smiled and looked at the fat man. You seem to be of no use. You can go and die. No, The obese man looked extremely frightened and wanted to beg for mercy, but before he could say anything, Bud immediately broke his neck. Bang! Throwing the body heavily on the ground seemed to be deliberately showing it to the people. For a moment, other undercover agents in the crowd also felt frightened, and their whole bodies could not help but tremble. However, they did not dare to run away. They knew that if they ran away, they would end up like the fat man just now. Cold sweat continued to flow from Haba's forehead. He was thinking about how to escape, or in other words, even if he was caught, he would tell Warring States Fleet Admiral that he had been exposed. Dozens of people jumped into the water tanks at the same time. Soon, less than half of this vast crowd had been inspected. After the examination, it was discovered that he was a devil fruit user, and Violet would use the power of the staring fruit to look inside. Of course, she couldn't check every one of them. Firstly, it would be a waste of time. The second point is that her physical strength cannot support herself to do this. At this time, we soon arrived at Habas. Habas forced himself to calm down. He did not dare to run away, because Bard was staring at these testers. Then, he jumped into the water tank, and Habas immediately felt powerless. As a devil fruit user, he was also deeply cursed by the sea. Discovering that Habas was also a hidden devil fruit user, the soldiers immediately fished him out. Violet also walked up. Seeing Violet walking towards him, Habas knew that he was exposed. Then, without hesitation, he immediately dialed the phone number in his arms. He had entered the number before and dialed it directly. Blue. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Office. At this time, Warring States was dealing with affairs. When he saw the phone ringing, he immediately picked it up, but no one spoke. Warring States felt confused. On the other side, Violet had already arrived in front of Habas. She used her devil fruit ability and looked directly at Habas with her eyes, as if she could see through people's hearts. After a few seconds, Violet's expression changed. "Bud, this is the guy, catch him." Upon hearing this, Habas realized that he had been exposed and immediately took out the phone bug in his arms and shouted, "Warring States Fleet Admiral, I'm sorry my mission failed. I have been discovered." Seeing this scene, Violet's expression changed drastically, and she immediately rushed to snatch the phone bug from Habas. But Habas had already reported the situation, and it was too late. Danby asterisk 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 D. Violet looked very ugly. The captain originally wanted to use this undercover agent, but now that Habas has done this, the undercover agent will be useless. At the same time, Bard also came to Habas. Habas still wanted to resist and clawed at Bard with 5 fingers. Unfortunately, with his strength, Bard was seen not hiding, letting Habas' attacks hit him. Bang! For a moment, Habas felt like he had been hit on a stone, which had no effect at all. His expression became more frightened. "Is it my turn?" A smile appeared on the corner of Bud's mouth, and the cyan hurricane was contained in his big hand, and he grabbed Habas' head directly. The speed was so fast that Habas had no time to dodge, and his whole head was slapped to the ground. A strong sense of dizziness came. It could be said that if Bader hadn't deliberately shown mercy, Habas would have died on the spot with this blow. The Warring States period on the other side also knew that Habas was exposed. He didn't expect Habas to be exposed so soon. "Is this Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku?" Violet's voice rang on the other side of the phone. "Let it go, Habas." The Warring States period did not want the previous tragedy to happen again. Since it is already a waste, there is no point in keeping it. Violet walked up to Habas and deliberately put the phone bug in. "Violet, what are you going to do?" Warring States stood up and immediately realized something was wrong. It's a pity that he, who is far away from Marine headquarters, can't stop this. "Of course we will send you to our undercover to kill you." After Violet said this, her high heels stepped directly on Habas' head. "Ah!" Along with a scream, Habas' brain and pulp exploded, and his whole body was so dead that he could no longer die. Hearing Habas' screams, Sengoku clenched his fists and slammed the table. His eyes were full of anger. Violet and the Thor pirates will one day be wiped out by Marine. "You big guys, the scourge of the sea." "Really?" Warring States Fleet Admiral, "We are looking forward to this day, but I think your Marine government is more likely to be eliminated by us." After Violet said this, she hung up the phone directly. Warring States, who was still about to say something, became even more angry when he found out that the phone call had been hung up. His face was ashen, but there was nothing he could do, and Habas' body was lying in the open space, with blood flowing continuously. This was the price of being an undercover agent. Marine headquarters. At this moment, Buddha of the Warring States period is sitting on a chair with his head in his hands. These undercover agents with special fruit abilities have been carefully cultivated by them. Every death is a huge loss to Marine and the world government. Danby asterisk 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 D. Warring States could only be helpless and furious at this moment. He was thinking, how on earth was Habas exposed? Other side, although Violet felt a little regretful that she could not use this undercover agent. However, the captain's purpose has been achieved. At least now the undercover agent monitoring the Thor pirates has been eliminated. In this case, the captain's next plan can be implemented. Of course, in order to prevent more than one undercover Marine, Violet still spent some effort to check out the remaining people. Some undercover agents of other pirate groups were also found, but there were no undercover agents of other world government or Marine. However, this is normal. There are very few undercover agents with special fruit abilities. The next day, sunset and dusk. Violet is dealing with affairs. She plays the role of the chief housekeeper of the Thor pirates. Chun Fan usually doesn't care about things, so of course she is very busy. Just as she finished processing a file, the ordinary phone on the table rang. "Captain Violet, I'm the owner of a casino. There is a cat gambling here and lost 200 million belly. This guy has no money to pay back. He said he is from the Thor pirates. Ask us to call you. We don't dare to make decisions without authorization." The casino owner on the other end of the phone said with respect, "Although he is the largest casino owner in Wayno, his status is still far inferior to that of Violet. You must know that Violet, as the captain of the Thor Pirates, can easily destroy his casino. This is why the casino owner still tolerates Ferrard, a cheating gambler, because Ferrard said he was from the Thor Pirates. When she heard that Ferrard went to the casino to gamble and owed hundreds of millions, Violet's face instantly turned black. She thought about what kind of crew her captain had recruited. Forget about being lecherous, it's still a good gamble. But why did Ferrard have to be recruited by the captain himself? Violet couldn't just leave it alone. Afterwards, she left her office and called Bud, who was resting on the sofa outside, to head to the casino together. Over there at the casino now, Ferrard sat arrogantly on the sofa, with a piece of fruit next to him and two sexy beauties behind him fanning themselves. They didn't look like they were in debt. In front of him is a fat, middle-aged man wearing gold and silver. Behind him are several younger brothers. Obviously, this guy is the owner of the casino. "Boss, isn't this cat too arrogant? He owes us 200 million. A young man from behind said to the casino owner. How could he be Bud's opponent?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.